Welcome to final day coverage of the feature groups. This is the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship at Yas Links, the first time in the 17-year history of the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. First 16 editions were at Abu Dhabi Golf Club. It is a fantastic event and a fantastic golf course. It's been a great week so far. I'm Jay Townsend, joined in the box by Jamie Spence. Following the action on the course will be Incy Mehmet and John Morgan. We're following groups 14 and 15 today. Who will consist of Ricardo Gouveia, Lee Westwood, Thomas Dietrich, and a young Japanese player not many have heard of, Takumi Kanaya. Very interesting story. One of the all-time greats, Rory McIlroy, and the Finn, Mikko Korhonen. Jamie, it's going to be a really good day. This is the first of 5 Rolex Series events, and let's just have a look at the 5 events that are coming this year.
This is the Rolex Series.
Well, the hard work has certainly paid off. He's taking his career to another stage today. And it earns him a Rolex Series victory. Nothing quite like that winning feeling.
Amazing events, Jamie. So much to play for, points, money, and everything. But this week, it's been really a story of 3 days on a new golf course.
Yes, Jay, it has. Good morning, everybody, from Yas Links here in Abu Dhabi. First day, scoring day. Second day, it blew a gale, split the field apart. That was fun to watch. And then, yes, a little bit of breeze yesterday. Scoring pretty decent. Scott Jamieson leading the way at 11 under. But then today, not much breeze, to be honest with you. So we're expecting some low scores today, especially from our feature groups. Maybe Rory McIlroy might have a charge today.
Well, Incy Mehmet and John Morgan are down there on the range watching the Westwood and McIlroy groups get ready, warm up, go through their routine. You know, John, what are you seeing down there this morning on a beautiful, kind of cool morning?
It is a cool morning. I've got 2 layers on actually, Jay, and yeah, just as you come to us now, Rory McIlroy is wandering on the range with his playing partner there in crime, Mikko Korhonen, doing a few stretches, getting all nimbled up, and well, Incy's lot, they're getting busy. Westwood's already hit some balls, hasn't he?
Yeah, he was just on the driving range, just loosening up, now on the short game area, just getting his touch around the greens really, and the wind's really picked up. I think when I came out here this morning walking from the TV compound to the driving range, it felt a lot calmer, and I think it's about 13 miles per hour now, and it's just picking up just a touch, isn't it? So it's going to make the players question, you know, certain shots.
I was going to say, Incy, you're very brave. You only got the 1 layer on, girl.
I was going to say, you said you got 2 layers, a little bit more compared to me.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, we can see
what are you thinking, Jay?
Flags in the background there. Incy's right. It is picking up. Is this a golf course that needs protection from the wind, or does it stand out pretty much on its own?
I think it does need a protection from the wind. I think it's very generous off the tee, as we've seen. I think the breeze definitely helps and questions the players throughout the golf course. And we alluded to it during the course of the week, especially you, Jamie. You were saying about, you know, it's a second shot kind of golf course into these very undulating greens with the big swells that run off it. And with those windy conditions, made it really tough for the players. We've seen it a bit yesterday where it was picking up. You know, the scores, you know, were a little bit tougher.
It's definitely a second shot golf course, isn't it? And I'm a big fan of this place. Like you said, generous off the tee, but the greens, I think, is really challenging. If you miss it in the wrong spots, it's really going to question your next shot with the up and down. And there's so many different ways you can play it because the fringes and the fairway cuts are so tight. We've seen plenty of players chipping it from those tight lies into the wind, and you can actually stop it, even though the greens are so slick. But then if you're putting or chipping downwind, downhill, that's pretty scary stuff.
It is scary.
And it's a pretty strategic golf course, big wide fairways. You guys both talked about the second shots, but how important is it to really manage your misses? And that's what golf is really all about. There's some incredible chipping areas, will take some imagination, but it gives you a lot of different choices around the greens.
Yeah, I mean, I had the pleasure of following Tyrrell Hatton yesterday, and we've seen what carnage he had on the 18th, unfortunately, and you know that that third shot of his from over on the 10th fairway, I mean, he had the whole world to play with down the right-hand side. You could miss it there. Unfortunately, he just put one of the worst swings he put on it all day, went left in the water and made a horrible 9. Not the time you wanted to do it, but it does have its bailouts and where you can miss it. I mean, there's a tough pin position out there today. 15, they got it on that back right-hand side. Massive swell on that right. So if anyone misses that on the right-hand side, that's going to be the toughest up and down they'll find all week.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun watch. I think we all enjoy the golf course, as the two of you alluded to. It's in a fabulous condition. Thanks a lot, you guys. And let's just have a look at how things stand at the moment. Scott Jamieson shot 63 in the first round, set the course record, 74 in the second, but a nice round yesterday with a 68. The last 3 players to go off will go off at 11:50. Thomas Pieters and Shane Lowry will be joining the leader in that final game. Shubhankar Sharma had a very good round as well. Don't overlook the Norwegian superstar Victor Hovland. Another Victor, tied for 11th. Victor Dubuisson, the Frenchman. He is playing well again. Schwartzel, the South African former winner of the Masters, a great round yesterday as well. Bernd Wiesberger has 2 gold stars. You get a gold star for every Rolex Series win. He has 2, the Genesis Scottish Open and the Italian Open. 4 for Tyrrell Hatton, the defending champion, but had an absolute implosion on his final hole yesterday. Made a quadruple bogey 9. It was a disappointing 1 under par 71 for the 4-time Rolex Series winner in Hatton. And let's have a look at the golf course. There's the front 9, Jamie.
Yeah, it just wanders its way through the sand dunes. The front 9 starts becoming interesting. About number 7, the easiest hole in the course, the par 5. Number 8, number 9 running down by the water. They're good holes. And then we go into the back 9. Tiny slither of land they built this golf course, and it's absolutely stunning. And the finish from 15 into the breeze. Woohoo! Takes some playing.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting finish this afternoon. So many people there packed up right behind the leader, Scott Jamieson. Can he win his 2nd event on the DP World Tour? We go down to the first hole. Alistair Scott is the starter, and he will start off game 12 right now. Law, Hillikelda, and Brun.
This is game number 12. On the tee from Scotland, David Law.
David Law, 1-time winner in the DP World Tour. He won down in Australia at the Vic Open, 13th Beach Golf Course. It was one of the first events to have both men and women competing side by side. And it was with a great Eagle 3 of the final hole that David Law got his first victory.
Oh, that's got to come down. Might just be short of the bunker. Yeah, it is just.
On the tee from Denmark, Marcus Hillikelda.
A bit of a surprise that he is the top-ranked Dane in the world. Of course, everyone's eyes have been on the 2 Højgaard brothers, the twins, 20-year-olds. 4 wins between them, but this young man right here has a tremendous amount of talent.
Yeah, he does come off the Challenge Tour. He's on the leaderboard every single week on that tour.
One right, one left. Neither one looked to be in a lot of trouble.
On the tee from France, Julien Brun.
Another player. He's come off the Challenge Tour. Young Frenchman. 77 yesterday, knocked him backwards. 6 under par going into the weekend. You do not need that, so needs to recover here. Every point is vital when you're trying to make your way on the DP World Tour.
And just rips that right down the middle into that left to right wind. Well, no, drew over there on the left side, but a pretty good lie So group 12 is off. One of the best players in the history of the game. He's still warming up. Coming up in a little bit, Rory McIlroy just going with the short irons at the moment. World number 8. It's been close so many times here, yet to win in Abu Dhabi. Thomas Pieters, there is one that has won multiple times the DP World Tour. A little bit of an enigma, I think, to many of us, Jamie. Pieters has so much talent. You expect him to win every year, like this man right here. And Pieters definitely has the ability to win majors. It's been a while since Rory's won one. At what point, I wonder, I mean, you and I are just hypothesizing, obviously. We don't have 4 majors to reflect on. At what point do you think, wow, I haven't won one in a long time. Can I win another?
About now, I'd say. Yeah, 2014 was his last one. Won a couple of PGAs, US Open and the Open at Hoylake in 2014. It's a long time ago now. He's had chances. He'll get a few more. World of golf changes though, Jay, doesn't it? Every other year you get new players. People are hitting the ball a bit further. The competition gets tougher. Not so easy.
Yeah, Rory hits it as far as, not as far as anybody, but further than most, let's put it that way.
But he dominated, didn't he? He dominated with his length when he played Congressional.
He certainly did. And of course, Congressional that year in 2011, when he won his first major championship, was soft conditions. And historically, Rory has played well in soft conditions and not very well in windy conditions. Bit surprising coming from Northern Ireland, not the best of weather up there on a regular basis. Not like he's coming from, you know, Ohio or someplace like that, away from the coast.
Yeah, he's struggled a little bit in the wind. I think remarkably St Andrews, wasn't it? It was that 3rd round he shot 80 odd. But that was early in his career.
It was interesting last year. He left his longtime coach, Michael Bannon, went to Pete Cowan for a cup of coffee, back with Michael Bannon again. I wonder what he might have picked up in that short time with Pete Cowan that he takes back to Michael Bannon, or is it a type of philosophical coaching style or something like that that he would have had such a short stay with such a great coach like Cowan?
He will learn plenty off Pete Cowan, no doubt about that. Yeah, back with his coach, Michael Bannon. I'm sure he learned quite a bit off Pete Cowan as well. They're all still good friends, I'm sure. Pete's not just about technique, it's about the way you approach things, your mindset, psychology. Never stop learning. There's plenty of people you can learn off out here on the DP World Tour.
I always felt like if you weren't improving, you were going backwards on tour, because there's so many young players coming out, getting better, stronger, faster as you age.
I think he has improved as well. He's improved his wedge play.
Let's go back out to the first fairway. You can see the wind mostly off the left, hurting a little bit, and this is the young phenom from Denmark, Marcus Hellekilde.
Chatted to him on the range earlier this week. Seemed a little nervous, really, coming out here. But he's got to put all that to one side and play his game. Not an easy shot here at the first, with the flag on the left-hand side, just up on a little ledge, so it's a tricky little shot this from Hellekilde out the rough.
Open with rounds of 69, 75, and 72. Of course, the 75 was in the second round where he had gusts up to nearly 40 miles an hour. 75 was actually lower than the field average. It was maybe, going out of the limb, might be the most difficult day of the year, and it's only the first event of the season.
Yeah, I think if it blew any stronger, Jay, I'm not sure they'd have been on the golf course. Balls are starting to little oscillate, and a couple sort of moved it a little bit more than they should have done. This is David Law from Scotland. Good angle into the pin. Will it jump out of this line? Will it release? That was a bit guidey, that, wasn't it? A little bit guidey, but it did release.
Just going back to the windy conditions on Friday. Of course, we're doing feature group coverage in the mornings. I was back at the hotel watching the main coverage, and the 14th green was covered in sand. They had out the blowers blowing the sand off the green. And it was, I've never seen anything like that before.
No, I've never seen that either. Julian Brun, second shot to the first. Looked a good rhythm.
Yeah, pretty tight swing there. Doesn't look like much can go wrong.
No, very good indeed. Tough flag, look at that, just on the top of that bridge. There's a bunker just the other side of it, so it's a pretty short hole. It's only 378 yards at first, but it's caused trouble this week.
So Brun playing in his first Rolex Series event. Rory McIlroy, he's played in everything, and John Morgan is watching Rory warm up. What are you seeing, John?
What am I seeing? Munching it, absolutely munching it. Jay, Rory's there just looking like he's in his groove. Harry's just chilling out, looking dapper as always. And yeah, beautiful ball flight as we're accustomed to seeing.
John, it's a left-to-right breeze here on the range. That's not a great wind to really do any practice in. This is really just a warm-up, isn't it?
It is, it is. I think it's just feeling loose. You've just seen him just a little bit earlier, just doing a few little stretches. I think that's what it's all down to, really. I'm sure Rory will just go through the bag, head towards the chip in and putt in, do all that right at the last minute, probably.
I think
some view though from here. My God, it's all kicking off on the right-hand side with that Ferrari world.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Bumblebees will be out around my head as well. I'm sure.
Absolutely. You know, when you watch Rory hit a shot, you think, I would just once like to swing and hit one like that. Just once. Not a day, but a shot.
I tell you what, Jay, I would say about 4 or 5 years ago, I went out and played, and I thought I'd try and imitate his golf swing. And do you know what? I hit it pretty good, to be honest. It didn't go anywhere near the same distance, obviously. But I was trying to copycat his swing.
Now, what a swing to emulate. One last one before we go over to the first hole for Group 13. And there is Richie Ramsey. Before this week, he was the course record holder where he shot 62 in one of the many Pro-Ams that were played at Yas Links. Different tees this week, so it's a new course record currently held by Scott Jamieson. Wow,
This is
be a
game
big
number
effort if someone
13.
could shoot better than 63.
On the tee from Scotland, Richie Ramsey.
Gritty competitor is Richie Ramsey. 22nd Rolex appearance for the Scot.
Yeah, exactly. Half and half in off the left.
From Aberdeen in Scotland, in north of Scotland.
Small target.
3 wood. Shouldn't reach the bunker with this club. And it doesn't.
On the tee from Denmark, Rasmus Højgaard.
One of the two twins, both 20 years old. Rasmus, the first to win of the brothers on the DP World Tour. He holds 3 titles. Brother Nikolai won. They won in back-to-back weeks last year. That's a record that I'm sure will never be broken.
Well, that's where you're aiming, Rasmus. Maybe not quite that far left, but trying to hold it off. Be okay. Not a good angle.
On the tee from Denmark, Thomas Bjorn.
Go, Thomas.
The captain, of course, the winning captain with the 2018 Ryder Cup, 15-time winner on the DP World Tour. And talk about a good conversationalist. You can get pretty deep with this man about any subject you want. Joins us from time to time in commentary. on the DP World Tour, and always enjoy his insight, and he's enjoying his play right now. And there's a lot of different ways to skin the cat, as the cliche goes. Let's look at the different trajectories of the tee shots there for this group off the first tee.
Pretty similar, really. Bjorn's driver obviously goes a little bit lower, but Ramsey and Højgaard, identical flights in terms of height, both a slight draw. The daddy of Danish golf, playing with the youngster, he'll be talking to him all the way round. This is how you do it.
And you know what? And Rasmus Højgaard has a lot to learn from Thomas. Thomas is not shy about sharing if you ask him, and he has so much to share. Of course, played all 4 rounds with Tiger Woods when he defeated Tiger Woods at the Dubai Desert Classic. That was one of his best wins ever.
Thomas would still be competing if the putter behaved itself. He's tried so many different grips. He's not comfortable on the greens over the last few years, but he still plays some shots. He really can. And he's a brilliant pitcher and chipper of the ball. Rory's just stepping up through the gears. This looks about a 5-iron now. He probably doesn't need to hit many balls. When he won at Kiwa Island, the PGA Championship there, back in 2014, I believe it was, I think he turned up half an hour before his tee time. Off he went. Not a problem. He doesn't like getting to the course too early.
Showed up pretty close to his tee time at Ryder Cup. Medina. Yeah.
I was there. I was running our
I think
team. I think I would have come in for some stick if he had turned up.
I think he found his future wife that morning too, though. She, I believe, had some responsibility getting there, rushing to the tee, and went on to win that game.
Yeah, I think they met that week, and well, he made it. But if it was any player that was going to be rushed to the tee, it would be Rory McIlroy, because he could just turn up. He's so loose. He could just turn up and play and not worry about it. He could turn up 10 minutes for his tee time. I mean, he chipped in at the first, didn't he? Made 3 in his singles match.
If you're going to whisper something to Rory McIlroy about his game as it stands 3 rounds into the new year, what would you say based on what you've seen this week?
Oh, that's a big question. I'd like to have a chat with him about the putting. He's working with Brad Faxon, who's one of the best, and I think Brad sort of takes in the Dave Stockton method of putting, which I love, but he doesn't have a practice stroke over his putting, and I'd like him to do that. I know Dave Stockton says that when you're playing pool or snooker, you don't have a practice stroke, but you do really. You have a little practice, couple of strokes before you hit the cue ball, but it's just fine lines, isn't it, with McIlroy?
Yeah, if putting is the weakest part of his game, when you watch him putt, he doesn't miss by much when he misses, and when he gets on a streak, he is a streaky putter, let's face it.
He's quite interesting talking about Rory, about the fact that he realises he's got to get better from 150. He's zooming in on that needs to be better and statistically, and that's a good thing.
Speaking of inside of 150, Richie Ramsey will be first to play in the first fairway, 142 for his second, and you can see the hole location. Done a little shelf there, and that has been what's proven to be difficult at this seemingly benign opening hole at Yas Links. The green is pretty tricky.
He's parred this hole every day. It's 17 greens, Jesse. That's pretty impressive, to say the least. Sums up his game, actually, Ramsey. Very solid, very steady. Works hard.
A little bit of Scottish shot there, kind of punching it into that left to right breeze, and gets it perfectly on the correct level, which is only about 7 or 8 yards deep. So brilliant shot from Richie Ramsey at the opening hole of his final round of the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. 132 for Bjorn.
It's all about getting it pin high. When you're inside 150, get it pin high. They're never going to be that far offline. Came out of that one a little bit. His right shoulder just came up and out of it. He was shouting go. Now, he's a very good bunker player, Thomas Bjorn, but we're going to see a little beauty there.
I think he'll probably struggle to get it on the correct level. And also playing out of the left rough, Rasmus Højgaard from 117.
Be doing well to get this on that level from this lie. Will Højgaard. Just coming out the rough, he just can't quite spin it. See if he can manage it. Got a lovely rhythm about him. Yes, he can.
Brilliant shot right there. 2 shots on the correct level. Might struggle to see that in any other group throughout the round. Jimmy, you mentioned the nice rhythm there for Højgaard. How important do you think rhythm is, and how individualistic is rhythm in golf?
It's very important when you're playing in breeze, because you just don't want to try and overhit the ball. So this week, tournaments like this, when you're playing in the wind, you do need a good rhythm tempo. It's difficult to define, isn't it? Tempo. But when you're playing the more inland courses, when it's nice and calm or soft, it's just these guys are just trying to pump it. They're hitting it 9 out of 10.
Yeah, it's interesting. You have the languid flow of like a Colin Montgomery. You know, for all of you through the years watched the 8-time DP World Tour rankings winner, and then you have someone like Nick Price, former world #1, as we look at the first fairway.
Oh, you're going back a few years there, aren't you?
Well, I've got a lot of gray hair, you know, so yeah, I'm an old guy. I mean, what the point is different players have different tempos.
Certainly do.
It's what makes golf so interesting. There's so many different ways to do it.
And I think people play within their own rhythm, with their own tempo. This is the first hole looking back. We just had a good look at it there on the virtual eye.
And the first of our feature groups is on the tee. Ricardo Gouveia, Lee Westwood, and Thomas Dietrich. It's going to be fun watching these 2 groups playing back-to-back. Of course, Westwood and McIlroy, who's playing in our second feature group, played together in the first 2 rounds. So we've already seen quite a bit from 2 of the greatest European players of all time. Gouveia, 30 years old, ranked 147th in the world, and just got his card back through a very good year last year on the Challenge Tour.
This is game number 14. On the tee from Portugal, Ricardo Gouveia.
Gouveia's been on and off the DP World Tour for the last 7 or 8 years. He's had 5 wins on the Challenge Tour, 2 in 2021 to earn his playing rights back again.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a struggle. Gouveia, a bit of injury as well over the last couple of years. Let's hope he can get it back. I'll challenge him.
On the tee from England, Lee Westwood.
There you can see the name of Lee Westwood, champion here in 2020. His last win on the DP World Tour, one of 25 on the tour. 44 wins worldwide, 2 Rolex wins. What hasn't he done? All-time leading money winner on the DP World Tour. Has been a fantastic player for several decades now.
Three wood for Westwood. Shouldn't make the bunker into that breeze. Oh, well, it does. It does, but fortunately it gets into the middle of it.
On the tee from Belgium, Thomas Dietrich.
Now here's a guy with a great swing right here, and we're all wondering, when is he going to win? Not a matter of if, but when. Seems overdue.
Yeah, it's coming. No doubt about it.
Going to the right as well. And that is not a very good bounce. Going to need to be back away from that mound, the lip of the bunker. Very deep bunkers here at Yas Links. Westwood makes his way away from the first. As I said, the all-time leading money winner. About 600,000 euro ahead of Rory McIlroy. I wonder how long it'll take him to overtake Westwood.
Sorry, you all right?
And when you're number one in something like the money winnings, you're always going to be overtaken. Money grows. It's just a record you hold for a short period of time. But Westwood's been there for quite some time now. Another look at the trajectories of these tee shots.
Yeah, if they tried to get it in that bunker, all three of them, they wouldn't have done, would they? Different clubs as well. I'm surprised with Westwood's. If you can reach it with the 3-wood, I thought it was going to hit the other wood. Might as well hit your driver, really. Get it right the way down there. But there's trouble on the first because it's a pretty simple hole, the first. So they're putting themselves under pressure.
Rory and caddy Harry Diamond checking something out, possibly some video.
I think they might be looking at the 49ers Packers game and thinking, how did the Packers lose that, Joe?
Well, how did they lose?
I don't know. I'm in shock.
You are a Packers fan.
I'm in shock.
I had to leave the room a little while ago when the field goal, which at the final seconds, the Green Bay
Don't tell them what I
Packers.
said.
That's an unmentionable. I would have to apologize for myself if I told them what you said. But yes.
It's the beauty of sport. You just don't know what's coming in any sport. We don't know what's coming in golf either. So Rory's got his 3-wood out now. He's hitting quite a few balls this morning. Watch this stinger. Watch the hips. Boom. That's his power. He just drops it down on the inside and those hips whip through. That's what gives him the length. He's just naturally very athletic. You're born with it. You're born with that speed. He's worked on it as well. Works very hard in the gym. Just watching him do some weights online, and then he was jumping up onto one of the tables there as well. Whew.
He's got some hops.
He certainly has.
Does he?
Just
Pretty
gives him
cool
his
stuff.
power. That's where you get your power from your lower half. Everyone thinks the power comes from the arms. It doesn't. It comes from the hips, the lower back, the thighs, and the arms just follow. Helps if you've got strong forearms as well. That impact, obviously.
So we just had a conversation about American football. We're going to talk about golf all day. I need to mention something. Well, I'll get back to it as we go down to one fairway. Something happened yesterday for a British sportsman that was first time ever. We'll talk about that in a couple moments. I'll just tease you with that. Gouveia will be first to play out of that right fairway trap.
Got your spot, your finishing line?
Yeah.
Incy Mehmet is following this group. Good morning, Incy.
Good morning, Jay, and everyone else tuning in. It's a glorious morning. Not an ideal spot to be approaching the first from this right-hand bunker. All 3 players in it, in fact. 123 yards, trying to get that ball first contact. Tough pin position to get at.
That's okay from Gouveia under the hole. He'd be pretty pleased with that.
Well, we talked about positioning yourself around this golf course and understanding where you can't miss it, and this is a very similar pin position to day 2. You cannot go long. There's a huge slope there, and it's going to be a very difficult part, all bunker shot otherwise. 117 yards for Westwood. A little bit into the breeze. Touch short wouldn't be a bad leave.
Didn't look the cleanest of lies, but he's made great contact. Oh, what a shot from Westwood that is at the first hole. Straight over the top of the flag. Brilliant.
.108 for Dietrich. So a little bit of an awkward number. Carries 2 wedges, make it 3 if you can count the pitching wedge. He's got 52 and 58 in the bag. So 108 yards. You really want to try and control your 52-degree wedge, take a little bit off it and take a bit of spin off too. If you don't get it quite right, it can whiz back down that slope.
Ooh, over clubbed it, went in the back bunker, and that is a really tough one. We saw Thomas Bjorn go in the back bunker. He did, in fact, make a bogey 5 at his opening hole, and Dietrich will be faced with a similar challenge. Gouveia and Westwood having a little chat going down the first fairway, and oh, if you could only pick Lee Westwood's mind. He might be a little bit more cagey than a Thomas Bjorn. I don't know if Lee's going to give away as much.
Oh, no, I think he will, Lee, if you ask him. Maybe not on the way round. He's trying to play his own game, isn't he? But he will do afterwards. Very amiable. Chatting away, Gouveia. Gouveia, when he came out, you thought, oh, he's going to be really good, but he just suffered with some injuries, wrist injuries, Gouveia, and he's just gone backwards a little bit, so he's on the comeback trail. Right, we're up to the driver now.
This is what we paid money to come and see right here.
Yeah, stand behind Rory and watch this. Boom. Speed. Don't think you like that one. The thing is, when you keep working on speed, with the speeds, all these different training aids that are available, you can tend to just throw yourself at it too much. The trick is just to back off and play within, because Rory's got so much power. It's more about timing for him, coordination. Doesn't need to go at it all the time, because he hits it 320 when he's just going at it nicely.
Why is it about timing in his swing?
Because if he just loses his coordination, if he just gets a little bit ahead of it, or the hands just overtake, then he's going to be missing the fairways left and right. He's got that little pull going in him at times. So I think rhythm for Rory, I'd like to see him play 7 out of 10 in terms of power all the time, because that 7 out of 10 for him is
10 out of 10 for most.
It is.
Dietrich in the back bunker. I'm sure Incy has had a look. What does this one look like, Incy?
Well, we mentioned it earlier. This is where you do not want to miss your approach shot. I mean, it's virtually an impossible up and down. You've got to be so precise with it, and you almost ask yourself that question, can I get too cute? Ball sat down a little bit too, which is going to make it even tougher. This is big slope. You're going to see a 90-degree break right to left.
Can he go at the hole?
No, well, you've got 2 options. You can try and fly it all the way, but with this sort of lie, that's not an option. So you want to try and dinky this on the right, and then try and let gravity do the rest.
Well, he played it well, but really had nothing. Very little anyway. You can't spin it out of the sand here. That's the problem. So,
well, I don't mind not being able to spin it. You know me. I don't believe in breaking the bunkers ever. They should be a hazard, and I don't have any problem with a bunker that you can't just spin it and get it right out of the. Oh, I just got a look from Jamie Spence. But yes, no, I said that in a players' meeting. I nearly got tarred and feathered in 1993. I've long believed in bunkers should be a penalty.
Well, you'd rather play off grass, wouldn't you, most of the time? There are times when being in a bunker is easier, but that wasn't. I suppose you like to step on the ball just to make it even harder.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying it makes a bunker more of a penalty, as Gouveia putting from a little bit lower level here, Incy.
Yeah, this pin's located in a bit of a plateau, so it's going to be uphill all the way.
Well, the mistake is going in the bunker off the tee, really, for Dietrich. You've got to get lucky with the lie. And he puts it in another bunker, so he has paid a penalty here.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, you know, the ruling bodies and the tours are always trying to make things more difficult. How can we, you know, make more of a challenge for the players? And if the bunkers are unmaintained, the players would have different strategies, especially off the tee, playing around a bunker or something like that. And I think the strategy off the tee, the fear of being in an unmanicured area in a bunker, would change the type of second shots they are playing, because it's probably shorter second shots because they're not afraid. It would be a longer club in, and if they're playing to a hole that's cut near a bunker, they probably wouldn't hit it as close to the pin on average, as Dietrich comes up well short for par. You see where I'm getting at? I think it would just be a domino effect and make scoring much more difficult.
I think what you're getting at is that you would like more pop bunkers that we see at these links courses, where sometimes you have to go backwards. I understand that, where it become a real penalty. A lot of the inland courses, it doesn't really matter to these guys.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. What do you think, Incy? Would you be up for that? Come on, you would be the only one that would ever back me on this, Incy. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint, Jay. I personally, well, for starters, I really enjoy raking bunkers. So if that is the case, I'd lose the joy in being able to rake a bunker so beautifully. But here's a question for you. What about divots on fairways?
You hit it in there. It's just part of the game.
See, I think if you stripe one down the middle and your ball ends up in the divot, it's pretty unlucky. I think potentially, what about getting a relief?
You should be more accurate. Let's watch Westwood hit his par.
Right, putting for birdie. A little bit right to left, downhill.
We walked that one in, didn't he?
He certainly did. Great start for Westwood.
These greens might be some of the most flawless greens I've ever seen. There's not like any piece of grass or a different grass in the entire surface on any green on the whole property. Just an incredibly well maintained and presented for this week's Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. Dietrich still has some work left to do. We're going to go back down to the first, and group 15 is ready to play their first shot. This is a young man from Japan, 23-year-old Takumi Kanaya, ranked 53 in the world. I think that will surprise a lot of people, and he is going to be a wonderful watch today. It'll probably be the first time many of you will have ever seen him. Of course, Rory McIlroy, it's always a pleasure, and the two-time winner Mikko Korhonen from Finland. Kanaya won a Japan Tour event as an amateur. He also won the Japan Open in 2020. His most recent win was in 2021. Excuse me, it was at 2020. He won the Dunlop Phoenix tournament, which is a premier tournament on the Japan Tour. I think I can speak for both of us. First time we've seen Kanaya play today.
A lot of pressure on the young Japanese player. He's just about to get underway on the first hole, playing with the great Rory McIlroy.
Certainly that will add a little bit of nervousness for the youngster.
This is game number 15. On the tee from Japan, Takumi Kanaya.
Just a fairway metal for Kanaya. Looks like a hybrid type club.
We're seeing a lot of balls off to the right. That one's right of the bunker.
On the tee from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
Big stick out, Jamie. He's got the big stick.
We haven't seen anybody hit the fairway yet, so you might as well hit the driver and get it down there. First bunker 304 to carry, so that's not in play. The second one is at 316 to reach. He's aiming down the left, just trying to hit a straight holder. Oh, he's overdone it. It's causing some trouble, this tee shot. Oh, he's on the bank there.
On the tee from Finland, Mikko Korhonen.
Korhonen, a two-time winner of the DP World Tour. Most recent was the Volvo China Open, where he won in a playoff over Benjamin Hebert. 41-year-old, 12 times went to the tour school. That's a lot of punishment, Jamie, going to tour school 12 times.
Yeah, it is. I was just about to say how straight a hitter he is, Korhonen, and then he goes and does that. This is causing him all sorts of trouble with that breeze off the left, this first hole.
So once again, second of our two feature groups, none of the six have hit the opening fairway. Jamieson leads by one. The final group will tee off at 11:50 local time.
One of those boys is going to get knocked out at some point, right? Oh, there's no way they're going the distance.
Good chat going on right there between Harry and Rory. Let's have a look at the trajectories on these three. Two right, one left.
Yeah, that's wide, isn't it? I walked down this first hole on the first day, just have a look at the course, and I just thought, well, this is an easy start. Just a long iron and a 9-iron, or a wedge, or a drive and a pitch. It's not proving so today. The breeze has just got up. Maybe it's a bit sheltered on that first tee. They can't quite feel the wind.
The first tee goes the same direction as the driving range, so it's the same wind direction that you warmed up in. You would think it would be somewhat of an easy tee shot. It hasn't proven to be.
I reckon if they all walked out their cars, walked onto the tee, they'd all hit the fairway, but there you go.
It's been said many times, it's a funny old game, but it does make you scratch your head. You can prepare, but once you put it down, your name is announced. It's a little bit different, even for a player of McIlroy's ability. You know, did you ever read the book by Hank Haney, The Big Miss, about Tiger Woods?
No, I haven't read that.
Okay,
enlighten me.
It was a good read, and Hank Haney really did delve into the fact that Tiger Woods was nervous on the first tee. You know, even arguably the greatest player of all time, definitely one of the two greatest players of all time. You know, everyone is nervous at the beginning.
Well, I remember the Ryder Cup at the K Club 2006 off that first tee. Tiger 5 wood, pitched 20 yards in the lake. Tells you a story, that.
Yeah, definitely does. Doesn't matter who you are, how much you've done. I think the day gets easier after that first shot of the day has been hit, and hopefully that will be the case for McIlroy, who missed the bunker at the first to the right. His second shot will be lie dependent, that's for sure. So Rory has missed the first fairway to the right, well to the right, I might add. The second of our two feature groups, and none of the six have hit the bunker. The previous group all in that right fairway bunker. Kanaya and McIlroy in the right rough, Korhonen in the left rough, to a tough hole location here at the opening hole. Jamieson, as he has all week, holds the lead. And there we have the ball positions. And John Morgan is following this group. John, it's going to be an exciting day watching one of the most exciting players in the history of the game.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. Rory McIlroy just coming up just shy of that bunker. There's all three of them not great lies in the rough. Kind of way back on that right-hand side, ball above his stance. Not a great lie. Going to have to dig deep on this one. Pin in a similar location on the left-hand side from the second day.
Certainly, tee shot ended out that far back. You would have to say it was probably a miss hit. Maybe, you know, and not surprisingly, playing alongside McIlroy, probably a little nervous out there.
Yeah, I mean, good crowds actually coming down here. Mikko Korhonen to go for it next now. 133 yards. He's just missed the walkway down the left, and it's sat down a little bit. I mean, a better like's definitely right. Leave yourself an uphill putt, but you need to get it pin high, because this pin today is on its own little ledge where it was on Friday. Anything shy or long creates an awkward putt.
Good move there from Korhonen, just under the hole. Good shot. Now, what's Rory got?
Well, 113, Jamie, and ball's well above his stance. Sat down again in this Paspalam rough. Coming in from a nice angle to get good access to this pin, but not an easy lie. Very sticky, this stuff.
So tough to judge the distance, and this is a very tough hole location. That one just feeds off down the bank, and that will be a tricky one from off the fringe. Have to go up a rise.
Yeah, he's just saying he didn't want to go long there, but where he's left it isn't that pretty either, so it's very penal if you just don't get on the right level here. It's a feature of this golf course.
Westwood ready to go at the par 5 second.
Shortest par 5 on the golf course, only 534 yards, but straight into the wind, making it even longer today.
Down the right. Sometimes you feel like the picture's frozen with Lee Westwood. He stands over for a long time, doesn't he?
That's what I was thinking.
He does, Lindsay.
Well, Westwood isn't the longest hitter out of the players in this group. You've got 2 bunkers on the right, 275 yards to reach the first one, and you've got a lot more room left than you think, especially with the visuals that you get off the tee. Gavea with the big dog in hand. Just trying to favour that left-hand side. Wins a little bit off the right.
Left!
Looks like one of the spectators has seen it, and you can see it's some pretty wild stuff. You start missing off the cut area. It is not good. Let's go back to number 1 and Kanaya.
Yeah, Kanaya coming from the left-hand side, coming in low, trying to feed it up the bank. You're doing a good job there, Jay.
An excellent shot. Right around 5 feet. He'll have left for his par. Kanaya, for 55 weeks, was ranked the #1 amateur in the world, and that's quite a feat, because, you know, once you get to that level, a lot of the guys don't stay amateur that long. He won the Asia Pacific Amateur in 2018. Of course, that got him into the Open and the Masters. This is going to be a tricky shot down here, John, for McIlroy.
It is, Jay. He's just off the green. He's got the putter out, and it's a steep tier. He's got to come over. Really slow putt, and then he's going to gather some speed, and he's going to have some serious swing on this from left to right as well, as it starts losing its pace. He learnt a little bit from Kanaya. That just went before him.
Oh, that's a beauty from McIlroy. He'll be delighted with that. Get the speed of the greens. His touch is there. Really good.
Yeah, that's always nice, Jamie, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, John.
When you get a difficult putt like that and you come up trumps, get the feel of the pace and the line pretty much spot on.
Johnny, it's causing trouble this first hole.
It is. It's straight into the breeze, actually, and off that left-hand side, as you were alluding to earlier, and it's pumping, I've got to say. I mean, this wind has been relentless from start to finish all this week. Obviously, Friday was exceptional, but yeah, it's not been easy for the players. Yeah, I think that right-hand side's going to get some serious action.
Yeah, five bogeys, John, and 7 birdies so far today on this hole.
Yeah, and it's a tricky pin position, and I think this one was playing one of the hardest on Friday with this similar pin location. And this is the trick. Mika Kahunen coming up trumps here, just shy of pin height, straight up hiller. Can't leave it in a better spot really on this green. Always putting with his glove on.
Well, snatched that ball away after putting his mark down. You never want one of those 3 or 4 footers for par of the first, but once you hole it, ooh, I've got the putter, got the eye today. I'm going to hole them all.
I would rather have a 3 or 4 incher or see the ball go in on my first part in the first, I have to be honest. I don't want a 3-footer.
Nah, definitely not. Sets a tune for the rest of the day if you miss it, doesn't it? Look, Kanaya here, this is a sneaky one. He had a good look at what Rory's putt did when it was starting to lose its pace near the hole, so he knows how much this is going to swing off the left. A little bit downhill, so he can be a little bit gingerly with this putt. Just feed it in the front door if you can.
It's an opening bogey for the 23-year-old Japanese player. Might take him a couple holes to calm his nerves down, even though he's a 3-time winner in Japan. He's playing with one of the greats, certainly probably an idol of his in Rory McIlroy.
Korhonen to finish off. Finn, quiet man on the European Tour. But he's very, very effective.
He's a bit of an ATM, isn't he? Cash machine. Shows up, plays a lot. Rory taps in after that wonderful putt from the fringe. Saves his par at the opening hole. McIlroy opened with rounds of 72, 75, and 67 yesterday. First day, 72 in the morning when it was pretty windless and just really didn't have it. You had to say, let's have a look at this putt from the fringe. This was a brilliant touch.
It was, wasn't it, coming up that steep bank. Perfect, really. Couldn't have asked for more, Rory. Wandering off to the second hole, which is gettable, even with the flag at the back. It's going to be into the wind. Let's have a look at it. Here it is. This is the group in front. Gouvet's in trouble. Westwood might be all right. Dietrich's in trouble. So we're not seeing many balls on the fairway so far.
No, the Westwood group is 0 for 6 on hitting fairways in the first 2 holes. That's not a great stat, and these are pretty generous fairways.
Well, Gouvet's just laid up, and so has Dietrich, and we've got Westwood. Long way away, pins right at the back. This is a big old green, just shy of 50 yards long, and the pin is 48 from the left as well. I think we're just waiting for some players to finish off on the green, but Westy definitely having a crack at it. I don't see him reaching pin high at all. It's that theory, just get it down there and try and tidy up.
Westwood's last win was the 2020 Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. Of course, that was a precursor to him winning the DP World Tour rankings that year. He's done so 3 times, 2000, 2009, and 2020. So over a 21-year period, won 3 times. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, this is what he's done the first 3 rounds. Round 1 birdie down the left-hand side. Bogeyed it from the right-hand rough. Round 2 and a par. So level par for the hole. So it owes him. It definitely owes him a birdie.
Oh, golf never owes you anything.
It does.
Come on.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Really?
It's a very unkind master, isn't it, golf?
Unforgiving, that's for sure.
5 degrees more if you run the other course.
Out the way.
It's got to be just coming off that.
See beautiful movement to the fairways at this Yas Links. It's a fantastic design by Kyle Phillips, opened in 2010.
Gouvet's had his troubles on this hole this week. In fact, he's had a difficult start to all of his rounds. Actually, Gouvet is 4 over for his first 2 holes this week so far.
It was like foggy and 55 one day, or you know, like.
Westwood just taking his mind off the shot in the chat. His caddy.
He'd left home and it was like.
Yeah, Lee has always struck me as a guy that he can tune out in between shots and then focus. And I think that's a great attribute for a player. You don't just grind out all 5 hours.
Ben Hogan did. He stayed in his own bubble the whole way round, didn't talk to anybody, but that's tough. So it's important you can go in and out of concentration.
Similar for Sir Nick Faldo.
I agree. Talking about horse racing, it's one of his passions.
Well, it's a big old hit, and this green is very well protected. You've got a swale just sloping down on the left-hand side, and you've got bunkers protecting it on the right. 278 yards straight into the wind. A big ask today, but trying to get it into that front portion and try and make it up and down for birdie from there. One shot at a time.
Seemed to balloon on him, that one. Just got underneath it a little bit, Westwood. He was hoping for it to jump a little bit out of that rough.
Yeah, it can certainly happen out of the rough. Of course, Lee had COVID over the holidays and didn't get to prepare the way he wanted, and is trying to play himself back into shape. But John Morgan, Rory McIlroy has the driver out. Look out.
Yeah, hold on to your horses. Here we go. Aiming down the right into the breeze off the right-hand side. He's aiming at just a left bunker out the 2. That lurk down this right-hand side. Feed it off of that. Power draw it. Just waiting on a little bit just to wait on one player who hit it down. Well, 2 players hit it down the left, the group in front. And yeah, someone's obviously just gouged it out further down the fairway.
Gouvet playing his 3rd after that poor tee shot.
Left.
Well, he really doesn't like this hole, does he? He's 2 over par standing on the tee for the week, and he's going to be in trouble to not drop another one. We haven't seen anybody hit a fairway yet, John.
0 for 9.
That's weird, isn't it? Well, this man, we know what a great driver he is. If there was ever going to be someone that can stop the rot and find a fairway, it's this man. He'll probably go 330 plus. And with his little baby draw that he loves to put on his shape with the driver, this is ideal. He can gain an extra bit of yardage on it, but still playing into the breeze, so playing its full yardage this second today. It's par 5.
Hang on. Oh yeah, it's past the bunker. He's had 3 pars on this hole this week. Surely he's gonna make birdie from there.
That's miles.
It is,
Jimmy.
isn't it?
No wonder he was waiting for Gouvet to get out of the way.
I thought you said it was into the wind, John.
Yeah. Well, modern day, innit? It's truth.
These youngsters.
They go that far on me holidays. Now Cahunan on the tee. Trying to split this fairway himself. Picking up the tee quickly. That's a good sign.
Bit of a mixed bag for the Finn on this hole. Par, double bogey, and birdie. So he has not exactly played the second hole well.
Well, he's at least 40 yards behind Rory McIlroy. It's going to be the story, tell of the tape for the day, I think. And Kanaya, after that, well, I got to say, unfortunate bogey at the first. He hit a good putt, just didn't break as much as he would have liked, so started with a bogey. He's gone for this one.
Eagle bogey birdie on this hole. That's chasing, running down there, just on the upslope for Kanai. Chance to reach.
Yep.
And got 3 tee shots in the fairway. Finally,
I'd like to be 40 yards behind Rory McIlroy.
we'd pick up some yardage, wouldn't we? Let's go up to Westwood, just short of the second green.
Well, there's more than enough to contend with this pitch shot. It's not your bog standard one. Pin's right at the back, and there's plenty of undulation just shy. You've got a bit of a backstop, but you can't afford to go long. Trying to pitch it all the way into this wind.
Stay, stay, stay.
Beautiful shot from Westwood. I was worried about it spinning back off that ledge. It didn't. Good birdie opportunity to come for the former world #1. I think the only thing he really hasn't done in his career is win a major. He's had some very close calls. Gouveia left of 2 green, and this is his 4 shot on the reachable par 5.
This is horrible, Jay. And you really do have plenty of options. You can take the high route, but then you've got the slope beyond the pin, and it's only going to take the ball away from you. Or you can try and bump it into this slope just short, but it's extremely steep as well. So you don't want to try and bump it, and it comes up a few yards short and just rolls all the way back down, pretty much the same spot. So if you're going to drive it, you need that forward momentum with that first bounce.
Does this lie give him the chance to throw it up?
No way. Yeah, the ball's just sat down, so you've definitely got to try and bump and run it. Just back foot, little stabby action. First bounce needs to go forwards.
Yeah, I know it's not the strength of his game. Is round the greens, Gouveia with the chipping. He plays at a club called the Wisley in the UK when he's over there. And that's his nemesis, hence the putter comes out.
Wow. This is very surprising to take the putter out from this position as he goes for a walkabout. Jamie, you have ties to the Great Britain Olympic team. I teased it earlier. Something happened yesterday in Great Britain sport that has never happened before. I'm a big ski fan. I'm a big fan of British slalom ski racer Dave Riding, and he got his first ever win. He's a 3-time Olympian. First ever win yesterday at one of the most iconic mountains in the world, Kitzbühel in Austria. So congratulations to the 35-year-old Dave Riding, first ever Brit to win a World Cup ski event.
I bet you Gouveia wishes he's on the slopes right now. Get up, or stay there, yeah. Tricky start for the Portuguese. Yeah, we don't have many skiers come from the UK. Don't have enough snow, you see. Got a few mountains and hills, but not enough snow. It's not really our sport. Like a lot of people like going on holiday skiing, but
yeah, they do. But Dave Riding has been a perennial, podium guy, top 10 guy, for the last 5, 6, 7 years. He's really good, and finally got that breakthrough win yesterday.
You're excited here, aren't you?
I am.
It's good.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Dave Riding, so there's nothing wrong with that. Dave Riding would probably celebrating a little bit today. Now, Dietrich, what does he have, Incy?
Still a relatively big old putt for Dietrich. Ball's just ended up on a little swale right of the pin. So you're trying to putt up back into the slope. Bit of right to left movement with this. Wind off your right too. Might break a little more.
Good effort from Dietrich. Bogey the first. He's going to par the second. Difficult stretch coming up. 3 through 6. Some tough holes on that stretch. Should be tough as well. And the pins are tucked away last day, as you'd expect. Got to earn your score today.
Long bogey attempt here now on a hole Most think of making a birdie when they're standing on the tee.
A bogey on a par 5 always feels like a double, doesn't it? Especially if you hit it out of line off the tee, you feel like you've got that extra shot, especially when this is reachable in 2. Now a little bit of left to right movement to try and save a bogey.
Double bogey 7 for Gouveia and his second hole. He's going to drop to 1 over par for the championship. So much to play for, so many points, so much money. You really want to get your year off to a good start. These Rolex Series events give you an opportunity to get a jump start and get a little bit of money in the pocket, points in the account. Westwood played that fantastic pitch shot to this position.
Oof, it was absolutely perfect. A little bit left, it's gone. A little bit right, it's gone as well. So that was spot on from Westwood. Passing for birdie now. A solid 7 foot up. Not a lot of movement either. Lovely smooth rhythm to his putting stroke.
Birdie start for Lee Westwood. Or we could sell that later. He could sell that start. Be nice if he could do that. Tough stretch coming up, as I say, though.
You'd have to pay a lot for that, though. I mean, Westwood, he's now 3 under par. Tied for 21st. Let's have another look at that third shot to set up the 4-foot birdie putt.
Spin control. He thought I was going to pitch a bit short on that and go down that ridge. He didn't. Pitch past the hole. Beautiful.
Love it. Once again, we'll talk about the condition of the golf course, especially the greens. They're cut down to 1.6 millimeters. Never heard of that. These greens are just flawless. Let's go back down the fairway, and Korhonen is ready to go.
Yeah, everywhere around this golf course is flawless, Jay. Absolutely spick and span. Now, Mikko Korhonen about 50 yards behind Rory McIlroy in the middle of the fairway, trying to get home in 2 and muscle it to the front edge.
Got the shade bit off the toe. Yeah.
We got it up there green high, not as far as the flag. Be an interesting pitch.
Well, Kanaya here, just on a little upslope. That's going to pop the ball a little bit higher here, chaps. It's going to affect, you know, the wind's going to affect this shot. Trying to flight it down. Not easy. He's given it everything he's got.
Wow, what a stat that was. He's finished in the top 10 in his last 10 starts around the world. Incredible consistency for the 23-year-old.
Well, all systems go here for Rory McIlroy now. He's just hit it just over 320 yards off this tee, 50 yards past his playing partners, out with the iron. Just got a ball, 229 yards to go. 3 iron in hand.
Trying to play a draw into the wind. Did he hang it out to the right? No, it's going to come in there. Coming off that mound, feeding in to the middle of the green. Not up on the top level, but a very good second shot for McIlroy at the par 5 second. Jamieson, Lowry, and Peters, the final game of the day. They go off at 11:50 local time. McIlroy just striped 2 shots on 2. That drive was tremendous, Jamie. 50 yards past Korhonen.
Yeah, he's got it in the bag, hasn't he? McIlroy, when he wants to. That's what all the training's for. See all that jumping up onto those boxes and down again.
Do they have little boxes to jump on?
I hope so. Westwood on this difficult 3rd hole. Been tough all week. First job done for Westwood. Dietrich. It's a lovely fluid motion from the Belgian. I bet you like Dietrich's swing, Incy.
Oh, he's an absolute flusher, isn't he, Spency? He's got the 2-iron in the bag this week. And this hole is playing long, shaped right to left, straight into the wind again. Driver in hand. I mean, with no wind, you're laying up into this right corner. If you can hit it into the plateau where Westwood is, it's going to make a huge difference. Otherwise, your second shot is from an uphill slope.
Looking at this intently, a couple of bunkers on the inside of the dog leg. And that looks like it's in between them. Likely a side hill lie. Such a premium on hitting the fairways.
Yeah, it's in that.
You want to be past the pin there, don't you?
For wind reasons, yes.
Yeah,
But it's in that spot you were practicing.
What they're pointing at is they're walking past and looking over at the 4th hole. They can see it in the distance. Oh, excuse me, the 5th hole. Always thinking ahead, so important in this game.
Yeah, just having a look across at some of the pin positions as you walk by, just trying to get a little feel for it. Put it in the memory bank for later on in the round.
Especially 7 when you walk past that one, because it's not seen from the tee shots.
Second hole, par 5. Kanaya just short. Gave it 2 of his best to get to here, Morgie.
Yeah, both feet off the deck at impact with that second shot, Jamie. My goodness, he's going for the long. Well, I would bump and run this one. You got all the green to work with. The pin's on 40, long way on the green. Pretty much not far away from where it was yesterday, to be honest. Don't want to be shy and left here, though.
Nice shot. Beautiful shot. Lovely touch from Kanaya.
Yeah, textbook stuff, that.
I wonder what he's thinking when walking up that second. He's thought, I've hit my best tee shot here and I'm 50 yards behind McIlroy. Going to be an eye-opener for him today. 53rd in the world. A lovely touch. That's a leveler if you can chip like that.
Well, that's the great thing about golf, isn't it? I mean, not everyone has the power of a McIlroy, so you have to figure out other ways to do it. Tricky looking shot here, John.
Yeah, up and over a big mound, Jay. And yeah, he's just on the fairway. He's just going to flirt with the mound, try and bump it in the bank and hop it on there.
Oh, how did that miss? Ends up right behind the hole. Brilliant shot from Mikko Korhonen. He made a tough one look easy.
Whoa, look at that. The crowd going absolutely nuts there. Loving life.
You know, he's got the smile on the face. Worth another look. Beautiful control. Landed just into the top of the slope going up to the top level. Took some of the sting out of it. Some nice spin. Easy 4.
Well, there's McIlroy. 36 and a bit feet to go, punting up the slope. His 2 playing companions have got their 4s. Can McIlroy make a 3?
Well, that's the advantage, isn't it, Jamie, where you're able to get easily home in 2 with the power of Rory McIlroy. It gives you that opportunity of a realistic chance of an eagle, where the guys have got to go for a flamboyant, outrageous chip to try and make an eagle. But they're in, they're looking pretty tight. Kanaya just looks like a couple of inches away for his birdie effort. Now up the slope, little breaker off the right. Maybe a slow putt this one for Rory McIlroy.
That's a great stat there. Rory's made more eagles at the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship than anyone in history. 11, made one yesterday at the 7th. That was narrowly his 12th in tournament history. Nice birdie at the 2nd for Rory McIlroy. 1 under for the day, 3 under in total. And currently that stands 21st. So much to play for in these Rolex Series events. This is the first of 5 back-to-back next week in Dubai. Another Rolex event. More points, more money.
A little bit ball below above Westwood's feet here. pretty much hitting it straight into the wind, off your right, more like 2 o'clock. Pins right at the black in the relatively flat part of the green, but you're surrounded by slopes. Anything short, there's a big old slope there, and just left of the flag as well, there's a swale. So you're eyeing up just right at the flag. Between the pin and the TV tower, here's your line. Right at the wind.
Hey, sorry, there's nothing. No, there's plenty there.
Wow, he was ready to pull the trigger.
That's a brave caddy.
No.
Brave caddy.
You happy, all right?
I hope he hits a good one. Don Parrott is caddy, Johnny Morgan's old caddy. Oh, good, well done. Tommy Parrott, stop your man. Oh, it's just sneaking down. Oh.
Oh, unlucky.
You certainly were.
Unlucky.
You wouldn't have been able to stop John Morgan, because Morgan hits it in about 3 seconds flat. You like that, didn't you?
Well, we've got 163 for Dietrich. Wind more off your right from this angle, from the right-hand side of the fairway. And you saw what Lee Westwood did there. Pins 33 on, greens 38, so you don't have any room long. That's way right.
Yeah, it went well inside that ball, Dietrich. I think he's trying to hit a little draw, but boy, that started a long way right.
Ball above his feet from the rough doesn't look like a great lie. Double bogey at the previous hole of par 5. And looking left here. Oh, not too bad. It is going to feed down to the bottom of that swale. It will be an awkward third coming up. McIlroy has the driver out, John.
Yeah, driver out, breeze straight into you. Now the second bunker down there on the left-hand side, 298 yards. You want to take it out of play. Now, if he hits one like he did at the second, he will fly that bunker into this breeze. I mean, it's hard to believe what an advantage having the power of Rory McIlroy is.
John, you watched him quite a bit this week. When he's going into the wind, does he flatten out the ball flight with the driver, or does he just hit it through the wind?
He just hits it through the wind. It's just pure and utter brute force. Amazing technique, not much spin on it. Trying to sling this one a little bit from right to left, but he's hung it out there.
Well, they might have hit it past the natural area, the sand dunes with the native grasses.
Well, I've got to say, it's a beautiful hole, this third. Water all the way down the left, little rounding soft dogleg from right to left. Big old white green way up in the distance. Beautiful par 4, 442 yards. And Mika Kahunen just aiming down the right-hand side, playing it safe.
And playing it safe. You saw the stat there, the 6th most difficult hole on the golf course. And it is a risk and reward hole for sure. Take it up the left side, shorten it, better angle in.
Well, this isn't too pretty. It's going to be a touch fiddly. All sat down a smidgen, but it's downwind and a little bit downhill too. So it's going to be difficult to stop this one. You expect a little bit of release. .58 degree in hand, which is his most lofted wedge. You want to see soft hands and a bit of delicacy with this one. You've got to keep up the speed.
Just has to come out with spin a little bit. Yeah, exactly.
Nicely just slid the club underneath the ball, rolling out beautifully. Just misses on the left side, but there you can see the speed of the greens. Brilliant touch from the Belgian, yet to win on the DP World Tour. Of course, he had that win with fellow Belgian Thomas Pieters down in Melbourne, Australia, when they won the World Cup of Golf. Certainly, an individual win is on the horizon for the 29-year-old.
Gouveia to go next. Lee Westwood would have a good look at this, see how this one reacts. Putting up a ridge. It's going to be slow, moving left to right. Really eyeing this one up, trying to visualize that break.
Nice touch from well below the level where the hole is located today in this final round of the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. After that double bogey 7 at the previous hole, Gouveia is very happy to cozy that one up fairly close to the hole. It's the hotel in the distance over by the Formula One track. It's Sunday. I don't hear the bumblebees yet. Maybe they're taking the day off on Sunday. Been training all week. The high revving engines of those Formula One cars is such an amazing engineering feat, but they do sound like bumblebees in the distance. Westwood ready to go for birdie.
Oh, his approach shot was so nearly so good. Just caught the swale and moved to the left. Now back up the hill. You saw what Gouveia's did. A little bit left to right in this one again. Generous amount of break.
Oh, we knew it was right on line, said reach, and that is a little further than what it looks like. It's a racing mecca around here. The Yas Marina Formula One track, Ferrari World. You can just see the red roof on the top left of your screen right there, which is home to the world's fastest roller coaster. 149 miles an hour it goes. Just about the way Incy drives down the motorway, I think. I know Incy's a speed freak. She likes that stuff, go-karting and all that. McIlroy waits. Dietrich has this par putt after a really nicely played third shot from right of the green. Shouldn't be much in this one, but you can just hear the wind starting to blow in our microphones a little bit. It is forecast to get up to near 20 miles an hour in the gusts. It's sustained about 12 or 13 miles an hour at the moment. So I think wind will play a factor in this final round, the first Rolex event of the year. Dietrich started with a bogey, a par at the second, and a bogey at the third. And that is not a gimme. You know when you reach right away for a coin, it's further than it looks from this angle.
He's gonna wait.
It's far enough away that he's going to have a little walkabout there, Jamie. Think about it.
Yeah, he's just trying to settle himself down, Thomas Dietrich. Pin positions today are tough. Should be on the last day as well. This third hole's caused problems all week. Now Westwood for his par. Birdie start, but a par on this hole is no mean feat.
A good two-putt there. Hit a really nice second shot, and it just fed away down the slope. That is part of the nuance of this Yas Links, the Kyle Phillips design. I know we're a fan of many of Kyle Phillips' golf courses around the world. We see it year in and year out at Kings Barnes for the Dunhill Links Championship. Good par for Gouveia, especially after the double bogey where he made a real mess of it around the green at the previous hole. Let's have a look at the tee shots for Kanaya, Korhonen, and McIlroy, the only one to miss the fairway. I wonder if he got a good lie over there. I know John Morgan has been over there stalking things. Probably had a chat with Rory as well if he was around.
Yeah, I would, Jay. I definitely would. I mean, he's drawn a cracking lie here over on the right hand side, got right ahead of it, cut it into that breeze, so it went, just fell out of the sky. Like you wouldn't believe, went nowhere near the distance he's accustomed to, but it's well trodden down, grass going with, 184 yards to go, into the breeze, off the right, pins just right at that big groove that lurks at the back middle portion of this green. We've just seen Lee Westwood putt out of, so this can help with the ball flight on a little downslope. He can help him to knock this one down, probably a 5-iron in hand. It's a good one at that as well.
Even out of the rough, you get that whiz right after impact from McIlroy's iron shots, and that one comes up a little bit short of the green, so work left for the 32-year-old 8th ranked player in the world.
Well, Kanaya now 170 yards to go. Now this is a stiff breeze, like you say. It could get up to 20 miles an hour gusts, Jay, and that's a good 2-club wind. I feel like this is about the 1.5, maybe 2. It's just blustering up a bit here at the third.
The graphic we saw there, John Kanaya yesterday from the middle of the fairway made a double bogey 6 here at the third.
Yeah, it's easily done. Tough hole.
Ball feeding down to Lee Westwood territory.
Fourth tee. And Lee Westwood, 193 in C.
That's right. And the pin's 18 on, 7 from the left. On the left-hand side, wind off your left as well. Tough to get at. You really want to hit this and finish it in the heart of the green. That's your biggest target.
Oh, he likes it early. He certainly does. What a shot from Lee Westwood. I'm going to give him that.
73 adjusted.
You are going to give a putt?
I know.
Wow. The first for everything. Right now, Jamison's in first. Held a 1-shot lead going in the final round.
Hold up, please. Thank you.
That's one of the tough things about playing with superstars like a Westwood. If you hit first, the crowd tends to be focusing on the superstars game, and they start to move it around a lot. It's a distraction for sure. Always going to be tough to follow the brilliant shot of Westwood, but a good one from Gouveia.
Yeah, plenty going on around this green. You've got a huge swale and again shock slope on the left-hand side of this green, and then bunkers protecting green on the right. Now wind's just picking up a little bit now. Strong off your left.
Sensible shot. So most players will be playing from, hoping for a bit of feed from the slope. Didn't quite get it. Let's go back to the third. McIlroy just short of the green. Got plenty of green to work with. He's got plenty of options there as well. Korhonen and Kanaya. Outside chances.
Yeah, got the lofted club out. It's going to fly it all the way. He's going to cut it into a little bit of a right to left breeze. That'll hold it up nicely. He'll be able to generate quite a bit of spin here.
Beautiful shot from McIlroy. Taking out the slopes, as John said, spinning it up. That's what you can do off these tight surfaces.
Certainly you'd think the wind, going into the wind there, helped him pitch that shot the way he did.
Oh yeah. So nice being able to pitch into the wind. It just gets you so much spin on the ball. Makes it so much easier. He'd be so much more aggressive as he was there, McIlroy.
A nice sunny day for the final round. We've had a little bit of cloud cover, quite a bit of wind, of course. Huge winds nearing 40 miles an hour in the second round.
Yeah, when I turned up at this golf course, Jay, I was hearing that, you know, the players were going to slaughter this golf course, but it's shown its teeth. This wind, it's relentless. Look at that, up the hill, coming out of that big gully that lurks in the middle of this green. This one might have a bit of turn from right to left. About halfway through this putt. Slow putt into the breeze as well.
One just got away from him a little bit. He's going to have an awkward putt left for par. So much success already for the 23-year-old. 3 times a winner in Japan.
Well, Jay, I can tell you, I can see downtown for the first time this week. I mean, with the high winds and all the sand floating around, it's been all hazy and couldn't see it, but now it's in all its glory in the far distance.
Very international city and the capital of the UAE. Certainly a place, if you are a world traveler, is a wonderful place to come and visit. So many attractions.
Yeah, there's a lot to do, Jake. There is a lot to do. Now, big break off the right-hand side for Kohonen. Breeze off the right as well, aiming that a little bit more. Quite a few feet of swing here.
Well, like Kanaya, neither one lag it up there close to the hole. From 3 to 4, let's go up for Govea's birdie putt at the par 3 fourth.
And Dietrich having a good look at this. Big break for Govea there on the fourth.
Greens look like they have a little bit more trickle today, just a little bit more rollout.
Quite shiny, aren't they?
Yeah.
Quite a lot of breeze, just drying them out a bit.
Yeah, good crowds come out here on a Sunday. Come to see the final day's play, and they're following Rory McIlroy's group. Come to see world number 8. Now, Kanaya bolted that one through the break, and he's got a sneaky one down the hill, down the breeze. This will make you sweat.
Bogey, birdie, and at least a bogey at the third for Kanaya, shaking his head. Slopey greens here at Yas Links have proven a challenge for the players all week.
Well, has he learned from watching Govea's putt? Dietrich. No, it just goes the other way at the hole, see? A bit left to right, and it just goes back the other way. But not a bad putt.
First time the players have played here in a tournament. Many have played here in a pro-am. It's a learning experience. Sometimes it takes years to learn the greens on a new course.
Oh yeah, sure does. Dietrich and Govea both 2 over par though, and they're playing partner Westwood's 2 under, 4 behind already. Kohonen has tapped in now. Rory for his par.
Well, it's not too hot out here, but you still need your factor 50 on. The breeze is going to burn you. It did me yesterday. I got it smothered all over me, just like Rory McIlroy. This one a little hint off the right.
He kind of held the finish on that putt a little bit. Like, oh, I'm not sure if that was going to go in. Crept in on the right side. You see anything there, Jamie? Is he releasing it the way he should, or
just trying to hold it off, wasn't he, on the right-hand side? I think putting's a bit like long game. If you miss it, you want to miss it on the right. If you start pulling putts, you're in trouble. Westwood, straight in, surely, for another birdie. Yeah, in you go. 3 under for his round. Lee Westwood. What a start. He's looking up, he's not looking behind him.
No, certainly not. And he's just playing his way into competitive shape, you know, after having had COVID over the holidays.
Oh, what a great job he's doing at that.
He is.
Not played at all through the winter, caught COVID. What a swing. Because this is not really a pin that most players will be going for today, but when you're in Lee Westwood's situation, he knew it was, if he didn't get it just right, it was going to fall way, way down off the green there, and he played an absolute beauty.
73 adjusted. Well, he's a fearless player, and when you're in his position in the game, you're not really playing defensive. Let's have a look at the fourth. A little bit of an elevated tee there, and there you can see that hollow that Jamie was talking about a moment ago, short and to the left. If you hit it just a little to the right, it tends to feed down. Certainly you want to play away from those green arrows feeding away from the green, short-siding yourself down in a hollow.
Yeah, you're making bogey, aren't you, if you miss it left here. So make your mind up on the tee. I'm going to take it on or not. Beautiful day. Sun's out, breeze up. Great course. Well, it's playing 193, slightly downhill. Got to think 7-iron for McIlroy, I'm thinking, John. Not sure where the wind is sitting in the commentary box, though.
Yeah, straight off the left and a smidge into here, Jamie.
Yeah.
193, as you made reference to. They're just going through the back here. What to play. Now, I would ball flight this one. Get it down. Get a little bit of a wee draw on it as well. Get that ball landed in nice and soft on the green. I say it's 18 on, 7 off the left-hand side. It will feed off that left. Another one out to the right.
Stays up. Long way from the flag for McIlroy.
Wind straight off your right. Big dog in hand. Just trying to move this a little bit right to left. Ride the wind.
Hey, you must be going somewhere important, eh?
Second time Westwood's backed off now. Pin's in that front right corner, so if you can favour the left-hand side of the fairway, it will open up your second shot nicely. Got to watch out though. Shouldn't be in reach today, but you've got a bit of rough and bunk on the right-hand side. 302 to reach today.
Well, I was getting ready to say that Westwood has been one of the straightest drivers in the last 20 years. I'm glad I didn't. One that he wasn't particularly happy with, but it's not in a lot of trouble. Back to 4T and Korhonen.
It's a good swing from Korhonen. Oh yeah, super shot. Really good from Mikko Korhonen. He's 1 under his round so far. Par birdie, par start. Chance for another one there.
Also driver in hand for Gouveia. Just trying to ride the wind, let it be your friend. So he's drifting a touch to the left.
Oh, nice one. Ends down there in a hollow and avoids all the divots. That's always a bonus. This style of golf course, for the balls feed down to the low areas, you can get in divots.
Yeah, so visually off the tee, you can only see the right half, so you've got a lot more room left than what meets the eye. Hello.
Missing wide right is Dietrich, and he hasn't really had his ball striking boots on to this point. Kanaya's tee shot at the 4th. Over there in McIlroy territory, you can see Rory's ball on the fringe, and Kanaya's ball might have crept into that bunker, which collected a lot of balls in the second round when that hole was cut over in that portion of the green. The gold stars means you have won a Rolex Series event. Jamieson leads the way, really on the strength of that 9 under par 63 in the opening round, but Shane Lowry, Thomas Pieters, 2 proven winners on the DP World Tour, will be nipping at his heels. They'll all 3 be eyeballing each other, playing in the final group. Bernd Wiesberger buried the first hole. He's got 2 gold stars. Lee Westwood, 2 gold stars. Matthew Southgate, he too birdied the first hole. He was in our feature group coverage yesterday. Really had a nice ball striking round, had it going, let it fall away a little bit in the last 5 or 6 holes of his third round. Brilliant start from Callan Shinkwin and Jack Singh Broff, both 4 under par for their final round. So many points to play for, so much money to play for in these Rolex Series events. $8 million this week. Henrik Stenson really had a tough day yesterday. He's going out there with a brilliant final round effort, 7 under par with 3 holes to play for the former Open champion. Minwoo Lee, winner of last year's Genesis Scottish Open. He's 3 under par through 10. Tommy Fleetwood, we've seen a lot of Tommy this week, couple under par through 8. World number 2, Colin Morikawa, the DP World Tour number 1 last year, just going around in par, doesn't really have it this week. Brandon Stone, couple over par through 12 holes. He too a former winner of the Genesis Scottish Open. Torbjorn Olesen got his gold star at the Italian Open. Danny Van Tonder in December won his National Open at Sun City, the South African Open. So what a great win that was for Van Tonder.
Well, as you can see, Kanaya just marking his ball. Beautiful bunker shot. He's well in the bunker, into the breeze, down the hill, and flew it all the way nicely. Got it to within about 4 feet. And, well, Rory McIlroy just doing a bit of prep for his putt. There's a lot of sand, a lot of action that bunker's had on the right-hand side, so a lot of sand on his line to where the flag is. He's got a pretty lengthy putt just off the green, little soft double breaker this one. It's going to come off the right early, and it's going to have a bit more of a swing off the left as it comes down the hill. It just feeds off this front knuckle that's on the green. He's coming to where it's just about to break, and that's where he's thinking it's going to start moving from left to right. Good crowds now following this group. Coming to get inspired by this man.
Yeah, just got to trust your eye on these putts. Let it all come back to you. Let it sink in. Plenty of looks from McIlroy like that. Off he goes. Come on. Oh, it might come back the other way, you know. It might come back the other way, you know.
Was that one of those putts that about halfway there you knew was in?
I think so.
Yeah, brilliant putt from McIlroy.
It was tracking, wasn't it? All the way from Rory McIlroy. Brilliant stuff.
We had the advantage of having seen Dietrich's putt do that in the previous group, that little bend to the left at the end, and you knew it was going to do it, but wasn't going to do it enough, and it did. 2 birdies in the first 4 holes for Rory McIlroy. He's had a brilliant history here at the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. 7 times in the top 3, but never a winner. Unlikely to be a winner this week, but he's going to put on a good show today.
I think he fancied that one before he hit that.
Is that sarcasm?
No. No, not at
Really?
all. I he just had it in his eye. He was really eyeing it up. He had plenty of practice swings. Let's go ahead to Westwood on 5 off the upslope into a bit of breeze. Flag on the right. Well, down the middle of the green, but there's the pin. Keep going. There it is.
Did you sometimes from 50, 60 feet feel like, as we watched Korhonen putt for birdie after a really nice tee shot at 4, did you sometimes, this is one I'm going to hole?
Yeah, no doubt about
Really?
it. Yeah,
Wow.
there's
I mean, you were a fantastic putter.
Listen, but I had an eye for it. Always have had, actually. Strange. Some parts of the game come easy to you. You've got to put yourself in that right space. It's all about visualization. You see the line clearly. Just keep looking. Always look at your target. Putting's all about target orientation. You get too stuck over the ball, looking down at your action and where the club head's going, you're not going to putt well. Look ahead, like you're going to roll a ball, throw a dart.
Can I have missed the 4th green to the right? This for par. Hasn't had the best of starts. Bogey, birdie, bogey. This for his first par of the day.
And he's going to learn a lot playing with Rory McIlroy, number 53 in the world, Takumi Kanaya. So much pressure on the Japanese players, you know. They have an army of media follow them around, and cameramen all following their every step. The pressure's on as soon as they show some talent, which he's undoubtedly got. There's no escape.
Korhonen gave it a little bit of the Kevin Nah there, stroked it and started walking. Under through 4 holes for the 2-time winner. They head over to number 5. 405-yard par 4. So important to hit the fairway. Not only on 5, but every hole, really.
And this is the 5th hole. Pretty straight par 4. You want to try and go down the left, which you can't quite see off the tee. You go down the right hand side, you're up that bank where Westwood was, and they can all reach that. So try and get it down the left, and you see where the flag is today on the right hand side. So if you get it where that 300-yard marker is, you've got a lovely angle into this pin. But ooh, beware, anything right of this green today, you're in trouble. Or long in the bunker. So it's testing you. Even though it's a big green, it's a small target where that flag is. Plenty of humps and hollows.
Earlier in the week, we saw Rory with a lot of 3-woods off the tee. He's talked about wanting to put the ball in the fairway more often and trying to take advantage of what he hopes will be some improved short iron play inside of 150. And he does have a fairway medal, John.
Yeah, that's a good call, Jay. Wind's off the right, sneaky fairway. Grass bunker lurks down the right. Like Jamie alluded to, you want to be down the left if you can.
Yes. Good on you.
Well, Dietrich had a real toughie from the swale just short of the green and a touch of class about a foot. Now this is a tough one for Westwood. It's going to be quick, winds off your left, about 2/3 on the way down. It's going to move left to right a lot towards the end. Just want to get it on top of the ridge and try and let gravity do the rest.
Waiting for the
hoodies, right?
He's just waiting for the 1050 to Paris go over.
I'm a big fan of hoodies on the golf course, but when it gets really windy, it can get quite annoying sometimes.
Hasn't stopped yet. There he goes.
See the subtleties of the greens here in this Kyle Phillips design. It's why Jamie has been saying all week. It's a second shot golf course. You have to hit it in the right portion of the green to have a chance, and that is a good 18, near 20 feet away from the hole.
Driver for Kohonen back on the tee. Trying to get it down the left with this club. He's a model pro, is Mikko Kohonen. Doesn't get flustered, gets about his business, won a couple of times. There's Nick the jockey, his caddy. Used to be a jockey apparently. He's skinny enough. Been together a long time.
Kanaya with the driver. A little bit of an awkward tee shot. As you said, you want to play down the left side, but it's unsighted from the tee.
The real mistake here, it really was a second shot. Long left was a no-go. Difficult first putt, now trying to save par back up the hill.
He lost his concentration there. Whoever's over on the 6th tee might just want to just disappear for a bit. Apologies for that. There's plenty of distractions on a golf course at a professional event, and it's difficult to keep your concentration at sometimes.
Gouveia with this left to right swinging putt just goes across the front of the hole. It'll be a par for the Portuguese. Back with full playing rights on the DP World Tour after a successful season last year where he won twice in the Challenge Tour, earned his card back. Hopefully he can stay healthy for a while as Dietrich taps that one in. First of our two feature groups heads to the 6th tee. Challenging day, a little bit more blustery than I think most of us thought. Let's have a look at the tee shots at the 5th.
And they're all in good shape. All with just little wedges, sand irons in hand. Chance to attack this flag.
Yeah, 3 beautiful drives, and I'm feeling for Kanaya here, finding a pretty deep divot. Equal distance to both his playing partners, and after hitting a wondrous drive, it is a bit of a gutter because where this pin is lurking today, 14 on, 4 off that right-hand side, anything just a bit 3-4 yards shy will catch this bit of a swell and feed back towards the front right-hand portion of this green. Wind's off the right-hand side. Kanaya here having a coming a little bit steep on this one, so expect a little bit more spin.
Right in the end of a divot. As John said, you'll have to just hit down. It's a great view of the lie.
Looks good. Good shot from out of that lie. Kanaya just jarred his left wrist there a bit, I think.
Yeah, these boys are good. Yeah, he's just shaking it off a little bit there, Jamie. Mikko Kohonen now. Nick the jockey, as you were mentioning, played for Wiltshire. I played for Somerset, so he went head-to-head. He had a good team though. He had David Howell and Jess Tomlinson, who's part of the English Golf Union now, as we see Rory McIlroy going first. And that's that one coming up short, feeding off to the front right-hand portion of the green.
It's a portion of his game that he's really concentrating on. The inside 150, that was from 108.
Yeah, just a tiny 110 is max. Yeah.
Rory McIlroy gets those wedges down with distance control. Look out.
Yeah, he could win a half a dozen tournaments this year, Jake, without question. A man of his caliber. Now, similar yardage. Make a Kahunen. Sitting pretty in the middle of the fairway. Very soft, easy swing. Coming in a lot lower.
Hard to get to, then fall right.
Yeah, it's a tough pin to attack, that one.
Yeah.
Got it pin high. Korhonen, this is under that ridge. Now, 6th tee, Westwood. A little bit of anger in that one.
Should be okay, just in the primary rough. Of course, the rough isn't very deep or thick at this time of the year in the Middle East, the cooler season. This grass tends to go a little bit dormant in the cool weather. But we have pretty cool nights here in the desert, and it's been warming up to right around 73, 74 degrees, which is about 22 degrees centigrade. If you're into the new math. I always have to take off my shoes and socks to figure all that stuff out. Final group will go off at 11:50 local time, which is in about 50 minutes. They'll be out on the range warming up. I'm sure there will be some nerves, especially for the leader, Scott Jamieson, trying to win on the DP World Tour for the second time. He won the Nelson Mandela Classic in Durban, South Africa. It was a weather-shortened event. We can see the ball positions at the 5th for McIlroy, Kanaya, and Korhonen. Kanaya hit the best shot of the three.
Well, more Rory McIlroy stalking this putt again like he did on the previous hole after a hole in that absolute triple breaker from downtown. And this one, a slow putt up the hill. No more than probably a ball outside left, if anything. I mean, when you hole a putt like that, you kind of feel the vibe that he's stalking it for a reason. He feels another one's coming his way. Try and get on a nice little birdie charge.
Looks interested. Oh, he was until the very end. That putt at the 4th went a long way towards getting McIlroy to the 100-foot mark. Of course, these guys, the 100-foot mark is the bellwether of a good putting round. You add up the length of putts you hole in 18 holes, and if you can get over 100 feet, it's a very good putting day by most standards.
You got a little down the slope before it, and it just flattened out.
184 yards for Lee Westwood. Wind straight off your left and into from this angle. Just in this right rough. Ball a little bit above your feet as well. You have to see Lee Westwood try and draw this one in. The slope's going to help him. Just hold it against the wind. Get it landing softly as well. Got the grass bunkers just on the left and beyond the green. It's cut tight as well. 28 on, 4 left. A little bit of room, more than enough room, just right at the flag.
That slope should just help him draw this one in, and he's done it beautifully. Come on, get down there. That was a bit unlucky, that. Stay there.
Korhonen for birdie at 6. Excuse me, 5.
.174. Just trying to hold a 7-iron, just trying to draw it a little bit.
Stand still, please. Thank you.
All above feet, a touch as well. Just backing off. I think we've got a few spectators moving around in the dunes. Reset and go again.
Good shot for Govea.
Kanaya for a birdie on 5, and he gets it. Second birdie of the round. He's had 2 bogeys as well, so he's back to even par for his day. 2 under for the tournament. That's better.
Dietrich posing as his ball is in the air. Second to the 6th, and was right on line. Does kick forward up onto the green. Westwood's ball did just hang on to the high side of that ridge, which was just left of his ball. All 3 players in this group have birdie putts, but none of them are particularly close to the hole. Jamie, you were talking earlier in the week, you know, looking at the pin sheet the night before, the morning of, kind of making a plan. Okay, this is a tough one. I'm not going to attack this one, but I'm going to attack that one. So you always had a game plan before you teed off.
Yeah, you do. Unless you hit a tee shot down a hole and you got a perfect yardage to a pin, you think, oh, you know what, I'm going to take this on. I'm not going to play quite so safe. So yeah, you have to have a plan of where you're going to attack and where you're not going to attack. Go back to the tee on this hardest hole, John.
Yeah, it's the tightest fairway as well, though, Jamie. No surprise he's playing the hardest one to hit. Wind off the left-hand side, slightly into their faces here at the 6th. Can iron out. Ripping driver after that beautiful birdie at 5.
Yep.
This one, nice low ball flight running.
He reminds me of Hinako Shibuno, the young Japanese player who won the Ladies Open at Woburn a couple of years ago with his elbow position there. Kanaya. Very similar. Now Rory.
I think trying to follow suit, Rory, now with that ball flight. Needs to get it nice and low out of the wind. And he has. This one's a low bullet, slightly down the right-hand side, though.
Looking at it intently. John will be able to tell us in a few moments if that's in the fairway or the first cut of rough. But certainly not a poor tee shot for Rory, who seems to be a little bit more aggressive off the tee in this final round.
Yeah, just run out of room. Just found that right rough there, Jay, as we see Kahuna now out with driver 2. Played with this chap on the Challenge Tour before he got his European Tour card, and yeah, it's a quiet, nice soul.
Very nice man, the 41-year-old Finn, ranked 198th in the world. Very consistent. 12 times Korhonen went to tour school.
Well, Dietrich and Westwood have similar sort of putts. Dietrich to go first, putting it up and over a slope just shy of the pin. So uphill, then back down, coming in left to right, and it's just going to straighten up towards the end. Tough pin to get at today, really difficult.
No bogeys so far for Dietrich in this final round. 2 bogeys. One one spun out and went a good 3 feet past the hole. He just cannot buy a break. Really did the damage himself at the first hole, driving into the bunker, then hitting it over the green into the back bunker where he had no play, which led to his first bogey of the day. Failed to get up and down from just right of the green at the third, so he made his 2 bogeys.
Kind of got to get it just coming over the top of this hill, and then it comes back this way.
I think Gaffney breaks right to left in there.
And then
Yeah.
it comes back that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, similar sort of putt. It's going to go up and over the slope, left to right all the way, but I actually think towards the end this could come off the right. Did a bit of a double breaker.
Yeah, it needs to be getting to the top of that hill. It's right.
Overall, you're aiming left of the cup though.
Hey! Hey! Yo! You! And now he's moving. Like wacky races out here.
Westwood waits for the gallery to stop moving. Just to update you on the wind, it's now blowing 18 to 25 miles an hour, so much higher than anticipated.
Can he gather himself westward? Says Mossy. Yeah, they were right, did go right to left.
He was clearly looking for the ball to move left to right to start, and then right to left as it did at the end. So he was half right. McIlroy back down the fairway, just in the right rough, watching the proceedings up on the green ahead. Double teapot.
Bit more of a straightforward putt this one. Just a gradual break right to left.
Bingo for Cavea.
Bit like that.
Just like that, indeed. First birdie of the day. Even par for his tournament. That's a tie for 51st.
Couple feet for par for Lee Westwood. He was 3 under through 4, bogeyed 5 with 3 putts. Good 2-putt at the 6th for the 3-time DP World Tour Rankings champion. Seems to be just a little frustrated at the moment.
Corhonen short left, long way in from there. Better angle for McIlroy out of the right-hand rough, providing he's got a lie. And Kanaya in good shape down this 6th hole. Just the 5 birdies today on this 6th.
There you can see Kanaya 2 under par through 3 rounds at the 6th hole. He has an eye for this hole where McIlroy is 2 over par. Amazing how different holes fit different players' eyes. Maybe just the way it sets up off the tee. Can be a lot of little things.
Yeah, uneven ground here for Corhonen down the left-hand side. Freshly laid turf. Feet are on it, but he's drawn a nice lie. He's got 189 yards to go. I mean, he can't really see the flag from where he is down this left. The pin tucked way over on the left-hand side, 28 on, 4 off it. It's a bunker short left. He's just got to flirt with that. Wouldn't be surprised if he's just aiming at the camera tower, trying to feed it from right to left. But it's a tall order with the wind off the left-hand side. See him trying to work the hands over.
Nothing about Corhonen's game looks rushed or worried. Looks like he's very comfortable. Good man on his bag, as we were talking about earlier. Nick the jockey, as we look at Rory.
Yeah, on a little upslope ball above his stance for Rory McIlroy. 173 yards to go.
Sounded good. Just come up short. Can't believe it.
That was a long way short. Jamie definitely missed landing it by a good 10 yards, I think. Drawing it into the left to right breeze. Did that. Now, just dodged a bunch of divots, as you can see. Down this left-hand side, just hung on for dear life on the fairway. Can't see the flag from where he is.
Kanaya, a really good-looking young 23-year-old player as Dietrich gets ready on the 7th tee. A very gettable par 5, isn't she?
Yeah, absolutely, especially with this wind, more like 5 o'clock down off your right. Unfortunately, Gavert just hit it in the left rough. You're eyeing up the right-hand side. Bit of a spine on this fairway. Favour the right-hand side, it's kicking that way. Anything left is going left. Trying to work that in. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if that's landed in the dunes. I think it could be okay. Now, Westy. Won't be looking to start this as far right. You've got 2 bunkers on the right, which won't be in play. 268 to carry. Downwind, no problem. But that's your line.
Strength of Westwood's game has always been his driving. Needs to rely on that now.
Yeah, that's good.
Short stuff. Yeah. On the right, left. See where the guy behind is now.
Westwood makes a birdie. Next birdie or bogey will set the tone for his round for Westwood. Got off to a great start, 3 under after 4. So we go back to 6. Rory in the middle of the bunker here at 6. Corhonen on the front, got a very good. Oh, it's not a great lie, that, John.
No, and it's below his feet. On a little downslope as well, making the ball squeeze out a little bit lower than he would like, because it's a pretty lengthy bunker shot, this one. He's going to have to land it on this little plateau. That's a good 15 feet shy of where the pin is. Let it feed down to where this pin is on the left-hand side. Tall order shot coming up.
Just feeding away on the slope. Really the result of not having the distance control with his second from the right rough.
Yeah, missed his landing spot there, Jay, by about 10 feet.
Yeah, and came up a good bit short with his second, didn't he?
I always find the sand out here in the Middle East, with the sun and the wind, it just compacts. It's very hard to get the club through it. We saw that with McIlroy's shot there. It's pretty hard underneath.
No, I mean it's almost left to right.
Well, Kanaya, the best of the bunch. He's loving this hole, like you made reference to, making 2 birdies on it. That's unbelievable.
Oh, he held his second shot, John, on the first day, Kanaya, believe it or not.
Oh wow, did he?
Yeah.
Phew.
Doesn't happen often, that, does it?
No.
So, what chance Corhonen getting within, say, 5 feet here?
Well, he's a good pace putter. This is where Corhonen excels. You know, brilliant putter. And yeah, he's scoping this one out. Glove on, never takes it off. As soon as he puts it on the range, ready to warm up, it stays on until he finishes his round. This is just over 80 feet, and there's loads of humps and hollows, down and roundabouts he's got to go. This has got every movement in it you can think of. He's been halfway down the putt, behind it, you name it. Good visualization here and feel in the hands. Down the dip, up and over. There's a little movement off the left.
Just got a good look at how pure these greens are. That ball never left the putting surface in the 85 feet. It rolled. Beautiful putt from the Finn. Stress-free 2-putt from 85 feet. That doesn't happen often. I noticed that earlier in the week watching players putt in practice. The ball just rolls perfectly. Never seen a better surface. I've seen faster surfaces. Of course, they did try and slow the greens down a good bit for the second round when the winds gusted up to near 40 miles an hour. But I've never seen a purer surface than what they are this week.
Yeah, they're stunning, Jay. I give Kahuna a 9.5 out of that one. Out of 10. 10 is in. That was a top putt. Now, a little off the left-hand side for Kanaya here. Down the hill.
That one's out to the right. So I think we've talked all week about how great the golf course conditioning is. Let's give a hand to Corey Finn, the superintendent here at Yas Links. He and his team have done a wonderful job in presenting the golf course for this year's Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. The first time it's ever been at Yas Links. The first 16 editions of this great event were held at Abu Dhabi Golf Club. I think everyone is really enjoying the new venue.
He's done a proper job here, Jay, in wonderful conditions. Magnificent golf course this, in impeccable condition. Now we see Rory McIlroy. This one coming up over that little side of that knuckle. This one going to move it from left to right and down the hill. He had a little free read off Kahuna, no. Don't like that.
Yeah, first bogey of the day for McIlroy. Down to the second shot. Just misjudgment.
A little bit of a momentum stopper there for the 8th ranked player in the world. And everyone always wants to watch Rory, such an incredible talent. Everyone's kind of wondering, as he probably is, when will the next major championship come? The last one was in 2014. Of course, he won 2 majors that year, the PGA and the Open Championship. This is long enough to keep your full interest. No problem at all. A one-stepper, a big step though. Pulls it out for par. Plays a 6th hole and 2 under for the week on the strength of that eagle 2 in the first round. Not sure anyone will do better on one of the more difficult par 4s on the golf course. They make the slow march over to the 7th, the par 5, which typically is going to have a little bit of a weight. It is a reachable par 5. Just kind of a measured pace for McIlroy. It is 11:25 local time. At 11:50, Jamieson, Lowry, and Peters will be the last group to tee off. Lowry, the former Open champion. Peters, a 5-time winner on the DP World Tour. They will be putting some pressure on Scott Jamieson, trying to win for the 2nd time. Edry Arnaus, the young Spaniard, he is 7 under on the day, having a brilliant day. Callum Shinkwin, 4 under par through 13. Same for Jack Singbrow, 4 under through 11. Some very good scoring in windy conditions. Terrell Hatton, a 4-time Rolex Series winner, defending champion. He is even par through 5 in his final round. Of course, he imploded with that quadruple bogey 9 after having such a good first 17 holes to his 3rd round. Henrik Stenson, 1 hole to play. He is 7 under. Great bounce back after a poor 3rd round for the former Open champion. Housing 3 under through 13 to be on even par, tie for 51st on a week that has really bunched up scoring. Not a lot of separation.
Yeah, it's one of those days, isn't it? Just that second round where the whole field got split up by that gale that they played in. It was a great watch for us. Tough to play in. We found all the golf balls, Incy, down there on the 7th.
Yeah, we found about a total of 3 golf balls, but unfortunately none of them conveyors, which is disappointing. Did hit a professional straight down the middle. It's always easier the second time, isn't it? Why is that?
If we knew the first one wouldn't be tough, would it? we would replicate what we feel on the second one. Maybe just, you know, oh, it's not going to matter. I'll find the first one, less pressure, less thought goes into it, a little bit of frustration. Certainly it has to be a psychological difference, not a physical one. That tee shot for Gouveia, he does lie 3. The other 2 ready to play their seconds to this par 5 7th, with most of the wind should be from the right. Couple of eagles today. You can see the flagstick blowing pretty well here at the 7th green.
Even right of it, there's nothing right there.
Yeah, a little bit offline for Dietrich off the tee, but thankfully he managed to find it. Ball's absolutely buried in this fescue-like grass. It's sat down. You see how tough that was. Still in the long stuff.
Yeah, that didn't get out, did it? So troubles for Dietrich on this easiest hole on the golf course, but you've got to hit the ball on the short grass.
Right where your left foot is.
They still can't find it.
Right in there.
It's there somewhere. Amazing, isn't it? They know where it is and they still can't see it.
I think it's just about a foot into the fescue. Looks like Gouvea's going to go next,
still,
though.
please, thank you.
Long iron in hand. Just trying to hit the dance floor. Pins in that front right section. Everything chases anything short of the green. It's going to run. As a huge miss hit to the left.
Well, he made a mess of the first par 5 in this opening 9, where he made a double bogey 7, and similar result. Both holes players are looking to make 4, not 5, let alone 6s and 7s. A wade on the tee, not surprising. Still looking for Thomas Dietrich's ball as Kanaya is ready to go. I mean, they know within a few feet of where it is.
Here we go, here we go. Oh, I haven't identified it, but... Yeah? Thank you.
That's a relief. Tried to get a bit too much out of that first one, didn't he? Sort of like looked like he was trying to hit like 7 iron out of that stuff. Greed is a terrible thing, you know.
Bet you know all about that, Spency.
Yeah, well, trying to push a little bit too much and see, trying to get a bit too far. He's not going to hit too much club out of this, is he?
There's a lot of running around back and forth on this fairway. Lots of drama. Just trying to work out who's going to go first. Looks like Dietrich. Go on, take your medicine. Put it back in place. See how tough that is.
And he's strong.
Nice and still, please.
He's just bunted that up the fairway now, westward.
All that waiting. 253 yards to the pin today. Ball below his feet. Just trying to get some height. Wind down off your right as well. Four iron. He's had some amazing iron shots so far.
And down it goes into that swale. That will be tough from down there. Might be able to putt it. Might be able to. We'll go back to the tee. McIlroy's had 2 of the 7 eagles on this hole this week.
Yeah, not surprised, Jamie. I mean, this is a really go-get-em par 5 down the breeze off the right-hand side. Definitely suits Rory McIlroy's shape. Can send it over the right-hand side, let the wind do the rest, and go in there with just probably a flick with an 8 iron, really. Can iron out on the tee first here at 7. Little Miranda's this one's a little bit of a snaky one from left to right and then right to left for the second shot. Aiming at that big, straight over the right edge of that right bunker you see.
Kanaya gave that one the full business, John.
Yeah, it's a really topsy-turvy fairway, this one as well, Jake. Get some uneven, even lies.
Beautiful shaping of the ground by Kyle Phillips and his team.
That's what you get to see with Kyle Phillips. You see it at Kings Barnes, another gorgeous golf course of his. These designs, we see Kahuna now out with driver.
Yep.
And there we go, there's dissection for you, straight down the middle. Now hold on to your hats, everybody. The jumper's off. He's teeing it high, ready to let it fly, taking it down the right. Little baby draw will be handy. Ride the wind, get some extra yardage.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he likes that one. McIlroy. That's easily within reach for McIlroy. He's gone birdie, eagle on the 7th hole this week. 72, 75, 67 for McIlroy. 75 was okay actually, round 2. That was tough. 72 the first day, just never got it going. Just got a couple under early, then just got in a bit of trouble. Let's give him a 67 there, and suddenly the whole week looks a bit different. Yeah, take 5 shots off that 72, he's 8 under. It's a little bit simplistic, I know, but that was a poor first round for McIlroy. Right, up ahead to Gouveia. Out of the bunker. Okay.
Yes, according to my maths, Dietrich 1 in the fescue, still in the fescue, out. And then trying to save this putt for a par. Westwood very close to being very good. There's a big swale just right of the green here. Now back up the hill, it's got to be right to left. Can't fly it all the way, it's downwind. So just trying to land this on the slope. Needs a little bit of forward momentum with that first bounce.
No, brilliant pitch from Westwood, especially when you think that's the weakest part of his game. Always has been, but a nice one there from a difficult position, right of the 7th. Birdie putt to come for the 3-time winner of the DP World Tour rankings. 2-time Rolex Series winner. Of course, he won the Nedbank Golf Challenge, and then in 2020, his most recent DP World Tour win. He won here at the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. Westwood been a prolific winner around the world. 44 times he has bested the field. This is his 580th event in his DP World Tour history. He's going to hit 600, one would think, this year. Pretty full schedule that would be for Westwood at the age of 48. 21 events would be quite a few, but certainly that'll be a great milestone. Gouveia ready to go.
Well, this is the putt for bogey, back up the hill into the wind. The fairway's front to back, which means it's going to go right to left.
Hit the hole. Yeah, disappointing off the tee for Gouveia. Double bogey 7. You feel like you're driving down the road throwing notes out the window at this stage on a Sunday.
Well, it's bad enough doing it once, but doing it twice in the same round, 2 double bogey 7s. Both holes, players would be standing on a tee thinking 4. Collectively, you'd be thinking 4.5 or 9. He's played them in 14.
Well, isn't this the most perfect angle for Dietrich's putt, and into right to left as well? Lots of players just struggling on the greens these days. I think it's tough to read, and then you add in the wind. Makes it a tough equation.
Tough when you're putting for bogey.
Plenty of drama on this hole. My little legs are feeling quite tired now.
Yeah, how many steps did you do yesterday?
Believe it or not, so when I play around the golf, it's about maybe 13,000 steps or so. And walking around yesterday, I did 21,000 steps on the golf course.
Well,
I think that's mind-blowing.
That would only be about 10,000 for me, NT.
Yeah, to be fair, I do have quite short legs. Have to take extra steps to keep up. Now Westwood, birdie putt.
Been working in tandem, reading the putts, and sometimes I think that's a little bit more difficult. The caddy really doesn't know what your feel is. Always tough for someone else to read breaking putts. I think maybe a putt that is it straight or is it right center is different, but when you're dealing with a pretty good break, so much depends upon the speed. There you can see the ball positions for Korhonen, Kanaya, and McIlroy. Both Kanaya and McIlroy 328 yards. Korhonen got it out there pretty good for him, not one of the longer hitters, 317 off the tee. All three likely will be unsighted to the green, especially McIlroy and Korhonen down the right side, the lower portion of the green, or the fairway, excuse me.
Yeah, you're bob on, Jake. I mean, Rory and Korhonen won't be able to see the flag from where they are. Kanaya definitely will be. He's in the center of the fairway. Unfortunate break for Rory there. Just hit the upslope, kicked it right, lost all the pace. Equal measure to his playing partners. It shows you the way he spins the ball as well. Doesn't put much spin on it. The other guys spin their drivers a bit, rise the wind when it's down into the breeze. That's where Rory McIlroy comes up trumps and pitch it through that breeze. Korhonen from the right-hand side, 247 yards down the breeze off the right. And what a pin position today. Proper Sunday pin this. Really close to that big swell lurking short and right. Pin today just on 17. Now you've got to pitch this a good 20-30 yards short. Let it bang down the hill. Going with the long iron.
Oh, man.
And there you have it.
Yeah, just feeding down onto the green, which goes away from the players and downwind. So that one's going to feed over towards the hole. Will it hold up or catch that slope off to the right? And no. There it goes. Such an exacting golf course, but as it should be. This is a par 5. It should have a difficult green, John.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a pretty easy hole. Straight down the breeze is par 5. Kanaya out. And this one going left. Won't be going in that bunker. That's a long bunker shot from there.
Wind blowing pretty hard right now. McIlroy can't see the green or the flag.
Yeah, just aiming at the camera tower in the distance. Just hearing 2 eagles already here, Jake. This one really high, trying to fly it all the way.
Right on line. Is it going to hold? No, it's going to take the fate of the slope. It was looking so good. Maybe 3-4 feet left. It would have carried on straight and ended up just to the left of the hole. Such a narrow little portion where that hole is cut. I love it. It's a great challenging pin. Such creativity the tour staff has used to set up the challenge here for this final round at Yas Links, and we go to Westwood on the tee at 8.
This is a beautiful par 3, 182 yards today. Middle right section of the green. Wind strong off your left, it's really picking up. This is the perfect 7-iron for Westy. Just trying to start this in the heart of the green, let the wind work it. Dangerous though with the water on the right and the bunker as well. Playing well away from it.
Well, there are some slopes that feed it over to the right side, but you don't want to mess with that penalty area to the right, and it slopes down to the penalty area as well.
Although it's a bit downwind, you're a bit protected because you're landing in a relatively flat part of the green. If you pitch it pin high, you've got a little bit of a backstop too. So there's your insurance policy. Dietrich just having a look if the guys on the third are about to hit or not. And this is the perfect 8-iron for Dietrich, eyeing this one up. Like I said, heart of the green is your target, and if the wind moves it, great, and if it doesn't, you've got a nice putt, giving yourself a chance of birdie.
Really good looking controlled swing from Dietrich, but he too, like Westwood, playing safe away from the trouble. One of those hole locations that Jamie Spence would have probably thought, okay, I'm not going to take this one on. This is not one I need to take a chance with.
Unfortunately, I used to take them all on. I just couldn't resist it.
You had a better plan, though, maybe, than the execution.
Possibly.
Were you one to reach for the chocolates, though? If you couldn't resist?
Absolutely. Gavea's got to have a go at it, I think, Incy now.
Yeah, he has to. Did you guys ever tee it up on the same side of the trouble to play away from it? I mean, par 3 is probably not a great example, but more so perhaps off the tee on a par 4.
Yeah, you want to give yourself the best angle, don't you, to suit your eye. But that's a frightening pin, isn't it, no matter where you tee it up. But pretty good shot to get pin high.
And he brings up a good point that golf is so much about angles, and these guys really do play with angles. Not a good one for Kanaya.
No, not a good one at all, but he's got a lengthy bunker shot here, straight back into the breeze, slightly off his right, but he's got a good lie in the bunker. Jake, no qualms there. Nice flat lie as well to boot. He can use a little bit, but a bit of a backstop behind the flag.
He's showing some real touch around the greens, and that was a pretty small target. Another 3, maybe 4 feet if that ball carried on would have rolled down to where McIlroy and Korhonen's balls are located. That was a brave shot, carrying it that far, spinning. We haven't seen many bunker shots spin and stop so quickly. Seems to be a short game wizard, and here is what McIlroy has in front of him.
Well, 2 balls were pretty much kissing one another here. Korhonen marked his ball, marked it to the side. He'll replace that. Rory McIlroy going with putter, straight up a steep slope, swinging massively off the right-hand side. Lots of fringe to putt through.
That was an attempt for his 3rd eagle this week at the 7th hole. That big bank he had to go up, which he's climbing up now, and big break from right to left. Not a bad effort.
Yeah, it was a hard shot there, Jay, as we see Korhonen now replacing it.
Another look at McIlroy's putt, and I'm sure that Korhonen was watching closely, as John said, playing from a similar position.
Yeah, they'd have been tempted to kind of chip it, I think. You know, take the big bank out of play and just nudge it into their one hop and stop, but it's not much green to work with. Down the breeze, it was a tall order off a tight lie.
Is this one of those, John, that if it was into the breeze, it would be just, you know, you'd have the chance to flop it up there?
Yeah, you definitely, Jay. If the wind was round the other direction, it would be a no-brainer. On a little upslope, you get a nice bit of grab on it. Wouldn't be a problem. It's a tall order shot, though. I mean, I was surprised Mika Kahunen didn't really get near the kind of line of Rory's putt to see what actually done. He was well out of the way. But he's replaced it now. Out with putter. Now we know what a great putter this man is. Aiming way right, you can nearly die a death off the green. It will bleed down onto it. Going a direct route, and it's the fast route. We've got a bit of work to be done.
Now once it gets up on top of that slope, it's going with the wind on these slick greens. Make sure you get it up on top first. Dietrich for birdie at 8.
Big old movement for Thomas Dietrich here, left to right, putting across this backstop we talked about earlier.
Westwood was certainly watching closely. Westwood's an old pro. He doesn't miss much.
Kanaya on the 7th for his birdie.
Yeah, after a lovely bunker shot, a little hint of right to left in this one, Jamie. Oh, held his line, that one.
Stayed there, John. Stayed there. Fooled us all.
And you got all 3 putts moving left to right. Westwood had a great look at what Dietrich's did. And the wind's just helping it as well. Pretty slick towards the end. Putting back into the water.
He's almost 90 degrees.
Hopefully not into the water, towards the water.
Yeah, let's hope not. Super putt from Westwood. Great touch.
Was Rory's ball scampered on past the flag from the right hand side. Didn't do a lot once it went past it, so don't see a lot of movement in this at all. It's a good opportunity of a birdie though. It'd be pretty gutted to walk off with a par.
Misread, I think he hit the putt he wanted to hit. He just can't believe it. Never came back the other way. If anything, went right to left for McIlroy. 1 under for his round.
Fast with the wind, so inside right though.
Kohonen's got a similar putt from a similar line.
Yeah, going to school on Rory McIlroy's putt here, Jamie. It's a beautiful day at the office for a nice little stroll round this Yas Links golf course. Absolutely beautiful. Less clouds than there has been all week.
And he makes it, Korhonen. Steady stuff from him, 2 under par. Moves into the top 20 with that. Tied 19th, is 4 under par.
We saw Dietrich run it past the hole. I'm sure he was watching closely. It should help him with this read, and it did. A good par save for the Belgian. Fortunately, he is 3 over on the day, 2 over in total. Yet to make a birdie. Yas Links does run across this tidal inlet. Of course, We're on Yaz Links, a wonderful entertainment area with golf, Formula One, Warner Brothers entertainment area, Ferrari World. All eyes are on Westwood trying to hold his par putt. That was a really good 2-putt with that huge break from left to right. He learned a lot from Dietrich's putt.
Yeah, he certainly did. Lee Westwood, good 2-putt for him. Sun's coming out. Nice breezy day here on the links, Yas Links, and the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. Looking back to the tee. Now, is anybody going to take this flag on? I doubt it. Problem is, you hit it too far left. You've seen what putts they have. They're very difficult indeed. So, play safe. You've got a tough 2-putt coming up. 182 yards today, this 8th hole.
Yeah, what a pin position today, Jamie. My goodness, fraught with danger. 182 yards, as you just said, and it's just over that front right bunker. Water looks just there on the right-hand side, just 4 off it. That will kick right straight down into there. Tide's out at the moment. I think it's going to get a little bit windier as the day goes on. Now you've got to be aiming pretty much at there's a back bunker there, the right edge of the camera tower. Feed it off of that, don't want to be too greedy. There's a little bank behind this pin today, at this front right pin location. We'll come back a wee bit, not too much though. Down the breeze and the wind pumping off the left as well, out towards the water.
I think everyone taking a while to take a shot here, John. Everyone knows the difficulty of this whole location. They've all had a look at it. The dot was out yesterday. They've scoped it out in the 3rd round after they putt out or while they're waiting to putt out the previous day. They know this is a tough one.
Yeah, they were all hitting 9-irons yesterday to that front left flag. I won't be surprised if they're gripping down a little bit on an 8. Feed it in there from left to right if you dare.
Always tell by the player's body language whether they fancy a shot or not, or if it bothers them, and certainly this is one that is challenging the players.
Well, the other issue here is it's all yellow stakes, so if you do go in the water, it does pitch on the bank and goes in the water. You've got to go back to the dropping zone. You can't drop it by the green, so that just comes into the equation as well here on 8.
Yeah, I can tell you, Jimmy, that drop zone that you're talking about is on the last tee box, which is a good 100 yards away from where the pin is as well, and that's a knee knocker of a shot coming your way if you do happen to hit it in the water or don't cross the line.
Kanaya struggling on the short holes this week, 5 over collectively.
We talked about drop zone. This might be it. Oh,
That would have made your heartbeat skip a couple of times before it lighted down onto the green. But good now. You have to think Johnny probably pushed that a little bit.
yeah, I thought that was going one place with his reaction. You don't want to be a natural drawer with this right pin today. You want to be a fader. You want to be aiming at the middle of the green, work it from left to right and use the breeze. Rory McIlroy trying to hold one off here. Good strong strike.
Straight out the flag. What a shot from McIlroy.
Just a different class of player. Very few have the ball striking acumen of a McIlroy. Not many in history, let alone playing the game today. And at times he can be fearless.
Yeah, he does like to play with a little draw, but it's important just to hold shots off as well. Westwood on the 9th. Oh yeah, that looks an absolute honey. Down the 9th. Oh, big bounce as well. Look at that go.
I think he would have liked a smaller bounce and not have that side hill lie he's going to be faced with. He's Scott Jamieson holds a one-shot lead. The final group has teed off. They did so 4 minutes ago, so everyone is now on the course or finished in this final round of the first Rolex Series event of the 2022 season. Who will be the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship winner? Will it be someone that gets their first gold star? It would be a second for Shane Lowry. He's a favorite on many people's minds going into this final round.
Yeah, I like Thomas Pieters today. Class act. The Scott Jamieson, our leader, I think if he can just break par, you never know. Got a great rhythm, Scott Jamieson, and he's a good putter, so he's got a lot in his favour, but he's being chased down. That to come.
Really good round from Henrik Stenson, who struggled yesterday in our feature group coverage. Finished up with a 7-under par round of 65. The Young Hill amateur made it to the weekend, acquitting himself well. Jamie Donaldson tied for 50th on even par, playing his 6th hole of the day.
Yeah, a lot of scores around level par, quite a few over par today. It's not easy. It's a terrific round by Henrik Stenson. Of course, playing pretty difficult today with the pin positions cut on the corners by the water.
Are the tee placements for Korhonen, Kanaya, and McIlroy. We thought Kanaya played an aggressive shot. McIlroy played an even more aggressive shot. Korhonen has that big swinging left to right putt, not an easy one. McIlroy and Kanaya much better lines, less break to play, but this one is a real challenge even once you've reached the green, John.
Oh, isn't it? I mean, this is the trick of this golf course. The greens, they're big, they're very undulating. And get them back up to speed, which they've done. Obviously, they had to slow them up for Friday. They brought them back up to speed again. So this is a tough putt down the hill, breaking off the left, down the breeze as well. All slopes towards the water. And Nick the jockey, Kahunan going to school here, doing their homework. You want to glide this one down here, just pitter patter it. Just see it, just barely making the hole. Don't want to be racing this a couple of feet past. It's easily done.
Longest putt he's held, 24 feet this week. It's on its way. Oh, nearly. Steady, steady.
Cool, how fast was that?
That was quick, wasn't it?
You hardly touched that, Jamie.
Just a little bit of shine on the greens now.
Yeah, this constant breeze really drying them out. Got to put on this Platinum Paspalum a couple of years back over in Mexico, and so impressed with it. Really was. Not as grainy as you might think for a very strong grass.
The first Paspalum greens I ever putted on was in the mid 80s at Durban Country Club. They were the first ones to really bring it out on the greens. Of course, many like this course at Yas Links use it from tee to green. It is a great surface.
Well, putting back into the breeze here after that aggressive play off the tee. Rory McIlroy. Don't see a lot of moving in this putt. I just wonder if the breeze might affect it from right to left, if anything. Putt up the hill, can be nice and aggressive with it.
Probably disappointed he didn't make that, but if you gave him 3 on the tee before he had his tee shot, he would have taken it. A very good score at the 8th.
Westwood, second shot on 9. Flag on the left, and he's played an absolute peach, but that'll just roll off. Stay there. Okay. That's all right.
You just see it running right into it.
Released, isn't it?
Well, this one's got to break off the left-hand side. Kanaya down the hill. You've seen the speed of Kahunen's putt as it raced. He was further coming from the left-hand side. He's taken that into consideration. Ball outside left, if anything.
Very good effort for the 23-year-old. He's going for the 6th birdie of the day at the 8th. I'm surprised with that whole location. There's already been 5. There's also been 5 bogeys and 1 double or worse. Penalizing hole.
Punting for par. Korhonen. McIlroy's just went a little bit right to left. Not much. Not much. About there. He's very solid from that range, is Mikko Korhonen. 41-year-old. Doesn't give much away. Kanaya taps in for his par 3.
Korhonen, as you just pointed out, 41 years old, had his best scoring year ever last year, the first time he ever averaged under 70, where he was 69.98. So with the somewhat advanced age of 41 and, you know, a typical tour player's career, getting better and better all the time. Jamieson, Lowry, and Peters yet to finish their first hole. Sharma, Hovland, Poulter, and Cabrera-Bello have all parred their opening hole. Not a long hole, but it has proven to be very difficult throughout the week. Bernd Wiesberger, 2-time Rolex Series winner. He's a couple under par through 5, but Adri Arnaus, 8 under par. He's taken a shot at the course record, which was by our leader, Scott Jameson, in the first round when he shot 63. He's been a leader or co-leader through all 3 rounds. Could he go wire to wire? Of course, Shane Lowry was a wire to wire winner for his lone Rolex Series win at this very event. It's been done before. Jameson looking to match it. Korhonen on the tee at 9.
Yeah, what a hole this is. 481 yards down the breeze off the right-hand side for the players today. Little rounding left to righter goes with the water. That's on the right-hand side. Kahunun hitting driver. Don't want to be running out of fairway here.
Now landed it much more softly than what Westwood's did. Doesn't run out. Beautiful tee shot.
Trying to keep it inside that left-hand bunker at 301. Anything inside that is good. Can tempt you to carry that right-hand side, though, John.
Yeah, that big bunker is about 308 to carry off this tee. Down the breeze, it can be done, especially for Rory McIlroy. Now Kanaya.
Just barely carried it, but it does get a big kick, much like Westwood, but this one should hold the fairway, and it does.
Well, this doesn't look like driver.
It's not.
It's the 3 metal, I think. Not trying to overpower it. He tried it the first day, came up shy in that ice plant, which you see me all crazy footage over there. Going for position off this tee, aiming left at that bunker.
Steady, steady. Sitting up. Might see more of that from Rory McIlroy this year. Keep the driver in the bag, trying to get it in play with that 3-wood. Let's hope it's his best friend come the end of the season.
Driver has always been a huge weapon for McIlroy throughout his career, and he's really taken advantage of it when he's, you know, in his rhythm and timing is right. Maybe just playing a little bit more percentage golf. Westwood from the back fringe at 9.
Just got that snagged up on his backswing a bit there. Not easy.
If you're looking at the bright side of things, it was good pace.
Get one of them right. Yeah, the thing is though, the driver is his, you know, main weapon in his golf bag. But par 4s, it's 2 shots, isn't it? You've got to think, where do I want to play my second shot from? Not just smash it down as long as I can.
I think it's a good, as we watch Gouveia putt at the 9th, who just lips out, not having a good day at all. Gouveia is going to go to the turn in 40, 4 over par. Not the day he was looking for. But getting back to Rory, I mean, you know, when he's driven well, it's really driven his game and his scoring, his momentum. He's such a momentum player that we all know. You know, but I think, you know, putting it in the fairway, and he's talked about as Westwood from about 3 feet, this for par. Talking about Rory, he has said, I want to be better from 150 yards in. If you're playing from the fairway, it's a lot easier. But if he can get those wedge shots down, there's no telling what he might do.
Yeah, sure. 34 out for Westwood, 2 under par. Yeah, he said he's looking into the Tiger Woods playbook. Rory's openly said it. He's trying to learn off one of the greatest players there's ever been, and Woods would hit that 2-iron and get it in play most of the time and play around his 9-iron, 8-iron and in, and that's what McIlroy's going to try and do this year.
And McIlroy has the power to be able to scale back and still hit it far enough and be in play. Peters pars the first. Shane Lowry bogeys the first. Scott Jamieson yet to finish the first. He'll be looking to get off to a solid start. Clearly going to be nervous, have a lot of pressure on him. Min Woo Lee, a very good round going with 2 holes to play. He is 6 under. Shinkwin 5 under. Both 2 holes to play. Dean Burmester, talented South African. He's 3 under through 11. Padraig Harrington had a nice 68 yesterday in the 3rd round. He's 1 over through 4. Can concentrate on his own game now after spending several years dedicated to being the Ryder Cup captain. Rasmus Højgaard even through 9. One of the twins, Olesen, 3 under with 2 to play. He got his gold star at the Italian Open. Connor Syme playing alongside Henrik Stenson this morning, a 69. Stenson was round in 65. They played in a 2-ball and had a very good day. Out early, having lunch, as it is just past midday here in Abu Dhabi. Shane Lowry actually had a triple bogey 7 at the first hole. Many thought that he would be the winner at the end of the day. He has put himself in a bit of bother. That first hole under 400 yards has been a real stinger to many, but we're going to go to the 9th. Tee shots for Korhonen, McIlroy and Kanaya.
All 3 players in good spot. McIlroy's got a good lie in the rough, just 142 yards for him. Kanaya's smashed it 343 down the breeze. Just a pitch for him, but a difficult pin to get close to, Johnny Morgan.
Yeah, pin's way back there on the left-hand side. A dodgy pin position today. The bail light definitely right of it. Wind down off the right. Jamie, 145 yards for Kahuna. He's going to be going first from the fairway. And there we go. Kanaya's caddy going for a little run. The pin sheet coming out of his pocket. Bit of early fitness. There we go. It's a beautiful hole, this. I mean, the tee shot is a must. Got to be in play. The second shot, well, this green, there's a tier, a good 30 feet on the green, slopes away from you, kicks forward towards the back portion of this green. Slope on the left-hand side will bleed off, and that's an awkward up and down if you slightly, for these right-handers, pull it. But you made reference, Rory McIlroy's lie in that left rough is awesome. He can get all the groove on it he wants.
John, yeah, has that wind changed since you went out there?
No, it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. I'd say just a fraction stronger. I think it's going to get even more stronger as the day goes on. Kahuna now just with a gap wedge in hand.
And a good one it was. Round about the 12-foot mark for the Finn. Trying to go to the turn in 3 under 33 should Mikko Korhonen hold that putt at the 9th.
The only thing here is the ball slightly below his stance for Rory on an upslope. It's a great lie, 142 yards. Same club, gap wedge in hand. This one got some height on it though.
Oh, is it going to go in? It did. An eagle, 2 for McIlroy. His 3rd eagle of the week. The first 2 coming on the par 5 7th. Brilliant. The crowd loves it. McIlroy goes to the turn in 3 under par 33. Gets it to 5 under par. Only 5 shots behind the lead. It's a co-lead at the moment. Jamieson has bogeyed the opening hole. He's tied alongside Thomas Pieters at 10 under par. Will McIlroy think, I'm only 5 back?
He will. He'll be thinking that if he can shoot 30 back 9, and it's on. It's possible for McIlroy. Boy, oh boy. Follow that. Takumi Kanaya. And he has. Brilliant shot from the young Japanese starlet.
Wow, he tried to dunk it as well. What a brilliant shot from McIlroy. John Morgan said, well, McIlroy has a great lie here. He can get the club on it. He can spin it. He did. And he did. An eagle 2 to finish the opening 9 for the 8th ranked player in the world. And what a story it would be. He's had so much success here, but never has he been the winner. Here's another look.
Sounded good, didn't it? Sounded good, looked good. He's eyeing it up and down. Where is it? There it is, and in you go. Brilliant stuff from McIlroy.
Oh, you gotta love that. The crowd did, Rory did. Look at that wonderful smile. Yeah, I like that. Win in the hole. Easy 2, takes care of putting. You don't have to worry about putting when you hold your 2nd shot on par 4s.
Now, he's got a short par 4 10th and then a gettable par 5 11th. So let's see what he can do. He knows it's not that easy out there, and he knows there's people under pressure at the top of the leaderboard. It's never easy on a Sunday.
As you said, if there's anybody that can do it, McIlroy can go out and shoot 30 in the back 9. That would be 11 under par total. Be a pretty good one to post.
Well, how will anybody get to 12? That's what he's got to think of, McIlroy, and that's exactly what he'd be going for here. This is going to be a fun watch, this back 9.
God, the crowd loved that, didn't they? The hairs on the back of my head stood on end, and before you say it, the hairs I do have left, by the way.
I would have never said that, John. Let's watch the reaction. He eyes it up and down, knows it's a good shot, but how good? The crowd told him, not sure he could actually see the ball disappear in the hole, but the crowd reaction told the story. Great shot from McIlroy. 3rd eagle of the week, the all-time leader in eagles here at the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. That's number 12 for Rory.
Yeah, he didn't expect to be getting it on the 9th hole.
Yeah.
Certainly not.
Yes. Right edge.
Okay, calm down, everyone. Take a breath.
I can't, Jamie, I can't. I'm buzzing. How good was that? Yeah, follow that. Mr. Korhonen. Good shot in here, nonetheless, from where he was. Outclassed by Rory McIlroy. Good chance for birdie here.
And a good try for Mikko Korhonen. A good round of golf, 2 under par, 34 out. He's 4 under par for the event, tied 18th at the moment, Korhonen.
Just to let you know here, I mean, the crowds have just tripled in no more than like 20 seconds. They've just come out, they've heard the roar, they've come out from all the hospitality tents straight round this green, and I tell you what, they're going to be around for the back nine, you just know it. And Kanaya, after a beautiful shot, nearly followed Rory McIlroy in for an eagle. It's just got a little tap in, no movement on this whatsoever. Should be a formality for this man. Beautiful shot in.
And this to break par on the front nine. And he makes it. Down in 35. He's 3 under par for the tournament. That's 25th spot, but all eyes are on this man. As he walks past the clubhouse on the way to the 10th tee, it's the other side of all the hospitality units. They're all trying to get a glimpse of the great man. Now, what he's going to be thinking here. Leaders are 10 under par. He knows it's pretty windy. He knows there's some tough holes out there. I think he's trying to see a leaderboard somewhere.
10 is downwind, right to left. He can probably drive it in the front bunker if he wanted to. Will it be the old Rory that goes with the driver? Will it be the new Rory? We're talking about putting it in play, playing back. One more look here at this second at the 9th.
Great lie. That's the first thing. So he could spin it, pitch it perfectly. Bit of spin, and in you go. What a lovely moment for Rory McIlroy. Happy days.
Four more eagles than Alvaro Quiros with 8. Thomas Aiken with 7. Martin Keimer, a 3-time winner of this event.
Oh, a bit of an awkward shot, this one, for Westwood. He's driven it into this front left bunker on the par 4. Pins on a bit of a spine. You cannot afford to go long. I'm not surprised that is the bail. Pretty intimidating shot.
Yeah, quite heavy sand. These bunkers, has to be. Keep it in there with all the breeze we have here by the coast. So difficult shot from Westwood, a good 40-yard bunker shot, not bad. Just tells me that Rory McIlroy will be having a crack at this green. And he could certainly reach the 11th, probably with an iron, the par 5, so game on.
I must say, I'll be a little disappointed if McIlroy lays up off the 10th. You know, I'm like everybody else. I'm a fan of the long hit.
There's no way he's laying up on this 10th hole.
I hope you're right. Hope you're right. If Westwood could get it in the front bunker, you can see there's a nice opening there at the 10th. It is a little bit right of your kind of eye line off the tee. But if you have confidence in your line off the tee, McIlroy can certainly reach.
Looks a high tee peg, and he's got the driver out. He's got a. There's time to be pragmatic and play the percentages, and there's time you've got to grab the moment, Johnny Morgan.
He's looking over to the right. Look at him. I need to aim over here. He's had the yardage book out. This is a huge moment right here. He could stamp his authority on.
I think he's going as well, Jay. But doesn't realise it's still on the green. He can get it there.
Yeah, it's time to ride the wave. After that eagle, out with driver, aiming way right, use the breeze. 380 to the front edge.
Oh, that looked like a well-balanced swing. He's looking intently. Is it the right line?
Should be good, shouldn't it?
I'm not sure where that one ended up. He looked like he was pretty happy with the strike.
There it is. And there it is. McIlroy's ball.
Yeah, just give it Gouveia just a bit of a shock on the putting green. Now Westwood uphill, right to left. Probably a bit disappointed with that bunker shot, but pretty awkward.
Westwood was 3 under through 4, picked up a bogey at the 5th, and then parred the last 4 holes on his opening 9 for a 34, and it's going to be a bogey 5. Excuse me, that was for birdie. He drove it in that bunker. What am I thinking about? It'll be a easy par here for Westwood. He's going to mark that. It's about the through line. You never want to step behind the hole of a playing partner's line coming up. Such great etiquette among these competitors.
And you can see Mike Dietrich's caddy just pointing out the line. You're putting uphill. It's going to be slow to start off with, and towards the end it's going to break right to left.
Trying to break in right in the hole short for Dietrich. Gouveia struggled on the front 9 with a 39, 3 over par. So both Gouveia and Dietrich, playing alongside Westwood, are struggling a little bit in this final round.
Well, this is for par. Gouveia just raced his first putt, a good 3.5, 4 feet by. Now a little bit downhill, left to right, inside the cup though. Still going to feel a little bit nervous over this one. Wind's picking up. Shadow nearly covering the hole.
Will hold. And just have to forget about that front 9 where he had 2 double bogey 7s on the 2 par 5s. 1 birdie, 1 bogey to go along with the 2 doubles. Westwood a little bit of a tap in here to remain 3 under. 3 under is good for a tie for 26th position. Westwood playing very well, having to play himself into competitive shape after catching COVID over the holidays. Not able to go out and practice and really prepare for these 2 back-to-back Rolex Series events to start the new year. McIlroy and Korhonen having a little bit of a chat there. There you can see 9 times in the top 10 here for Rory McIlroy. That ties his performance at the WGC Championship. 6 times for the Masters. Dunhill Links 5 times, where he has always played with his father Jerry. And European Masters up in the mountains in Cron, where his length off the tee is even more so at the altitude just over 5,000 feet elevation up in Cron, Montana. Doesn't matter what type of golf course, what type of conditions, Rory McIlroy is always going to be a force to be reckoned with. And just look at that stride. You can see a little bit more pep in the step.
Yo.
Lee Westwood on the 11th, 577-yard par 5, wind helping down off your right. The line really is over this right bunker. It's 253 yards to carry. A lot of players ending up in the right rough though. You really want the wind to try and take this, try and thread it through. Takes his time, doesn't he?
He does. He stands over it a long time. But he gets it down there. It's an absolute beauty from Westwood. Let's go back to the 10th.
Well, from the middle of the fairway, pretty amazing, really. 118. Rory's just a yard or 2 off the green. Straight down the breeze, his second shot. Tough pin position right at the back of this green. And Kanaya found the left-hand side, 96 yards he's got. Coming over a lot of terrain, humps and hollows. Needs a nice clean strike out of this. Anything just long over the back of this green is fraught with danger. Big old swells lurk. That's not an easy up and down. Bunker lurks just shy of this green as well from his angle. This one got to get down.
And it didn't. That's going to be an awkward pitch shot from well below the level of the green for Kanaya.
There's the racetrack, the Yas Marina circuit. Look at all those golf balls down there. And there's Rory McIlroy, just 29 yards away. He's not birded the 10th hole this week, and he's not birded the 11th either. That tells me he's due.
Interesting, McIlroy 347. We're getting word he's not the longest tee shot of the day here at the 10th. Lee Westwood got him by 1 yard. Lee Westwood's also got him by the career money list. Westwood in his career has won a little over 38 million euro. Rory McIlroy is about 600,000 euro behind Lee Westwood. So 1 and 2 in more than one category.
Well, we sent him a whole long putt on the 4th on the par 3 for a 2. He's holed a wedge. What chance is this one, John?
Well, oh my goodness, all uphill down the breeze. It's a little fort though from about 15 feet out. If you're a little bit right of your target, if it starts on the wrong line, it'll feed off to the right hand side. So it's a tough putt, this one. It really is. It's on a little bit of a knife's edge, this putt. I'll start it more straight than he would probably like. He'd like to start it outside right, but he daren't.
That had a chance, didn't it?
Looked good for a long time. Would have been a 2-2 at 9 and 10. As it is, he's going to play the 2 most likely in 5 strokes when par is 8.
Let's have a look at that again. Just a beautiful roll. Look at that ball roll on that green. They're absolutely perfect. I thought he was going to turn left from there. Just seemed to go a little bit right up the slope and then come back. He's got a little test of coming back for his birdie, but he's giving us a treat this morning.
That was a great putt, Jamie, I've got to say. Now from short-sided over the back in the rough. Saving grace, bit of breeze into his face off the left. Look how he's fanning it open and straight underneath it.
Didn't take his medicine, did he, John?
No, he did not.
He was out of position, trying to overplay the shot. I mean, the number one thing you have to do, get it on the green, give yourself a putt for par. Now he's looking double right smack in the face.
It's the only place you can't be, Jay, is long on this 10th green. Especially where the flag is today. Swig of water, keep hydrated, and he's well, you got to say it's pretty warm out here. It's not as warm as it normally is, but the breeze is deceiving. Get you burnt if you're not too careful.
Beautiful touch there from obviously a much better lie, so a reasonable length putt for bogey for Kanaya, 4 or 5 feet. Really the trouble started for him when he missed the fairway in the left in the fairway bunker.
We'll come from a similar line here, Cahonan. Here in 2, putting for his birdie up the hill. Would have learned quite a nice bit off of Rory McIlroy's putt. As you've seen, it came back from right to left at the end. Had a good chance of going in. He's at the pace of the greens all day long. Mr. Kohonen. I think he feels right at home on this golf course. Loves his heavy metal. I know that's his taste of music. And a nice bottle of red.
That would have looked good for a long time until it didn't, coming up just short. He is becoming a little bit of a wine buff in his own words. Also enjoys cooking. Didn't know about the heavy metal music, but there you go. To each their own. I don't really see Jamie Spence listening to heavy metal music.
You might be surprised.
Really? Jamie.
Like a bit of rock. Maybe not the heavy metal. Bit of AC/DC.
Westwood split the middle of the fairway here at 11. He did make an eagle yesterday.
230 front, 238 pins right at the front. Wind into, mostly off your right though. This is the perfect 4-iron.
Just tugged it a little left. Kanaya has made the bogey putt at 10. Westwood short side of himself at 11, but of course it's a par 5. He's there in 2 shots. McIlroy eyeing this one.
Kanaya knock that one in. Nice putt. Now Rory to keep the momentum alive. A little hint off the left and give the hole away though, Rory.
And in you go, and he moves into the top 10. Rory McIlroy is only 4 behind our leader, Thomas Pieters. Scott Jamieson started bogey, bogey. Is it on, Jay Townsend?
Well, if anybody can do it, Rory McIlroy can. I mean, how exciting would it be if he goes out there and you have to think. I mean, so Westwood just hit a good drive at 11. The par 5 had an iron in with his second. McIlroy can probably hit a good tee shot here at 11 and come in with maybe even a 5 or 6 iron.
It's not an easy tee shot though. You've got to thread it between the bunkers, especially at McIlroy's length. Just keep it left of that right-hand bunker, and then the flag's on the front. You can get to this pin today. Get it just onto the front edge. You're not far away. Makes the eagle. He goes 2 behind. Ooh.
You're talking about the 2 bunkers up the right that are in McIlroy's driving area. Possible 3-wood off the tee to take those out of play. He can still get there easily in 2.
No, I think he takes a drive because that carries the 2 on the left. If he just pulls it a bit, 304 to carry it, just over 300 to carry the 2 down the left, down breeze. I think he's got to take driver.
Yeah, 3-wood would bring those bunkers into play, Jamie, and he's got driver out, teeing it high again. Why not? After that last tee shot there at 10, on a crest of a wave, the momentum is in his favour. Ride the wave, Rory, ride the wave. Now 577-yard par 5. Sweeps round from left to right. Here we go. Hold on to your hats, everybody.
I just feel like this was a 3-wood shot for McIlroy. He's okay. Good lie. Nice little uphill lie in the right rough. He didn't, in fact, reach those 2 bunkers up the right. I thought he would have. So, yeah, no, driver was the right play. I rescind my earlier statement.
If the ball's in play, it's the right club, isn't it?
You're learning, Jay. You're learning.
Well, you know what? I'm a slow learner, but I'm getting there.
Oh, you're a good learner. You're a good listener as well. Now, Kohonen out with driver 2. The crowds have all of a sudden become 2-3 deep around this tee box.
The word got out. McIlroy's marching. That one looks like it might have gone in the bunker on the left for Mikko Korhonen. Such a different hole for players that hit it more of a normal length.
Kanaya, he's almost got like an inverted left elbow. Same as his compatriot Hinako Shibune. Look at the run he gets up. Just going forever. Still going.
Well, these fairways are almost like tees, maybe greens at the local muni, especially if it's not in season.
Yeah, Dietrich just in this right greenside bunker. Plenty of green to work with. That's a pretty good shot, downwind. Perhaps expecting a little bit more release.
Just to update on the leaderboard, Scott Jamieson, who came in to the final round with a one-shot lead, is open with 2 bogeys. He is now 1 shot behind Thomas Peters, who holds the lead on his own at 10 under. Back to Westwood.
How cute can you be, Westwood? Delicate shot. Not a lot of room to work with either. Slight downslope on this front left bunker. A little bit fiddly. If anything, the wind slightly into is going to help.
Played it well, Lee Westwood. That was not easy. Had hit it so hard to get it up on top, and of course it's always going to get away from him, so pretty good there. McIlroy sprinting down the 11th.
We have expectations. You know, it's always so fun to watch somebody like McIlroy make a charge on a Sunday. You just wonder what are his thoughts. Is he thinking, okay, I can do this, or is he just thinking about the next shot ahead, the second shot at 11?
I think he's changing his mindset to a more aggressive one. Let's go back to the 11th green up ahead.
Yeah, it looks like it's Gouveia to go next. Solid 12-footer or so. And the sun's starting to shine now. I'm getting quite warm in my shirt. Shades are on. What a lovely day in the office. Most people take Sundays off. This is working day for the golfers. I'm seeing a little bit of right to left movement with this one. This whole green is front to back, so just beyond it's going to move that way.
Good try for Ricardo Gouveia. He's having a tough day. He's 4 over par for his round. And you double bogey 2 par 5s. He's only parred that one. It's going to be a tough day. Shivanka Sharma's made a double bogey. He's dropped back to 7 under par at the top of the leaderboard. They're coming backwards at the top.
Coming back to Rory. It's going to be an exciting next couple of hours watching McIlroy try and post a score. It's a pretty tough back 9, though. It's going to require some precision.
Well, given how tough that bunker shot was, this is pretty much the best Westwood could have done. Now back up the hill, a little bit left to right. Come on, get a birdie. Drop it in the hole. Went the other way.
Oftentimes disappointing when you've hit a really good shot like Westwood did out of the bunker and you don't capitalize with the putt. So it's a par 5 at the 11th after a brilliant drive from Westwood. Left himself only an iron into the green for his second shot. Remains 3 under. Thomas Dietrich. 3 over on the day. This would really get him moving in the correct direction if he can make this birdie putt. This green is in a bit of a hollow, slightly protected from the wind. Hole it he does. First birdie of the day for the 29-year-old. Grabs the driver out of the bag and heads over to 12. Now Kanaya outdrove McIlroy by 10 yards. Wow. He was 9 shots behind Jamie Spence. I think you shot 60 there, didn't you, in the final round, Jamie?
Yeah, 9 shots is nothing, is it?
No, nothing.
Come on, Rory.
Yeah, 225 yards, chaps. Up over the hill. Can't see the flag from where he is. Just see the camera tower in the distance. Wasn't a great light.
It was headed. No, it landed soft. Didn't get to the bunker that Westwood was in. Of course, the other one to make up 10 shots was Paul Lawrie in the 99 Open Championship at Carnoustie. That year it was named Carnasty. The difficult conditions, both the setup and the weather.
Well, Pippin, Rory at the post off the tee. Kanaya coming in at 220 yards out, aiming at the right half of this green. Use the breeze from right to left.
Creeps up on the green, a very good shot from Kanaya. Might just be on the front fringe. The fringes look like greens anywhere else.
Yeah, he can putt that, no problem. It won't be so easy for McIlroy. He's got to sort of go around the corner of that bunker. It's going to swing it to the left. He might putt it. I very much doubt it. He might try and spin it. It's going to be an awkward little chip shot coming up for Rory McIlroy.
One of the things I really like about not only Yas Links, but this type of golf course, there's not just rough everywhere, chipping areas. Gives you a lot of different choices. Westwood with the driver at 12.
Yep, driver in hand on the 12th. A lot of room down the right hand side. 484. Just hear that wind whistling around. It's picking up. Good tee shot from Westwood. Flag right the front left hand side of this green, so that's a good angle.
McIlroy surveying things as he approaches the 11th. Another look at the record held by my co-commentator, 92 European Masters, where Jamie made up 10 shots in the final round.
Both playoffs. I won in a playoff, and I know Paul Lawrie was a playoff, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Not dreaming, am I? No.
Yeah, but you've got to swing it in a bit, haven't you?
So he's going loft here, McIlroy, for this chip shot. Back to Korhonen first.
Yeah, the gully too short and left. There's too much into play, so back to Korhonen. Third shot.
Long and right.
98 yards, just shy of the 100 mark. Now pin just on 8. A couple of yards off that left-hand side. Expect this one to dance a little bit when it lands. Straight across the breeze, maybe a hint into.
Really nice shot, well controlled. Who did you beat in the playoff there, Jamie?
Anders Forsbrand, second extra hole. Monty had a 10-footer to get in the playoff as well. Thankfully, he didn't make it. Otherwise, that record probably wouldn't be there.
I think Paul Laurie was a 3-man playoff, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I
was
think
Justin Leonard the third.
And I think they played 4 holes. I think 3 or 4 holes. Started on the 15th, I remember.
I believe they did.
Well, watch how much speed he's going to put into this shot. Rory McIlroy to generate the spin. Now he can try and cut spin it. That'll hold it into that right to left breeze. Not much green to work with. Tight lie, this one.
Great look from behind, John, with the bank he has to deal with. Very well played. That was much tougher than it originally looked. McIlroy with great touch around the greens. And I think his acumen around the greens, chipping, pitching, is much underrated, certainly to a higher standard than his putting.
Soft rhythm, soft, slow, soft hands, slow rhythm. A lot of confidence in that shot.
Confirmation, Thomas Pieters now holds a 1-shot lead. Scott Jamieson opens with back-to-back bogeys, trying to win for the second time. Of course, it was a disastrous start for Shane Lowry, who triple bogeyed the opening hole of the day, did not birdie the par 5 second. Adrian Arnaus bogeyed his final hole of the day for a 7-under par 65. The Spaniard in the clubhouse at 4 under. Pretty good scoring today on a day that's, well, a little bit breezier than what they had anticipated. From just short of the green, an eagle putt for Kanaya. Pretty good effort. Certainly should be a formality to pick up a birdie at 11 for the 23-year-old. If he does knock that in, it'll be his 4th birdie of the day. He's also had 3 bogeys, so it's been a bit of a mixed bag for Kanaya.
Yeah, this green here at 11 sits down a little bit low. Nice bankage around this green up towards where the 12th tee box is. All the fans looking down, getting a great bird's eye view of what's going on. The water out there, the sea, just looking like the sky, so beautifully blue. Stunning track, great nick. Now this will be something for it after finding that bunker off the tee. Had to take his medicine, laid up to a good yardage. Just floated on that breeze a little bit, just cut it up in there. That's stroke why it's come up a little bit shy. I know I'm being picky because it was a good shot. This one a little bit down the hill, might break off his left a smidge.
Up and out of that one quickly. Clearly didn't hit it in the line he chose.
Landed on a 6pence right where he needed to. There's a golden opportunity for another birdie. He'll be bounding up to the 12th tee box if he slots this one in.
This to go 4 under in 3 holes from the 9th. Slides by. Shake of the head. McIlroy really has not. You can see he's 4 behind the lead, but he's giving away a lot of holes, but not on a day when they're super low scoring. Westwood 2nd, 167.
Pretty good from Westwood. Kept it below the hole. That's a shame from McIlroy, wasn't it? Missing that one.
It'll be interesting to see if that kind of stops his momentum.
I don't think it will. I think he'll keep going at it. Hasn't birdied 11 all week, McIlroy. Kanaya for his birdie gets it.
Hasn't played the 2nd hole particularly well. Obviously 2 eagles on the week at the 7th. But he hasn't played the par 5s besides the 7th hole, picked up a bogey in the first round at the 18th hole where he was going for the green in 2 and hit it in the water. So McIlroy really hasn't capitalized on the holes you think he normally would. Thomas Pieters, a one-shot lead in the final round of the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. Will he get a gold star for his first Rolex Series win? Trying to win for the 6th time. Scott Jamieson off to a nightmare start, trying to win for the 2nd time. Bogeys the first 2 holes, parred the 3rd. Ashin Wu struggled to make the cut, but is having a good weekend. He's 5 under par on the day and the championship. Dale Whitnell, couple under par, as is Soren Kildsen. The Dane getting on in years now, but still out there grinding it out.
And for this tee shot, straight, the breeze off the right hand side and slightly into this 484-yard par 4. Big tiered fairway, this one. Got the left half and the right half out with driver.
He gives it a pretty good smack, John.
He does. The ball flight's amazing, really low, penetrating. Rory McIlroy can take this bunker out of play. That's down the left. Just over just 300 yards to carry, right in his wheelhouse. Use the breeze from right to left to get some extra yardage.
Well, that's got to go, hasn't it? Hasn't it? Oh, it has. Oh, it's good now.
It's not a line that you see many take off the 12th.
There's very few who can do that.
Well, that's the best place to be, down the left-hand side, if you can carry it. It's on its own little plateau up high. Get a good bird's eye view of the green. Kahuna now.
We can hear the wind whipping in the microphones out on the golf course.
Yeah, it's not going to get less windy, is it? It's only going to pick up through the day, you would think. Up on the green, Gouveia.
Well, the pins cut very tight to this false front in this front right section. So all 3 players favouring the left. Gouveia to go next. Dietrich's just snug it nice and close. The slope just on the left-hand side of the green is going to nudge it to the right.
Was looking for it to go the other way. Incy reads it correctly, so it's a miss for Gouveia. Just talking about the winds, sustained at the moment at 16, gusting to 23. And probably will stay this way for the next couple of hours. So these players are going to be challenged by the windy conditions for the rest of their rounds.
So Westwood just off the green, hasn't been able to mark it, line it up. Similar sort of putt, but straighter from this sort of angle. Still move a little bit left to right, but nowhere near as much. I always think he's about to go. It's a bit of a teaser. Standing over the ball for a little while.
Yeah, if you were playing with him, you'd be on the walk, wouldn't you?
You would, Spence.
I would, yeah, I'd like to get on with it. Oh, good try from Westy. Just fooled him at the start of that putt. I reckon 11 under's going to win. I reckon 10 under has got a sneak at this. You never know. You just never know.
Well, they are backing up. There's only 1 on 9, and that's Jamieson, who's 2 over par for the day.
Yeah.
Pieters at 10, parred each of his first 3 holes. No one is making a run early at the back end of the field.
Well, it's in Pieters' hands at the moment, you feel. Pressure's on Scott Jamieson. And then there's a group of 4 on 7 under. Only 1 shot ahead of Rory McIlroy. He's 1 shot out of 3rd place is Rory.
more than the edge right there.
What's the scoring average on this hole?
Well, let me run to check for you.
Hold on, caller. Hold on.
One click away. Today, it is 4.13. Sixth most difficult hole. There are 5 birdies, 25 pars, 8 bogeys, and 1 double or worse. This to try and make it 26 pars.
Hello.
26 it is, a good par at the 12th for Dietrich. Marches off, 2 over for the day, 1 over in total. And this back 9 that is tough to really make a lot of birdies, especially once you get to the 15th and turn back into a left to right wind. McIlroy way up there, 324 off the tee. Kanaya sneaky long.
Yeah, he is sneaky long, isn't he? And Kahunen, 174 yards. Now, when you don't have the length like Rory McIlroy, this is the thing. This is what makes this hole really tough. You're down there. It's a big old bank, bunker lurks. That all comes into play. You come to the crest of the hill to have a good old butchers and see a good old bird's eye view of what this second shot is all about in the pin today. Just front left, big old swell lurks just right at the pin. The miss is short and left. If anything, there's a nice little putt up the green you got, an uphill putt. Down the breeze, off the right. Just feels like it switched a little bit off the tee. It felt like a little bit into, come up further up this hole, and it just feels like it's gone a little bit down. So it's going to be a bit troublesome for 15, 16, 17 and 18 coming in.
Not quite enough for 8, but no, you know, a 50 shot with a 7. Yeah.
So by saying a 50 shot, they're playing and factoring in the wind, John?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's going to try and hold this one up, try and fade it a little bit, cushion it against the breeze, let it come down nice and softly. There's not much green to work with at the front left-hand portion. A little swell just past the flag on the left-hand side, 20 feet past, and that big old dip on the right-hand side shy of this green. All in play. The miss is that short and left, if anything, or just straight at it and past, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, he plays meters, Cojones. He brings it to 165 shot, little 7-iron. Beautiful shot. Yeah, they got it just right.
Oh, didn't they have, Jamie? How good was that?
You're getting excited out there, John?
What's that, Jamie? Sorry, bud?
You're getting excited?
Oh, yeah, very much so. Literally, everyone's on tender hooks. 159 yards for this man after a beautiful drive. Well, getting the club in wrong. All the yardage wrong there. Now, coming up woefully short. Now, Rory McIlroy absolutely perfect on this left-hand side. Just 1 yard on the fairway, 131 yards to go. Knocking down a little wedge.
.131 is not a particularly good shot from Rory. You can see his body language. He's not happy with it. He knows he needs to do better with those scoring clubs.
It's a 160 shot, wind straight off your right, make it 3 o'clock. Pins in the back left corner, water's just glistening now. The wind's your friend, use it to your advantage.
He hit that hard, Westwood. He didn't want to go long. It was right on the limit for that club, and he didn't quite get there.
Yeah, beautiful par 3, elevated tee box, very exposed as well, right by the coastline. Got the players right in front of you. The 14th tee box is just beyond the 13th green. The shot here is really going for the heart of the green. Let the wind help you. You got to watch out for the bunker. Pin high left, greenside bunker. Just trying to hold this one against the wind. Not enough, I reckon. Got that wrong. All right.
Takes a slope down into that bunker. Short-sided himself. Good news is pitching it into the wind. The bad news, he'll be eating some of that sand that he splashes out.
It's the hotel where most of the players are staying. Hilton behind them. Kanaya will be putting this, I've got a feeling. I would think so, John.
Yeah, without question. When you got surfaces like this, fringes like this, fairways like this, you can put it from 50 yards out if required. It's absolutely flawless out here. This is troublesome though. There's a little bit of movement in this one. A big old swell lurks on the right. That's not in play though. Just going to ride that little crest on that right hand side. Should move off of that.
Just misjudged the pace. That's a good 4 feet short after a brilliant tee shot, and coming up short with the approach, struggling for a par. McIlroy certainly didn't do as much with his wedge shot as he had hoped, and well, I just got the feeling that the par at 11 for Rory, he'd gone eagle at 9 where he holds a second shot, birdie at 10 where he nearly drove the green at the par 4. The miss at 11 just kind of put a little bit of a stop to the momentum.
Well, I think he was trying to fade this one in there, hold it up against the little right to left breeze, just slightly overcooked it, took it away from the little bank that lurks on the left, would have fed it back towards the flag. Just went just about 3-4 yards further than he would have liked, or they'd easily have been a lot closer to this flag now. That little bank that I'm talking about will make this ball move off his right hand side for his birdie effort down the hill.
Don't go away, everybody. Rory McIlroy. He's in a tie for 4th. He's only 3 behind, 6 to play.
If he lost some momentum with the par at 11, he picked it up right there with that 27-foot birdie putt at the 12th. Hold 2 big putts. Let's not forget the long one he hold at the par 3 4th. Worth another look. He was asking it to go. He knew it was on line. It got there with plenty to spare.
Yeah, drum roll, everybody. It's getting interesting. It's getting interesting. Now, great shot from Cahonan. Just shy of pin eye, straight up the hill. Should be no qualms. This one inside right, if anything. That's a rare miss.
Well, you read it correctly, John. He didn't start it inside right, started it more kind of left center. It was a misread for Cahonan. Has to settle.
You telling me I finally got one right, Jay?
You've been good all week, John. All week long.
You're smooth, you. You're smooth. A little bit of work to be done here for Kanaya here to save his par. And backing off it. A little bit of breeze off the right-hand side, making him think twice. Got a feeling it wants to move from right to left. I mean, I'm talking a whisker.
Yeah, good save from Kanaya. He's hanging in there. 1 under for his round. 3 under total. Very respectable. But all eyes are on this man. He strides back to the 13th tee. 160 yards over the water. Here they are on the green, and Incy's here. What's been happening, Incy?
Well, this is a fiddly one to read. I really think there's a subtle double break in this putt. It's uphill.
I think it wants to go right to left. Just a fraction.
Just trying to listen in to see what Westwood thinks. Overall, I'm seeing this putt right to left. It's going to counter itself out, and it's subtle. And personally, when I'm playing, this is when I really want to feel it in my feet. I trust my feet more than my eyes, to be honest.
Feel it in my fingers, I feel it in my toes, and I feel it in my feet.
Lyrical genius.
I fancy him for this. I don't know why. Just fancy him. Come on, Lee, get it up there. That's all it needed.
Settling for a par. 8 pars in a row, as you see by that graphic. Got off to that wonderful start, 3 under through 4 holes. Bogeyed the 5th, taking 3 putts, and all pars since. McIlroy standing on the tee, watching the proceedings in the group ahead, or not. Just kind of looks like he's keeping his head down, staying in his own little world. Oh, look at that. That looks like a bit of a rough ride. I think Morgie would go for that, being towed on that little float behind the boat. So many fun things to do here on Yaz Island. It's a family vacation paradise.
See, if I was driving that, I'd be trying to get him off that. I'd be turning and...
I don't think anybody is surprised by that, Jamie. At least no one that knows you. Giving them a pretty smooth ride, going dead straight. They're just a couple of kids.
Yeah, you got to make it tough for your kids. You got to let them know who's boss, Jay. Get them off that thing.
Oh, you're one of a kind. So is this man right here, one of the best of all time, and he is marching.
He is. He's definitely got his freak on at the moment. 160 yards. He's come to this par 3, 13th over water, pin back left. Very inviting with the wind off the right. And this is going to suit his eye, Jay. Natural draw of the ball.
Up and down. Oh, what another great shot from Rory McIlroy. Inside of 6 feet at 13 for another birdie.
Yeah, he's on a roll here. That's a 9-iron for McIlroy, just drawing it in. Perfect pin for him. Really was, but he played the shot.
He has that putt to climb to within 3 of the lead of Thomas Pieters, who now holds a 2-shot lead.
Yeah, Canard getting a bit ahead of that one. That's going to be an interesting putt coming up from over there. I've got to say, this is probably one of the most favourable pin positions, and that's all down to the wind, really, being off the right-hand side and slightly down. Gives you good access to this back left pin. See Kahunen here. Likes to fade it, so he's going to have to take more of a direct line if he wants to get it close. Little dip halfway up this green on the left-hand side. And catch you out a little bit.
Great graphic there. Korhonen has hit all 12 greens he's played to this point. And just to correct, and that was, well, the commentator's jinx. I'm sorry, Miko. My scoring terminal is a little bit slow. McIlroy, should he hold that putt, will be within 2 of the lead. He's currently 7 under, 3 behind the lead of Thomas Pieters, who has parred his opening 4 holes. Alexander Bjork is making a run. He is 3 under through 7. He's in the 3-way tie at 8 under par with Shubhankar Sharma and Scott Jameson, who held the outright lead to start the day, but he is 3 over par through 4 holes. Westwood.
Driver at 14 for Westwood. Yeah, that is good. It's going to come round off the hill. Flag right at the back. Perfect spot for Westwood. Eight straight pars for Westwood, looking for another birdie. Well, here's the man of the moment.
When you're on a run like McIlroy, clearly the adrenaline gets going. And we all know what adrenaline does. You hit it further, you get a little bit more energy. But do you have to slow your pace down to try and not kind of speed things up in your natural rhythm?
That's part of being a pro golfer, learning how to cope with that adrenaline that flows through your body and the blood pumping, and the heart rate just gets a bit quicker. You just learn how to calm that down, and Rory's been there so many times, hasn't he? This is him on the second. He hit the green in 2 on this par 5. This was for eagle, and he nearly made it.
That was the first birdie of the day for the number 8 ranked player in the world. This was not an easy pitch right here. A brilliant shot, taking the slope out of play.
And number 4, the par 3. What a beautiful putt this was.
You called this one early.
Late to the left, came back. Well, we know it comes back the other way of the hole. Look, it's missing right, isn't it? It's missing right. No, it's not.
It was never missing right. Here is the shot of the day. John Morgan told us it was a good lie and he could spin it.
And it was. Look at that. In you go from Rory McIlroy. Eagle 2. Out in 33. Could he? Could he?
Nearly drove the green at 10, putted it past to that point, and it was a birdie 3. 3 under par in 2 holes. Rory McIlroy was marching.
Smashes drive down 12. Not a great wedge shot. However, he's got his eye in at the right time in Abu Dhabi.
That one was rolling towards the hole. He said get there. He knew it was online. It did get there. McIlroy 5 under for the day through 12 holes. 3 shots behind the lead of Thomas Pieters, who holds a 2-shot lead. He is 1 shot out of the tie for second. 7 times McIlroy has been second or third here at the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. Could he do one better with some heroics on the back 9 here today? Kanaya 41 feet 11 inches, but not on the correct level. This is going to be a tough putt, John.
Yeah, putting across the back of this green. It's going to be breaking off the right-hand side, Jake. Yeah, be happy to cozy this one up hole side. Some shot in there from Rory McIlroy, I've got to say, on a crest of a wave. Big crowds now, around this 13th, looking on.
A little bit of rush there for Kanaya on that long birdie putt.
So, what's he got to post, McIlroy, to make him think? Jay?
It's a tough day. I mean, Pieters hasn't made a birdie yet today. The pressure will be mounting. He's a 5-time winner. If Rory could get to 10, that would give him something to think about. 11, and wow, now you're really talking.
I agree. But it is one step at a time. You can project and make your game plan accordingly, but then you've got to come back to the present, just play the shot as it goes along. But Korhonen did a good bunker shot there, John.
He did. He had no green to work with. Jamie really didn't drop the hands right down in it. Had the face of the club just looking straight back at him, popped it up lovely, and I thought it was actually going to spin a little bit more. Just ran away from him a little bit. Got a feeling this one's a little bit off his right. And Rory's pretty much the same kind of line that you've seen Lee Westwood. I think you see got it right. It's going to be a little bit of a right to left putt for Rory coming up.
Excellent from Kahona. First green he misses, but he gets up and down for his par. To right to left there.
You were saying, Jay, about that boat going past with the old little dinghy on the back going, you know, like 60 miles an hour across the waves. I remember doing that with Ronan Rafferty once. I put 8 stitches in his head. We came off on this banana boat, hit a wave and cracked heads, and mine was harder than his.
Well, that's the type of thing that Jamie would be trying to do to you if he was the captain. He's having a giggle over here. Now Kanaya has a par putt before McIlroy's birdie putt.
I'd be taking you out into the wide ocean, Johnny, and cutting the rope. That's what I'd be doing.
I'm not surprised. You're all heart, Jamie.
Oh, beautiful putt from Kanaya. Great par save after hitting that birdie putt so far past, nearly de-greening it. But this is the putt, John, that we're all watching. I'm sure the gallery is starting to grow here, watching McIlroy making a charge.
Well, they're seeing all the boards are around this golf course. They're seeing the score going up on the boards, and they're just all getting excited. We're at the far point of the golf course here now, pretty much. And they'll be all scampering out here to see the closing stages. Now, there's not a lot of movement off the right, if anything, for a 2. Keeping the dream alive.
Perfect speed right in the middle. He gives it a little bit of a wave to the crowd, but nothing. He's not really fist pumping. I think he's all business. McIlroy now in a tie for second. 6 under par through 13 holes. One more hole downwind before the challenge changes.
Pitch shot for Lee Westwood at 14. Oh, that's hard to get all the way back there. It's going to keep going, I'm afraid. Stop there. There is another ridge there, but it's just about held on. Very difficult pin here at the 14th. Very little green behind the flag. Here it is, the hole. 359 yards. It's not long. First job, get the ball on the fairway. What do you fancy? Westwood hit the driver. I don't fancy Rory might just hit one of his fairway metals and get it into the middle of the fairway. I don't think you want to get too close to this one.
Yeah, this is the 5 metal, Jamie.
Sit. Sit.
And this one going left, needs to sit down thick rough over there.
Well, the gallery weren't even really looking that far left. It landed behind them. The last 3 times Rory has played here, he's finished 3rd. The 2 previous in 14 and 15 finished 2nd. It's a new venue this year. The first 16 editions of the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship were played at a parkland course, the Abu Dhabi Golf Club. This now at Yas Links, a links course. Doesn't matter the challenge for a man of this ability.
You got to think there's probably like 2-3 more chances for realistic birdies here at 14, 16 and 18. The rest are going to be tough. Kanaya now trying to find the fairway at this difficult 14th. It's the first port of call.
Yeah, smart play, laying back. Full shot in. Westwood, after having spun his approach shot back to this position.
Yeah, Westwood just got quite unlucky with this approach shot. It's going to break right to left towards the end. Slow uphill into wind as well.
From 14 green to 14 tee.
Kahuna fighting the breeze, trying to hold it up there. left to right against the right to left. Doing a good job. He could sell that one to Rory.
That'd be interesting to see what type of lie Rory ends up with. Is he in the manicured rough, or is he in the natural area? We've seen players struggle to find their ball in the natural sand dune area. We've seen lost balls. McIlroy will need a little bit of luck. He's on a great roll.
Yeah, Dietrich just putting for birdie. Back up the slope, right to left. Such a tough pin to get at today. If you're going to leave yourself a putt, short left. That is the play. Wind off your right. Pin cut on the right. Only 3 off the edge of the green. This is going to be slow uphill into the breeze, right to left.
A little less speed, and that one would have broken into the hole. Dietrich gave it a good effort. This is the last hole with a friendly wind. From 15T on, it's into a left to right breeze, and getting beyond the breeze, it's pretty windy. Sustained winds in the mid-teens, gusts up into the low 20s. Certainly a challenge for the final round here at Yas Links. It's a par for Dietrich at 14. 2 over par on the day. But there's so much to play for this week. A Rolex Series event, points, money, momentum to start the new year.
Just speaking with Lee Westwood's caddy, Dan, talking about how tricky these pin positions are. The margin for error is minimal. Gouveia, what a birdie.
Aggressive approach shot gives Gouveia a birdie, gets it to 3 over for the day. Really struggling. Had those 2 double bogey 7s on the par 5s in the front 9. To see what McIlroy is left with after that errant tee shot left on 7. John, have they found it?
Yeah, I found it. It's not pretty. He's going to play it right-handed. The way the bush is situated, though, and the ball's come to rest, the only way to really play the shot is left-handed. If he does, there is a sprinkler head over there, just to put a cat amongst the pigeons. Just wonder if he's going to attempt to. There we go. Here we go.
He's looking at it.
I know I would.
Might be a tough sell, John.
Yeah, Simon Higginbottom's nearby looking on. Ready for the call, maybe. And here you go.
Just when you thought it couldn't get more interesting, it does.
This is going to be a big call, Jay.
But you did mention that it is a tough play playing it right-handed.
Yeah, I mean, it's an obstruction if you're going to be standing there. Yeah. You get really question is whether it's a reasonable shot.
Yeah, I did. I mean, he's going to try and bend the rules to his
guys,
advantage.
move. The question is, if the sprinkle wasn't there, what sort of shot would you be playing? And what sort of shot do you want to play?
Good question.
I mean, if the sprinkler, if it wasn't there, I'd probably...
You only play it one way?
Yeah, you can only play it one way if you're going to hit it. I mean, it's either you take it on 12 or you try to hit it left-handed.
Yeah, that's what it boils down to, basically. We'll get up there and have a look at it, but you know, if you imagine that the thing wasn't there, would that be the shot you're going to play? If the answer's yes, then if you're standing on it, it'd be a tough to relief.
Okay.
the answer's no, and you do something else, i.e. declare it playable or play a different shot, then you would not get this.
That's a tough call for Rory to make, isn't it?
It is, but as I sit there and listen, I've never once thought you could ever question Rory McIlroy's integrity. He's always told you how he's felt, and I don't have any problem with what he's saying.
None whatsoever. I couldn't play a shot left-handed. Not many can, but I'm sure he can. And if that's the only way he can hit it, and Johnny said it straight away, I'd play it left-handed. So,
yeah, I mean, John said, I mean, clearly that is the shot, and you know, John's commentary adds credibility to what, not that he needs any credibility, but what McIlroy's saying. I mean, he did think about it before he answered.
The rules work with you, for you sometimes, they work against you other times. This might be just one of those occasions it works for you.
Mind you, it's soft sand. You're not going to get a great drop. But
probably not, no. Let's listen in. The referee's putting the emphasis on the player quite rightly here.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
I were to play it, I would, but I know what you're saying.
That's the best way to describe it.
Simon a look at both options, both right and left-handed.
This is a tough call for McIlroy.
Yeah, you can see him struggling with this, you know, ask, this request.
The question for him is, would I play this shot left-handed? That's the question he's asking himself right now, and it's a tough one.
I mean, I could strike it, but where's it going to go? I mean, if that's worth the risk. So no, exactly, yeah.
This makes me think of the Bobby Jones story where somebody applauded him calling a penalty on himself. That's what you're supposed to do. In this case, Rory is giving his honest opinion. He's struggling though.
I think this was a practice round. He'd have a crack at it left-handed. He wouldn't even think about it. He'd go for it. But he's feeling.
I just don't know.
I mean, it comes down to what's going to happen to the ball. How good are you left-handed?
Yeah.
All that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's just how you interpret the rules and how you use them or don't use them, I guess. Yeah, but there's no. Yeah, the drop option's not from.
You're going to have no backswing.
So there's nowhere to drop it either. So maybe the left-handed option is the only option. In which case you've got to drop.
Of course, the least favorable option would be going back to the tee.
that's the shot you're going to play.
I mean, it's the shot that I would play. Yeah.
I think it's a shot you play as well, Rory. It's toing and throwing this, isn't it?
It's just the impossible sort of question.
Yeah.
The fact
we don't
that
know the answer
he's uncomfortable with taking advantage of the rules says so much about him.
You are entitled to it. But it's not the shot you would play had that sprinkler not been there. Then it would not, you'd not be entitled to it. You'd be doing whatever that other thing is. So, you know, I think give you the relief if you told me that's what you would be doing. I mean, you're obviously snookered right on.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only way I'd be able to hit the ball. So.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, nearest point, judging from the sort of stance you've been taking there, is going to be this way. Bearing in mind we're taking a left-handed stroke. There.
That's where he's gone.
Somewhere that's maybe in there.
He's going to get the drop. Quite right. He's standing on that sprinkler, so he's entitled to the drop. Same as everybody else.
And you said it earlier. Sometimes rules work for you. Sometimes they work against you. John Morgan looked at it and said straight away, you can't really play it right-handed.
There's still no technique, by the way, wherever he drops it.
This dropping area.
It's better,
yeah.
I would think.
Pretty irregular in shape. Yeah. You can't drop it in a position where that would interfere with the left-hand.
Okay.
So you're not going to be able to drop it anywhere in that area.
You have to have admiration.
Yeah.
They work this out. You have to have admiration for McIlroy in the sheer difficulty of the decision that he made to actually take this drop.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're wrestling with your conscience, but as I said, if this was a practice round or he's playing with his whatever, he'd have a go at that. I'm sure he would. Not many would, but.
Okay, I need you to take a stance to the left-handed shot. Yep. See whether you can free of that to bring it. Okay, so that's the
Okay. Thank you.
Well, okay, it's worked for him in this occasion. Rory McIlroy taking a free drop here on 14. Crucial part of the tournament.
Play this one right-handed, right?
You can play it right-handed, Rory.
He doesn't feel comfortable, you can tell.
Of course.
This is the great thing about golf. So much character was just revealed right there. I mean, he was reluctant to take the relief that the rules actually offered him because he knew that it was actually an advantage to play a shot in an unconventional manner, which he would have been forced to do because of the lie.
Well, he couldn't hit it right-handed.
No, John said that straight away as soon as he saw it.
Simple as that. So therefore you just go through the options in your own mind. Where can I, can I play it left-handed? Where can I drop it? The other thing is you had nowhere to drop. If it was a clear drop around there, he'd have probably said, you know what, I would have probably dropped it, actually. That option wasn't available to him. So the only option really in his mind was, I can only play this left-handed. I can't go back. I have to go back to the tee. So.
And many of these top players do hit shots left-handed and are actually very good at it.
Good ball.
Here we go, 60.
Just to reset, McIlroy's tied for second, 2 shots behind the lead of Peters.
So just trying to get the ball back in play now, McIlroy. This might snag and go left on him. That's the problem out of this sort of lie. Just playing for the front of the green.
Got it back in play. That was job number 1. Now try and get it up and down, save par after the errant tee shot, not drop a shot. 4 at 14 after that tee shot would be like a birdie. 2 shots behind the lead of Thomas Peters. It was even par through 6 holes in this final round.
The calmer waters
Oh my God.
of the Westwood group.
Smelled like a missile.
That's jumped on it. That's gone long. It's not gone long. It's gone right to the back of the green.
And that is one tough hole location. 15 shares the green with 12. That's a pretty narrow little shelf up there in the back right portion of 15. And that is the ball of Rory McIlroy after a advantageous drop. It's played 2 in the rough. This is his 3rd at the par 4 14th.
Well, I think that was a great display of Rory McIlroy's character. Now, third shot from up high. Should release a bit.
Clipper. Pretty good.
Chance for his four. And who's to say he wouldn't have got his left-handed shot there anyway?
I'm with you, Jamie. I'm with you.
Did you ever play left-handed shots, John?
I did. He never came off.
How about you, Jamie?
Yeah, once. Never again. But these guys, you see them on the range. You've seen it in the social media. They're trying it left-handed. And when you do your speed training as well these days, you do it right and left-handed. So they're very capable of playing that way. McIlroy, he was very good both ways, wasn't he?
McIlroy, the last 18 months of my playing career, I took lessons from him, and I saw the three best back-to-back-to-back shots I've ever seen. In between rounds, we went to hit a couple balls for the afternoon of our 36-hole day. He takes out a driver, right-handed, 3-foot cut. Takes out his left-handed driver, 3-foot cut. Takes out his right-handed driver, cross-handed, dead straight, all over 270. Nothing like McIlroy.
He was an enigma. Now, Kanaya for a birdie. Pretty good long wait for the other two players in this group. And all that was going on.
There you can see what McIlroy has left for par, about 12 feet. Abu Dhabi in the distance. We're on Yas Island, Yas Links. And this is the final round of the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. McIlroy has had so many close calls at this great event in the past, making a run again, but right now needs a putt to save par.
Yeah, up against it here, Jay. Uphill putt. Might want to move off his right-hand side. Wind into his face and slightly off the right. And this will be a get out of jail free card. Walk away with a par after that.
Good try. It'll be a bogey for McIlroy, dropping back. Push him 3 behind the lead, Thomas Pieters.
Second bogey of the day. Also bogeyed the 6th hole. Stops a run of 5 under in 5 holes from the 9th through the 13th. 4 very difficult holes left, turning back towards the clubhouse into a left to right wind. He'll need some heroics after that bogey at 14. Corona a bogey free on the day. Can he pick up a birdie at 14? He can. Finn is 3 under on the day.
Yes.
5 under in total.
Yeah.
Thomas Pieters, a 5-time DP World Tour winner, leads the way at 10 under par, leads by 2. Alexander Bjork on a good roll, 3 under through 8. Shane Lowry has made a birdie. He's now only 2 over after that disastrous start where he triple bogeyed the opening hole here at Yas Links. Many thought that Lowry would be the man to beat today. McIlroy 5 under through 14, but coming off his second bogey of the day at the short par 4 14th. There's been some really good scoring today. Scott Jamieson, not one of them, 4 over through 6 holes, 3 shots behind the lead, playing in the final group. There's one of the good scores. Adri Arnaus with a 7 under par 65, and that's with a bogey at the final hole of the day. He was 8 under through 17 on the day. Callum Shinkwin with a nice 67, as was Minwoo Lee. The gold star means you've won a Rolex Series event. Lee Westwood has won this event. His last win was in 2020 here in Abu Dhabi. Tommy Fleetwood posts a 71, Olesen a 69, 65 for Henrik Stenson, who was in our feature group coverage yesterday. We hope you're enjoying your feature group coverage. I'm Jay Townsend, joined in the box by Jamie Spence. Incy Mehmet is bringing us the action, but right now, following this group and Korhonen, is John Morgan.
Yeah, and stepping on the tee here, Kahuna out with driver. Tough hole this 15th. 486 yards, sneaky fairway with bunkers lurking.
Such a premium on hitting the fairways. It's a difficult wind, isn't it, John, with it kind of in your face and from the left?
Yeah, it's weird. At this far part of the golf course here on 50, you don't feel the breeze as much. Sheltered from the apartments and hotels that are on the right-hand side here. It's rebounding off of it. And now going with driver and cutting loose.
Shot.
Good one down the fairway. Both Kanaya and Korhonen right in the middle. McIlroy has the driver in his hand, the second most difficult hole thus far today. A lot of speed through that hitting area. Picks up the tee quickly. And it is in this generous 15th fairway. 486 yards on the card. And let's go up to the green. Westwood, we saw him hit that brilliant shot out of the rough. And he does convert. Westwood gets it to a 4 under par. Fourth birdie of the day, breaks a long string of 9 pars in a row for Westwood. So moving in the right direction again. And Lee Westwood was unable to really prepare over the holidays, playing his way back in shape, and true to his class. He's always said that form changes, class is permanent, and he is a class player for sure, as is the man at the forefront right there. Rory McIlroy, 4-time major champion, number 8 in the world rankings. He's had so many close calls here in Abu Dhabi. 4 times a runner-up, 3 times third, 9 times in the top 10. Clearly this is going to be a 10th top 10 finish. He was marching like trying to post a score. How much will that bogey at 14 hurt him? It was just a loose tee shot that really caused the problem. Awkward tee shot. The other 2 players in the group electing to hit iron off the tee. Rory went with a fairway medal. Can he mount a charge? We were talking about posting the score. If he could post 10 under par, it would really make all those behind him think. It would certainly be a formidable score to post with a chance to win. Only Alexander Bjork towards the end of the field today is playing really well and under par, he being 3 under. Let's have a look at these finishing holes. 3rd most difficult, 16 10th most difficult, 17 the par 3 the 5th most difficult, and 18. The tee has moved back again on the back left tee, ranked 5th most difficult. That's saying a lot for a par 5. It's actually playing over par. And let's have a look at Westwood going with a fairway medal.
Yeah, it's a tough stretch coming back into the clubhouse. Par 4, it's not long, but it's fiddly. You've got bunker right in the middle, 294 to reach. Wind off your left today.
It was that bunker in the middle of the fairway that caught out Lee Westwood in the first round when he made a double bogey. He actually hit that downslope and it kicked way forward. He was trying to lay out short. The bounces you get on the fairways on links golf courses certainly can change your fortunes. Ricardo Gouveia going with the 3 medal, but there is a look at the whole location. Back right on 15, panning back to the fairway, where John Morgan's going to bring us the action.
Yeah, now what a second shot in store for here at 15. What a pin position, back right hand side, gnarly pin, wind off it, big old swell lurks on the right. Anything short will feed down into there as well, anything left will feed further away. And if you're a little bit heavy handed, the other green's in play, the 12th. You don't want to be on there.
None. Right across. Just a little bit for the angle. So
yeah, and it started left.
Yeah.
It's going to be Cahonan by a yard, I feel. 190 yards he's got.
68.
If I finish like...
We just squeeze it to 191, I feel.
5 meters left of it.
He's definitely going to play a little bit longer than that. Breezes it slightly into his face off the left. But this pin position is all on its own. I mean, if you're 20 feet just left of the pin, as a swell will feed 40, 50 feet away. Anything short can feed absolutely anywhere. Anything 15 feet long and it's gone on another green. They're trying to get the number not easy in these conditions. Cahonan now aiming at the middle of the putting surface and trying to fade it in there, use the breeze.
We're there.
And he's double crossed it.
It's always that wind pushing at your back when you're standing over the ball for a right-handed player.
Yeah, then you lean back right at the last minute and go, no, I'm not going there.
No, it's just an uncomfortable feeling. Right-handed players hate that wind coming from the left, from any quadrant of the left, especially in your face from the left.
Well, this will right the wrongs. I mean, yeah, bogey at 14, but my goodness, if you can make birdie here, Rory McIlroy, like gaining 2 on the field, how tough this is. 186 yards to go. Now we know what a phenomenal iron player he is. He needs one right out of the top drawer here. If it filters about 15 feet past, it will feed back towards the flag. Anything shy can find the big dip that lurks on the right.
No, it was just beautiful tempo. Bottom of the flag was unsighted. He's running over there. Is it going to hang on? Oh, it's down that bank over to the right. That's going to be an awkward pitch, John.
That's long and right. I think that's not good on many levels. Unfortunately, that looked great in the air. Just drifted at the last minute and flew that extra yardage. Needed to draw that into the breeze to let it land soft. How can I? 1 yard closer, 185. I've got him.
He looks interested watching it in the air, and why wouldn't he be? A wonderful shot from the 23-year-old, 53rd ranked player in the world. Got off to a bit of a shaky start, bogeying 2 of his first 3, but since then has really righted the ship. Currently 1 under on the day. There is confirmation. Thomas Pieters 6 pars in a row to start his march towards his first gold star, trying to win a Rolex Series event for the first time. A lot of hard work remains in those last 12 holes for the Belgian. Just running down on the right there. Look for your favorite player. See how they're doing today. Some very good scoring on a golf course that has proven to be a difficult test. We've had a decent wind all week. We had the really big winds, 30 to 40 miles an hour, which nearly stopped play on Friday, but I think everyone is enjoying the new venue.
Yeah, it's a great success here at the Yas Links. One calm day really the first day, then it blew a real gale on Friday, and just a decent breeze last couple of days. Good club of wind, just what you want
I think we really enjoyed watching the players have to cope with the windy conditions, where they have to manufacture and use a little bit more imagination than they might on a windless day. Certainly it brings out their creativity, and it's going to take some creative skills here from McIlroy to try and save par at 15. Holes cut in a pretty small portion of the green here. It's nearly on the 12th green, actually. It's so far back into 15. Of course, 12 and 15 is a double green here at Yas Links. Let's go to 16, second shot for Westwood.
The wind's strong off your left, and the pin's cut on your left as well, only 4 off the edge. You really want to keep the flight down, cover this one. You can move a little bit right to left, hold it against the wind, try and get it landing softly. 160. Come on, squeeze lower 8-iron for us. Let's see it, Westy.
Well, it looks good from this end. And it is good. Pin high. Perfect shot from Westwood.
All 3 players in the Westwood, Govea, and Dietrich group are on the green. Let's go back to 15 and McIlroy.
Well, he's a touch of an angel here, Jay. Playing right to the brow of the hill, and look at this. That's as good as he could do.
Yeah, barely got it over the crest of the hill, and that was just gravity all the way. As I've said a couple of times, I really admire his touch around the greens.
Just natural, isn't it? Such a difficult shot. Just had to get it coming over the top of the hill. Look at that. Just barely crept it over there. And down the other side. Super shot from McIlroy.
Very good shot.
Has to hold that. Got a good view of your penthouse suite there, John. That hotel.
Is that where John's staying? He's not staying with us, is he?
That's where he's staying, that top room.
Really?
Yep.
The one with the pool?
Pool at the top.
I've got a jacuzzi up there as well, chaps.
Wet bar?
Yeah.
Oh, you do live the life, John Morgan.
Got 2 butlers as well. Not one. Now, what a putt this is. Mega kahuna. Now, in the Tuesday practice round, I was around with Rory, Poulter, Shane Lowry and Westwood, and this was troublesome from Harrington from over this side. They were having a few putts towards this pin position, up and over the brow, breaking hard off the left.
Pretty good putt. You heard Rory McIlroy saying good putt. You know it was a challenging putt when it ends up 4 feet and you get the approval from one of the best players in the history of the game. Huge putt here for McIlroy. This is a par putt. Dropped the shot at 14 after going 5 under in the previous 5 holes. Does not want to go back-to-back bogeys. Currently 5 under on the day, 7 under in total, 3 shots behind the lead. This to remain 3 back.
And he couldn't have played that chip any better, Jay. He really couldn't. Got it to the brow of the hill, just the weight of the ball, sent it over, and it still went miles past. I got a feeling this one wants to break off the right, but we're talking minuscule stuff. I think the breeze just might hold it up a little bit, that there is. Coming from his left. Taking his time on this one. He knows how important it is.
Oh, what a huge putt that was for McIlroy to avoid back-to-back bogeys. He's still 3 back. And well in with a shout. He's only 1 shot out of second. Second is now a 4-way tie. Victor Hovland, after a triple bogey 7 at the 3rd, has birdied the 5th and eagled the 7th. He's even par for the day. He joins the group 2 behind. You can see right there at the bottom, McIlroy 3 shots behind, 3 holes to play. Does he need to run the tables coming in?
Of course he does, but he's got a tough 3 holes coming up. 16 ranked number 5, 17 ranked number 3, and the 18th's the hardest so far today. Just 1 shot at a time.
Oh, what a shot in here. It was about a couple of yards from going over, down onto the 12th green, and that would have been a whole different ball game. But come back, throw it down towards this, now straight down the hill, and he got it, barely touched this. That was nearly a rare 3 on this hole.
Lee Westwood putting for birdie. Back towards the water. It's so clear, the water here, it's absolutely beautiful. Just eyeing this one up, I'm seeing a hint of left to right.
Rolling over that or around it? I don't mind it.
Something about this putt, I just fancy it. Just birdie 15, can we go back to back? I mean, it's just picking up now, getting a little bit gusty off your right.
Oh, missed it on the right edge, and that slid 3.5 feet past for Westwood. Currently 3 under on the day. 4 under in total.
Okay, let's have a look at this 16th hole. What a beauty it is. 424 yards around the inlet, around the ocean. Not an easy tee shot with the wind coming off the left-hand side. That bunker is about 300 yards off the tee, so I think they'll be playing short of that. So 3 tough holes to come, but they're not impossible. It's not howling out there. It's doable. Now, Rory McIlroy said he's been taking advice, if you like, reading about Tiger Woods and maybe trying to emulate him a little bit in his game plan on the golf course. Another thing he could possibly do, I'd like to see him with a 2-iron. I think he could have hit it maybe on 14. It's far easier in these slightly windy conditions to hit a long iron straight than it is a lofted wood. Jay, would you suggest?
Yeah, you can kind of lean on it a little bit, hit a stinger, kind of a squeeze cut, or you can put it back in your stance a little bit and turn it down and hit a driving draw. It is a very versatile club, the fairway finder, really. Even if it was said 3 on the bottom, but it's one of those like driving 3-irons, that would work as well.
There's so many variations of lofted woods and strong driving irons, muscle backs, whatever. There's so much choice out there now.
Well, yeah, what a cracker. 16, what a finish in 3 holes this is. Well, 15 as well. My goodness, how tough was that, baby? Now, round the water we go. 424 yards. And that bunker lurks down there. They can't see it. 294 off the tee. But there is a bunker just beyond that on the hill that they'll be aiming at. Oh, no. That wasn't a good swing. That was the worst one of the day.
Yikes. It's not one you would think that Korhonen would be capable of hitting.
Yeah, that was very uncharacteristic. A lot of rhythm. That was very short and fast.
Once again, it's that wind off the left.
Yeah, it's causing havoc, Jake.
It's just uncomfortable.
It is, it is. It just pushes you to your toes, and then you just kind of rock a little bit, and you chuck the hands at it, and that's where you get in trouble. Now can I it? Looks like the fairway metal too. This one drifting on the wind to the right.
Good enough in the fairway.
3 metal here for Rory McIlroy. He'll be drawing this one, hold it up into that breeze, take a little bit of pace off it. Doesn't want to reach that bunker. That looks just out of sight in the middle of the fairway.
Look at the trajectory right there, 144 feet in the air, Jimmy. That's what you were talking about just a moment ago.
Yeah, I'd like to see that lower ball flight, especially with this wind. But I tell you what, missing on the right-hand side with the flag on the left, it's not too bad, that. Especially if the ball would be above his feet. Might encourage a hook. So that could help him. I know he's not happy with that tee shot. It's so hard to hit a lofted wood on this hole.
Well, they're made to hit it up in the air. They're made to launch it high. Here we can have another look at the 3 remaining holes for McIlroy.
Yeah, they're not easy, are they?
And those are the ranks for the week, not the day. Just to give you an idea, the 18th hole's a par 5. It's the second ranked hole today. It goes 5-3-2 the last 3 holes today. 15, the number 1 hole for the way they're set up and the conditions in this final round. Actually, scoring is averaging just over 72.32 today.
Yeah, but it's tough for all of them, and the leaders have got to come to these holes yet. So McIlroy will be aware of that. He knows if he just maybe nick 2, I think he needs 2 birdies minimum to have any sort of chance. He knows that, but they've got to play those holes, and that 14 was no cakewalk either.
No, certainly not. If he birdies 2 out of the last 3, as things stand at the moment, that would put him alone 1 shot behind at 9 under par, and things are not getting any easier. 17T and Lee Westwood, 56% of the players hit this green in regulation, hardest on the course. Wow.
Yeah, big fan of the par 3s here. 17th, penultimate hole. Wind into you off the left, pins right at the back as well. The fat part of the greens, anything just short. And there's that long pause.
One on the last pitch, pitched at low 70s. What 82 here, want to be short.
There is a bunker there.
Yeah, and he's in it at the back. Good lie though. Shouldn't be too much of a problem coming back up the green for Westwood. Tough shot.
Could be a little bit tricky with the wind behind with that bunker shot. Really want to see this flighted down. It's playing 3 yards downhill. So slightly elevated and exposed tee box. So you can cover this one.
Very good shot into that wind coming off the left. He is struggling today, 3 over with 2 holes to play.
That's a big old walk. 4 rounds around this golf course in these conditions with the wind. Not only is it physically tiring, it's mentally exhausting as well. You need to make sure you're well hydrated.
And that one ends up just on the left fringe, hole high to the flag for Dietrich, who, like Govea, is 3 over on the day.
Corhona's got his difficulties. He's dropping out of there. Kanaya down the middle, and McIlroy got 200. Do you know what? That might help him, being way back there. More straighter-faced club out of the rough. Might have a chance here, Morgie.
Yeah, he's got a nice lie in the second cut. Here, Spency, I mean, straight into the teeth of the breeze. Maybe a hint off the left, if anything. The bailout is definitely right. Big old bank lurks there. Will kick it massively to the left-hand side. So it makes that green that little bit wider, which is always handy. It's a very narrow funnel, goes up towards the front portion of this green.
Great statistic just on the screen there a moment ago. Rory McIlroy before this week has played 220 events on the DP World Tour. 112 times has finished inside the top 10. You saw that percentage 52% of the time.
Yeah, how good is that, Jay? That's a very impressive stat, that. Marks the credibility of a phenomenal golfer. Kahuna having woes, snap hooked it off the tee. Drop from the penalty area. But Rory's going ahead. Here we go. 200 yards out. Probably playing about 220 with this gusty breeze in his face. Doesn't want this high and right, which it is. Might use the bank.
It's trying. It's getting ever closer. Come on, keep coming. Well, outside chance is still going. It's still going. Come on.
He's holed 2 putts longer than that already today, at 4 and then at 12. Never say never for a player of McIlroy's ability.
Well, he's smiling. That was a big wide, but he used all the golf course to his advantage there to bring it back on the green. Got the yardage spot on him and Harry Diamond. Remember Harry actually coming to stay with me over in Miami when I had my place there when I was on tour. Came to do some practice, but we were in Miami, so we didn't get a lot of practice being done.
Were you practicing after dark, John?
Yeah, bit of beach volleyball. Swimming with the sharks in the evening. It's quite nice.
One could only imagine what you would get up to in South Beach.
Yeah, good player himself, Harry. Well, I think Kahuna's waiting for a ruling. Kanaya's having a go. He's on a little downslope, which is nice and handy. He can flight this down, keep it out of the breeze. Big lean.
Like McIlroy, takes advantage of the slope, makes this green play wider, and funnels it in towards that hole cut over the left side of the green at 16.
Well, all over water for Kahuna. Didn't have to drop it in the ice plant, which is a saving grace. Third shot.
And a good shot from Korhonen. Knocks that one in, he might escape with a par. All 3 pins on the left-hand side coming in now, westward. Good touch, good shot.
Very brave shot there, landing it on the fringe, keeping it short of the hole after short-siding himself. Westwood played some really nice bunker shots today. Played a nice one for his third at the par 5 11th.
Only 3 players now ahead of Rory McIlroy. That's how difficult it is. When you look at your scoring terminal, normally it's all red numbers and the odd yellow one for the Eagles, but today there's quite a few blues, which are the doubles, and lots of black numbers in the bogeys. There's some golf to be played out there today. Make no mistake. Thomas Peters has only just parred the 7th, the easy par 5. He's had 7 straight pars. Rory makes a birdie. I wouldn't go home.
No, that's almost like dropping half of a shot, maybe 3/4 of a shot, parring 7, the easiest hole on the course today. Playing more than half a shot under par.
It's a great course, isn't it? Because you can make plenty of birdies, the odd eagle, but there's a disaster just lurking. They all know that.
You know, when I came here and looked at it for the first time this week, of course, it's a new venue for this week's Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. It's one of the, the few courses that, wow, I'd like to have my clubs here and have a go. It's a fun course. You can play along the ground. That's one of the nice things. A good golf course, a good design, is designed for every caliber of player. Let's face it, these guys are only here 1 week a year. It's the average guy, the golfing public, that plays the other 51 weeks of the year. It is an inspiring golf course. similar putts upcoming here at 16, John.
Yeah, well, Kanaya and Rory on a similar line, and it's just going to be Rory to go first, which I'm sure Rory wishes it was Kanaya to go first. Give him a free read. Boat just out on the water, getting a great bird's eye view. And had to pay for a ticket. Loving life, but has paid for an expensive boat. So there we go. It's going to be Kahuna first. Now this would be a par and a half. My goodness. After his first swing of the day, finding water. Great shot from where he was. Similar yardage to Rory McIlroy, but from a completely different angle. And this water is absolutely glistening with the sun bearing down on it. I'm feeling right now I could do with a dip. Now off the left-hand side. This part, I think Rory will have a good look at what this does with the last like 6 feet to go. His head's down at the moment, but I'm sure he'll look up as soon as he hears a strike on the ball. And walking straight in.
Well, Korhonen hit a good putt for him. Gives him a good idea. If the player in front of you doesn't hit a good one, you really don't have an opportunity to learn anything. Jamie, were you one to watch someone with a similar putt that you have coming up?
A little bit. I wouldn't take much notice, but you never know how they hit it, really. They might have hit it through a break or something. I'd rather make my own mind up, if I'm honest.
How about you, John?
Well, if it was dead weight, I mean, don't get me wrong, if they hit it too short or too long, you really don't learn anything. But if it's a good weighted putt, you learn a lot, really and honestly. So, you know, if you get the pace right. I mean, I remember having a putting lesson off of Tiger Woods. I was very lucky to ask him, and he said it's all about the pace, John. You know, if it's left to right, right to left, if the pace is right, you've got a good chance of it going in. And this one is off the left-hand side for Rory McIlroy. How much is he going to play for?
He'd like that boat to stay still.
Yeah, he would.
Unlikely in the wind. I think he's focused on the hole. Looks to be looking a little left of the hole. Oh, what a good effort that was. He hit a great putt. It looked like it had a chance all the way until it slid past the left side. It's a par at 16 for Rory McIlroy. Jamie Spence said a little while ago, in the last 3 holes, he needed to pick up 2. He doesn't get one at 16.
That was a good putt. That really was a good putt. Touch less pace, it would have taken the break, wouldn't it, at the end there? Well, knows what he's got to do now.
Well, can I go to school on Rory McIlroy's putt? I'm sure he can. Dead weight putt, same line, it's going to drop, you know that now.
He had the right line. Played less of a break than McIlroy, but way too much speed. Westwood to save par at 17 after that brilliant bunker shot, and he does. Westwood remains 4 under. 1 hole to play. He was a winner here in 2020 when he went on to win the DP World Tour rankings. The 3rd time in his illustrious career. He also won in 2000 and 2009. Back to 16.
Kanaya for his par. He's 3 under par for the tournament. That's 28th spot. Westwood's 4 under. He's in 24th. 3 shots better than that. You're in the top 4, and he makes it. So it's pretty bunched. everyone was saying, oh, they're going to take this course apart, it's going to be 20 under, it's going to be this, it's going to be that. No, not any of it. We've had one tough day, the rest have been scoreable. That's a 5 for Mikko Korhonen. He'll drop back to 4 under par, same score as Lee Westwood.
And this is the first bogey of the day for the Finn, who birdied 2, 7, and 14 prior to the bogey at 16. A little cleanup on aisle 16 for Rory McIlroy. It's a par. He is 3 shots behind the lead of Thomas Pieters, who leads by 2 over Rafa Cabrera Bello and Victor Hovland, both on 8 under par. Tee shot at 18 for Westwood.
Yeah, they pushed the tee back to the very back tee, 634 yards. And Lee Westwood striked it down the left-hand side. Brilliant tee shot. That's intimidating off that back tee.
You know, when you have the wind, especially when the hole turns a little bit left, the second shot's more into the wind. Here is the 17th, 204 yards, not a birdie made yet today. It is a formidable hole, to say the least. Over water, back left hole location, the 4th most difficult hole today, playing to a scoring average of 3.23. 32 pars, 7 bogeys, and 1 double or worse. John, does McIlroy have a birdie in him, the first of the day at 17?
Yeah, of course he does. Of course he does. He's world number 8. He's Rory McIlroy, ex-world number 1. Major winner. And what a hole. 17, par 3, 200 yards. Pins right at the back on 30. 7 off that left-hand side. Into the teeth of the breeze, slightly off the left, if anything. More straight into, really. This is would normally probably be just a nice 6-iron, but with the breeze into his face, wouldn't be surprised if he grips down a little forward, tries to flight it in nicely, pitch it a little bit shy and run it up there. I mean, pin being at the back, you don't want to fly it all the way. The trouble's just past the pin on the left-hand side. It's a big whopping green again. Just favour just a little bit right of the flag if he's very brave. Quite a long way right of the flag if he's not.
Not his favourite hole, John. Bogey, bogey, double bogey for Kanaya.
I don't think it's many people's favourite hole, this one. It's a brutal hole. Kanaya, obviously, it's in his brain. He's not happy with it. He's not comfortable on this shot. Just got to aim at the right edge and kind of wrap the hands over. Don't try and be too fiddly with it. Go straight out and hold it off. It's not that type of shot. Well, that wasn't bad.
It's always nice when someone in front of you, the guinea pig, so to speak, hits a good shot. You get a visual, an idea of, you know, what the shot should look like to go the right distance. Although, let's face it, Rory McIlroy shot shape and look is different than anybody else.
Yeah, you get to see how the spin reacts when it hits it, you know, as it floats up on you. Rory, narrow stance here. Makes me think he's hitting an easy one. He's got to flight it down low, take some spin off it.
Just got to get in that middle section.
It's just going to tumble away, unfortunately, for McIlroy. Probably won't go in the bunker. Disappointing.
Thomas Pieters just picked up his first birdie of the day, a birdie 2 at the 8th. A very good birdie. Stretches his lead to 3 as we go to Korhonen.
Yeah, the last time he was on the tee shot, he duck hooked it left. Don't think about that now, Mikko. Nice rhythmical swing like you've been doing all day. There we go, there's that rhythm we've been accustomed to seeing today. Straight away, it's a good shot.
Yeah, really good.
Best of the bunch, not surprisingly. All are right of the hole, and that one for Korhonen slides away a little bit further right on the slope. McIlroy makes the long walk around the saltwater marsh. Players hit over the top of here at 17. It's been a brilliant day from McIlroy. It was such a great run starting at the 9th, where he holed his second shot, nearly drove the green at 10, two putted from the front fringe. Fantastic birdie putt at 12. An unbelievable tee shot at the par 3 13th, which he converted as well. But it was the tee shot at 14 which led to a bogey that really kind of hurt his chances. One felt that there was a 30 in the cards until the tee shot at 14.
Yeah, he went with the fairway wood and just pulled it and hit it way into the thick stuff. That seemed to stop him in his tracks. Really tough to make birdies after that. So he's got up and down it here at 17. Birdie the last, and well, a glimmer of hope, but not much. You'd have to think someone's going to finish better than 8 under.
Most certainly. You would have to think that McIlroy would need to hold that long putt from the right edge of the green here at 17, and 18 is such a tough call.
I'm still in the back of my mind, there's some tough holes on this back 9 for the leaders, but Peters seems to be in control of his game. He's 3 clear at the moment. He's a class act, Thomas Peters.
Also makes it a little bit easier. No one's really pushing him at the moment.
Yeah, he can play for par. He hasn't got a press. Players behind are making mistakes.
There have been some very good scores today. 265s, Adri Arnaus, and former world #1 Henrik Stenson, who went out early this morning and shot his 65. So some good scores out there. Of course, McIlroy 5 under on the day. Actually, his ball wandered off the green into the first cut of rough, John.
Yeah, and it's sitting pretty. I was wondering if he was going to putt it, but I think this is a good move. Chipping it, he's slightly a bit of breeze into his face off the right. He can just fly it past that little ridge that's lurking, which he's right on right now. Take it past that, it will move off his right once on the green. And now, well, you're going to chip this one in, Mr. McIlroy. Eagle the last. Yeah, that's the question. Now, it's a tall order, but great things do happen. We've seen it in the past from this man. And get a nice strike on this chip from this lie. Back of the stance, hands are forward. It just seemed to pop on him weirdly, that.
Popped up out of the semi-rough there, and that's a tricky 5.5 feet left.
Yeah, just call it high on the club face. That's why it popped on him, Jamie.
He really wanted it.
Didn't get the zip and the control he was hoping for.
Maybe a bit longer than 5.5 feet.
No, I think I'll give you 5.5 feet, Jamie.
Well, I was just thinking I'm 6 foot, and I don't think I could lay down.
You're 6 foot?
That length of that putt, so maybe.
Did you say you're 6 foot?
Just about.
I'm with you, John.
Is that with your high heels on?
He'd like to have that tee shot on 14 again, wouldn't he?
Oh, he would.
Couple of birdie putts from just over 30 feet for Korhonen and Kanaya.
Yeah, it's a good pin position, this. Back left, bunker lurks with the water. And yeah, this is going to be a common place today. Shortened just to the right. Kahunen's ball just took the camber and fell back just outside of his teammate, his playing partner today. He's giving him a free read straight up the hill. got to fail to mention all through the course of the day, that left arm heavily strapped for Mikko Kohonen, so a bit of a problem for him, I think. He's nursing a little injury. Round the wrist and up the arm towards the elbow.
Tied 23rd at the moment, Kohonen. Plenty of points and money to be played for.
And points mean prizes, that's for sure. Don't want to be giving too many shots away after that bogey at 16. Kanaya, similar putt, no different here. Would have learned a lot. Seen the perfect line. Kohonen was tracking, just lost its pace. This one done exactly the same.
Into the wind, maybe into a little bit of a grain. We haven't talked much about grain, but players have said even as low as the greens are being cut at 1.6 millimeters, there is a little bit of grain with this platinum paspalum. This guy in the boat is just dogging Rory. He just follows him down the coastline. Huge putt. This to save par, remain at 7 under, which is currently 4 shots behind the lead. Rafa Cabrera-Bello has just birdied 9 to go out in 34. He's now 2 behind the lead of Thomas Pieters.
Yeah, Rory taking his time on this one. Very exposed green, hat nearly coming off. There we go. Just regrouping himself. Probably got a bit of a watery eye. Breezes straight into his face. Just inside right. Keep it firm, Rory. Yeah, there we go. Watery eyes.
So important to be able to focus clearly on that point on the back of the ball you want to strike, and watery eyes or a piece of sand in there makes it difficult. 3rd attempt.
What a shame. McIlroy, it's a good putt.
He's given us a lot of excitement today.
Oh, hasn't he just?
Really got things going, especially with that hold second shot from the left rough at 9, birdie 10, birdie 12, birdie 13. We were all talking about posting the score, and then the tee shot at 14. But it has been a fantastic day. We hope you're all at home have been enjoying this feature group coverage we've been bringing you. We'll have feature group coverage next week from Dubai as well. It's been fun for us to bring you the action, that is for sure.
And that is Lee Westwood with his 3rd shot, just avoiding the bunker. Good angle to the flag on the left-hand side. Into the breeze, 111 yards. 3 under for his round. Oh, lovely shot straight at the flag for Lee Westwood. Birdies that, he'd be in the top 20.
And Westwood has acquitted himself very well in this final round. He is currently 3 under par, has that putt for a 68, 4 under in total. Thomas Pieters with the birdie, an unlikely birdie at number 8. Gets to 11 under par, but Cabrera-Bello has birdied the 9th to go out in 34, closes the gap to 2 shots. Rafa Cabrera-Bello has a Rolex Series win. That's what the gold star means. He won the Genesis Scottish Open. Got back to winning ways last fall, where he won his National Open, the Spanish Open. A proud moment for Rafa Cabrera-Bello. Tyrrell Hatton having a good run today. He's 4 under with 2 to play. 4-time Rolex Series winner. Bernd Wiesberger 3 under, 6 under total, tied for 10th. Padraig Harrington in that group as well. Adri Arnaus, one of 2 65s in the final round here at Yas Links. The other was from former world #1 Henrik Stenson. Minwoo Lee, 67. There is the 65 for Henrik Stenson. Matthew Southgate was in our coverage yesterday. He's 1 over with 3 to play, 1 under in total. Robert Rock not having a good day, 4 over for 1 under par total. Connor Syme was out with Henrik Stenson. He shot 69, the talented Scot. Let's go to 18T. Tommy Kanaya.
Good shot from Kanaya. Certainly somebody we're going to see a lot more of.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Jamie. Some player, that Kanaya. Honan on the tee. Outward driver, rightly so. Why wouldn't you? It's a monstrous par 5, this 18th. Sweeps round from right to left. Ginormous par 5. Bunker lurks in the middle.
Crowd approval for Korhonen. Has to be a little bit of a dejected Rory McIlroy. He was certainly thinking about posting a score, making them work. The groups at the tail end of the field. Final tee shot of the week.
Will he go left of the bunker, Jay? Will he? It's dangerous, but very rewarding.
Looking left. The mound there hides some of the fairway.
Yeah, I'm going to head
Doesn't look overly concerned.
Lee Westwood, hoping that this is the final part of the tournament. Controlled his pitch shot beautifully. Now for birdie, back up the hill.
Lee Westwood tapped in for a par and a 69. Ricardo Gouveia parred his final hole. Came back in 35, but after 40 in the opening 9, it was a 75 for Ricardo Gouveia. A very nice 69 for Westwood. Dietrich last to play in this, the first of our 2 feature groups, both on the final hole of the tournament.
Yeah, this to tidy up. Great bunker shot, ball slightly above his feet. Trying to use a slope to your favor. Now a 4-footer. This would be a tidy par. I guess it's not how, it's how many.
Like Gouveia, Dietrich is round in 75. The 48-year-old Lee Westwood, former world #1, bested both of his younger playing companions by 6 shots in this final round.
You're all right, even though you're a Mackie.
The old boy still has some tricks. Certainly he'll be looking to get his game a little bit sharper as he plays his way into the season. He'll be heading down the road to Dubai for next week's second of back-to-back Rolex Series events. It's been a very good effort for Westwood in his opening event of the 2022 season on the DP World Tour.
That's made someone's day. It's only a golf ball, but it's Lee Westwood's golf ball. Good week for Westwood, considering he's played very little golf over the last month or so.
Great views here along the coastline at Yas Links. Victor Hovland now 3rd on his own. The challengers seem to be withering a little bit. 1 at 11 that being Peters, Cabrera Bello at 9, and now Victor Hovland, a super talented 24-year-old Norwegian, a real superstar. He's not going to go away.
No, he's not. I wonder what mark Rory McIlroy will give himself at the end of this week. Pretty good one, I should think.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, first term of the year, you know, knocking the rust off.
Well, Kahuna down the right at the bunker, over 320 yards to go. I've got to say, he got 2 out, no open bob out to get there in 2 shots, so better like way right. Definitely a 3-shot hole today with this wind. I mean, Rory's out, down the left, hit a good drive there. I reckon he could probably just squeeze it home if he catches his Sunday best.
Think he'll be tempted, John, do you?
Oh yeah, without question. Without question.
We're just in the graphic on a direct route, 289.
That's right, that's what I got. He'll have to sling it in there from right to left as well. Not going to be easy. Some last hole though. The bumblebees are back out, just to let you know.
Mortals play it a different way than McIlroy, going with the iron, just laying up.
Yeah, another nice swing from Kahuna. Gets on that lovely little plateau. It's a very inviting 3rd shot from there. Long way back, left of the bunker. He's out with the old fairway metal. He's having to go over the edge of the water to reach dry land to where Kahuna is. He'll probably be just aiming 20-30 yards left of that. Try and squeeze it a fraction bit closer to this green for his 3rd shot. Oh, he went for that one. Ooh. Well, that one's fine and dandy on the fairway for my man. Fleetwood. Now, Rory McIlroy, 289 yards into the teeth of the breeze, out with the 3 metal, giving it beans.
Aiming quite a bit right, John. 262 to the front edge.
Yeah, trying to wrap the hands over. It's not worked, Jake.
I think that was ducking down a bit, that one. I doubt if it's carried. Hopefully it has for his sake. I don't think so. No, he's waiting now. It's in the water.
Yeah, body language says from where he was. I was trying to follow it, and this little cloud just lost it in that little baby cloud, same colour as the golf ball. My apologies.
Well, there's no doubt where it went. Left into the penalty area. Such a great run through 13 holes for McIlroy. Really thrilled everyone, all of us.
He's not hanging about. Here we go. Fourth shot now.
And just takes the slope off the right side of the green down into the chipping area. A brilliant 4th shot. What he would have given to had that result for the 2nd shot. Rory McIlroy limping home a little bit. 4 under par for the day through 17 holes. Likely going to make a bogey here. He did so the first round when he went for the green in 2. Hit it in the penalty area. It's been a great day. We've seen some fantastic stuff from Rory McIlroy. That's why, you know, he is worth more than the price of admission. Exciting. He showed up today, put on a good show.
Yeah, 6 under after 13, and we were getting excited. Certainly were. He was 8 under at that point, and I was just thinking, you know what, he's got a great chance here, but unfortunately, bad tee shot, 14. And then after that, he's pressing really because he's only interested in winning.
Just thinking back, I mean, you could see him struggling with his decision to ask for the drop. Do you think that bothered him?
I would think so. Bother anybody. It just doesn't feel right, does it, to take advantage of the rules like that? He did the right thing in my opinion.
Absolutely, I agree, and I would never question his integrity.
It unsettles you, yeah. Of course it does when something like that happens. And it took so long as well, and it just takes the wind out of your sails. So, a shame.
I mean, his body language, you know, to me, looked like, even though he knew that he could take the drop, he wasn't comfortable taking the drop because of his integrity, his sportsmanship.
Well, the rules say he had a drop. The referee was saying you're entitled to a drop, but he was sort of thinking, well, I'm not sure. So, yeah, it just stopped him in his tracks, I think.
It was the right move, though.
Oh, you called it right away, John? Right from the get-go.
I got his back on that one. I got his back on that one. Come and see me on social media if you don't agree, everybody. Kahuna with his third shot, well back.
Nice little punchy swing in there, keeping it out of the breeze.
How far did Rory get on his third? Sorry? How far did Rory get on his third?
Just takes the slope into the bunker. It looked like an easy shot, but it's asking you to be very precise.
I thought he played that well, Kulhonen. Now he's got a bunker shot to play. It's not Kanaya's tee shot. That's 2 shots, 500 yards.
Yeah, 123 he's got left in. Jamie. Pin's well on. Pin's wind straight into his face. Little draw can turn into a hook though with this breeze. Try and control it.
Good shot there from the 23-year-old Japanese. Such a great future ahead of him. Already 3 wins to his name. He was 55 weeks world #1 amateur player. Won the 2018 Asia Pacific Amateur. As an amateur, was runner-up in the 2017 Japan Open. We're going to be seeing a lot of Takumi Kanaya in the years to come. As McIlroy strides up alongside the 18th green, where his 4th shot has come to rest on this finishing par 5 hole at Yas Links. It's been a great 4 days. We've had some amazing golf played in our feature group coverage throughout the week.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it on this beautiful course, Yas Links.
And you're deserting the team next week.
I'm still here.
Some of us will be in feature group coverage again next week. We hope you all tune in. We'll have similar coverage next week in Dubai. Jamie has been assigned other duties.
Yeah, they changed the greens there last week for next week. Dug them up, relayed them. That's going to be interesting. But this course here in Abu Dhabi has proved itself this week in many ways. McIlroy chipping up over the mound. Can try and fly it most of the way and try and spin it. One skip. Pretty good from McIlroy. One of those rounds could have been extra special.
Well, this is an interesting one for this day for Mikko Kahuna. 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Defying the laws of gravity, this ball, hanging on by 1 blade of grass from going in a bunker. It's been a good battle today. Seen some great golf all round from all 3. It's been a privilege to be out here in the featured groups, I've got to say. And this 18th, well, causing some drama. Feel like a bit of a jinx. I was with Tyrrell Hatton yesterday. He made a 9, and yeah, I'm with Rory, and yeah. this is not easy. They can get a nice little strike to this one. Kohonen, no questions asked. He's just got to keep his weight on his left-hand side, just jab it a little bit. Just want to pitch this just on the green on the left-hand side. Just Miranda on down. Look how much he's on the metal at the moment.
It's no giveaway par 5 this one, is it? The 18th at Yas Links.
No, professional players, when they see a par 5, they're thinking birdie. But number 18, the second most difficult hole today, the 5th on the week. Today it's playing a quarter shot over par. It doesn't happen very often. A real challenging finishing hole. It's going to be a challenging finish for anyone coming down the stretch trying to win. Such a prestigious event, so much to play for. Rolex Series. Points, money. Peters currently holds a 2-shot lead as he strides towards the 10th. It's not going to be easy to win, especially these closing holes. We've seen with this group right here how difficult they're playing today.
Yeah, proper par 5, Jay. It really is. A couple of boats now turning up. We got 3 of them I can see. Maybe 4 or 5 are probably on their way. I can see in the distance, motoring along towards this green. Kanaya, though, played this hole nicely. Drove it down the left and 3-wood over the corner. Left himself about 130 yards in. Came up a bit short, but chance for birdie here nonetheless.
It just slides by on the right side. That was an attempt at birdie for Kanaya, who is 1 under on the day. Has that little tap in for a round of 71. Not a bad effort for the 23-year-old, especially playing alongside such a great player as Rory McIlroy. Even with his success at a young age of 23, certainly he would have been at least intimidated a little bit in the beginning.
Yeah, no doubt about that. He'll have learned a lot playing with McIlroy today. Kanaya, as will Mikko Kohonen, but they've fared admirably.
Kohonen has this putt for par. This for a round of 72, 4 under par total. Inside the top 25 at the moment. I would think the way the wind is blowing and scores are going, chance to finish inside the top 25.
Yeah, worth some good spondoolies. This one, Jake.
It's going to be a 71 for the Finn. He'll take some pleasure. It was a good effort. Unfortunately, 2 bogeys in the last 3 holes for Kohonen. 69, 77 in the win, 68 and 71. 3 scores below par. Certainly a decent week. All eyes on Rory McIlroy, as have most been in the last hour. He got to 6 under on the day through 13 holes. He was charging up the leaderboard. At one point, he was tied for 2nd. It's been a rough finish. This 4 bogey. And a round of 69. It is a bogey. It is a 69. He thrilled us for a good part of the day. Rory McIlroy finishes on 5 under par. We saw a lot of good stuff. Certainly expect a lot more, not only next week, but throughout the year for the 4-time major champion. Kanaya just has a little putt to finish. You don't want to take anything for granted. You don't want to rush things. You can hear the buzz around hospitality here on the 18th green. And there it is, the par for Kanaya, a round of 71. These players shot 71, and McIlroy with the 69. Thomas Pieters leads the way by 2. He's at 11 under par. Rafa Cabrera-Bello is 2 shots behind at -9. It is going to be a very exciting finish here at the Abu Dhabi HSBC Championship. Rafa Cabrera-Bello putting the pressure on Pieters, both multiple winners on the DP World Tour. James Morrison, he was a co-leader after 36 holes. He's making a run, tied for 3rd at 8 under par. Bernd Wiesberger, good round. Eric Van Rooyen sporting the mustache, both of them 3 under par on 6 under with 3 holes to play. Tied for low round of the day, Adri Arnaus with a 67 alongside Henrik Stenson. I'm Jay Townsend. Jamie Spence has been in the commentary box with me. John Morgan, Incy Mehmet have been bringing us all the action. Thank you very much to the team in New Zealand and our production crew in London. It's been a great week. Hope you've enjoyed it. Hope you join us next week. Thank you. Goodbye.